All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much. We're going to formally gavel the meeting to order. We're going to ask the clerk to please call the roll and establish the presence of a quorum, because that is item number 1 on our agenda this morning.
Supervisor Ellenberg? Here. Supervisor Wasserman?
Here.
Supervisor Cortese? Here. Vice President Chavez?
Here.
And President Simidian?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you so much. The presence of a quorum having been established, I'm going to ask if we could all stand and please join us in saluting the flag. The Pledge of Allegiance this morning will be led by Supervisor Susan Ellenberg. Supervisor?
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. That takes us to item number 3, which is the invocation for today's meeting. And Supervisor Chavez, I understand we have you to thank, and I can turn to you for this morning's invocation.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Providing our invocation today are 3 seniors from Notre Dame High School, Jael Umbat, Christy Molly, Bianca Romero, and they are joined by Kathleen Kizan, the Notre Dame High School Director of Mission and Ministry. Founded in 1851, Notre Dame is the oldest women's high school in the state of California. The school is a staunch commitment to creating women of impact and empowering women's leadership in the 21st century. Please welcome me in joining these lovely young women.
Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you for that introduction. In moments like these, we come together to fully realize the value of our democracy and the civic process. At all levels, there is important work being done every day.
As women on the powerful path to impact, we are the fire from last week's Women's March, and we carry the torch of empowerment to light the way for future decisions to come.
In this Catholic Schools Week, where Catholic education is celebrated for its commitments to learn, serve, and lead, we recognize its potential to prepare us to be faithful citizens in the wider community. As Notre Dame students, we are formed to be social justice advocates and community leaders, to proclaim the goodness of God to all. In you, our county leaders and advocates, we place our hopes and pray that you may be guided by that same goodness.
Let us pray. God of many names, we thank you for gathering us together here today. We ask for your blessings over the county supervisors as they serve the people of Silicon Valley. May they hear the needs and concerns of our citizens, and may their voices lift up those who live on the margins among us.
Send the Holy Spirit to guide their work so that they may promote justice amongst the people and enact policies that promote the common good. May they inspire young people like us to answer the call to serve the community with compassion and uphold the life and dignity of all people.
May the supervisors stand in solidarity with women, families, workers, the poor, the vulnerable, and all of God's creation in the Valley of Heart's Delight. And in the words of St. Julie Billiart, the founders of the Sisters of Notre Dame de Namur, may they have hearts as wide as the world. In hope and confidence, we pray this in the name of all that is good and holy. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your wise words this morning.
And thank you for having us, and as a sign of our gratitude, we'd like to present the supervisors with these sunflower pins from our school. So,
Thank you very much.
All right. Just don't get us in trouble with any of your rivals, all right? Thank you once again. Colleagues, that takes us to item number 4, which is to announce adjournments in memoriam, and I believe we turn to Supervisors Chavez and Cortese for the one adjourn in memory that we have this morning. We turn to my colleagues.
I'll go ahead and make some brief remarks and turn it over to Supervisor Chavez, President Simidian. We're asking the board to adjourn today in memory of Richard John Wiley, known as Dick Wiley, to family and friends. He died at the age of 85 in his home on December 21st. He grew up in Palo Alto and graduated from Palo Alto High in 1951, Stanford University in 1955, and Stanford Law School in 1958, and began a legal career that spanned 46 years. After short tenures in the State Legislative Council's office and as an assistant district attorney for Contra Costa County, he went into private practice, and I think that's where a lot of us encountered him here in Santa Clara County. He served as president of the Santa Clara County Bar Association, California State Bar Executive Board member, and formed the law firm, Wiley, Leahy, Blunt, and McBride, existing today as Wiley, McBride, Platten, and Renner. He served as a volunteer counsel during the civil rights area. In Jackson, Mississippi, he represented clients to prevent school segregation, and was involved in the landmark case Diaz versus San Jose Unified School District. He was also chair of the Democratic Central Committee and campaign co-chair and elected delegate for Robert F. Kennedy prior to the 1968 Democratic Convention in Chicago. At the local level, he worked on campaigns in the 60s and 70s and served in board and leadership positions to serve the disadvantaged and support the arts in San Jose. He was a devoted and beloved husband and father, never missing his favorite family vacation times at the beach in Santa Cruz and in Lake Tahoe. He loved jazz, having played the trumpet in his youth and having begun the courtship of his wife Karen, attending jazz performances. He was a significant person in my life, and I know Supervisor Chavez's life as well. And I think oftentimes, despite the business that we did with him, we knew him as somebody who was not only helping us professionally and politically and policy-wise, but also an avid sports fan and somebody, Supervisor Wasserman, who loved his golden retrievers, training and caring for a string of 4 wonderful companions until his final months. He's survived by his wife of 58 years, Karen Sue Cress Wiley, as well as his daughter Pamela Wiley of Monrovia, son Michael Wiley, and daughter-in-law Margaret Wiley of San Francisco, and his 2 grandsons, Evan O'Toole and Lucas Wiley. Supervisor Chavez, I'll turn it over to you. I don't know if there are any friends and family in the audience today.
Yeah, thank you so much. I know Mike is here, and for those of you who don't know, Mike Wiley also worked for Mike Honda, so he spent many, many years in these chambers in these same seats. I just wanted to add a couple of thoughts. Dick Wiley was a very powerful person, and there are some times that you can feel someone right when you meet them, that they have a sort of presence about him, and I think that is reflected in his being able to walk on for college football as a college freshman and start at Stanford, I think is where he played. And I know he was somebody that all of us, he was kind of a hometown boy, born in Fresno, but went to school in Palo Alto and just stayed here and kept giving back. My reflection on him is that he was a leader in the labor movement in many respects, and many of us around the table are really indebted to his willingness to fight for the little guy, to fight for unions when it wasn't popular to do so, which it feels like that we've never had our age where it is popular, but really fighting for the rights of workers and doing it with a great deal of enthusiasm that made you feel like you were part of the team. He will so be missed, Mike, and please tell your mom, Karen, how much affection that we have for you and your entire family. And also just to say to you, I know this from talking to him, how very, very proud he was of you.
Thank you, and let me turn as well to Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thanks. I'd also like to add a few words. Dick Wiley was the father of one of my husband's best friends, Mike. Steve knew Dick for 50 years, early on as the dad that all of the kids enjoyed being around, whether they were playing football, lighting firecrackers at the beach, fighting the endless Cal Stanford Pride Wars, or just hanging out. Steve says that Dick had a terrific sense of humor and a comfortable, easy manner about him. As Steve grew older, his relationship with Dick evolved. Dick's stories of the time he spent in the South in the 60s providing legal advocacy and support of the civil rights movement inspired Steve to pursue a career in law. As a young lawyer, Steve continued his conversations about legal matters with Dick and kept current on Dick's successful career representing labor unions and injured workers. Steve and Dick, along with Mike, shared a love for politics, news, and local gossip, and spent time dissecting the events of the day and pontificating about what was in store for the community, the country, and the world. I had the privilege of getting to know Dick Wiley through Mike and Steve, and could see how he inspired both of them to do their parts to make the world a better place. Mike has taken his mission to heart, having served all of his professional career in the public sector. I'm glad to be in a position to honor Mike, my husband's and my friend, by paying tribute to his father. May Dick's memory be a blessing for you, your mom, your sister, and your entire family, and may you all find comfort in his memory.
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg, and let me just also add my condolences and remembrances. I did not know Dick well, but we first met more than 20 years ago through the political scene, and I smiled as people described him as a person with both a tremendous intellect and great presence, but still a very easy and comfortable manner, and those are traits that you don't always or even often find, I think, in the same person. So he was a presence, he was a doer, he was a contributor, and he will be missed, and my thanks to Supervisors Chavez and Cortese and Ellenberg for their remembrances as well. Our sympathies. Thank you.
Supervisor Wasserman, could we acknowledge Mike, ask the audience to give him a round of applause for being here today and representing the family?
Please. Thank you. Thank you once again. That takes us to item number 5, which is an item that was held from our January 15th meeting. And we're going to turn to Supervisor Cortese to help us with the recognition of the Santa Clara County Agricultural Plan. Why don't I let you take it from there, Supervisor?
Yes, normally I'd go down to the podium when we are presenting a ceremonial, but in this case we are acknowledging receipt of an award, and I'd just like to make a couple brief comments and then ask Rob Eastwood to come forward and tell us a little bit more about this. So my office thought it would be fitting, and I know Supervisor Wasserman's office agrees wholeheartedly, having served, the two of us having served on the Agricultural Preservation Task Force. We'll hear those items later today. But to use this opportunity to publicly announce that the Santa Clara Valley Agricultural Plan has received the state's highest environmental honor, the Distinguished Governor's Environmental and Economic Leadership Award for Ecosystem and Land Use Stewardship. Members of our planning department and the Open Space Authority, which co-authored the plan, attended a ceremony recently to receive the award in Sacramento last month. We'd like a reward, too, if they have any money for this program. So, as a co-chair with Supervisor Wasserman, as I noted a minute ago on the Ag Preservation Task Force, we met for 7 months to develop recommendations to implement the Ag Plan, specifically identify funding for the Ag Conservation Easement Purchasing Program, an effort that will continue in one manner or another after today. But if Rob could come up and talk just a few minutes about the county's investment, the planning department's investment in the plan and the task force itself, and certainly please come on up. Yeah, you can come around. And I want to mention that my office has just received word that the Ag Plan has also been recognized with an award by the Association of Environmental Professionals. So I know those of us that were on the task force, over and over again recognized your work and the planning department's work, the Open Space Authority's work, bringing such outstanding recommendations forward. Using that word landmark again, I think this was really a landmark effort that people have been sort of dreaming about or talking about for 40 years or 50 years to try to bring some sort of a plan that could be implemented together. So thank you for your efforts one more time, and maybe you can acknowledge the receipt of the award now, Rob. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. I hope this works. Let the audience knows this is the award we got from the state. It's a nice plate. Hopefully it can be filled with the bounty of local agriculture. Just a few quick words. As you might imagine, farming on the urban edge is not easy, very difficult. And farming on the urban edge of Silicon Valley is much, much more difficult. We probably have, if not the top, the highest and most high-valued housing market in the region, and trying to have farmers hold on and provide agricultural benefits and local food is very challenging in this market. But this Ag Plan did make the proposition that we can have both. We can have a thriving local technology-based economy, and we can have a local food secure environment with our ag resources. And so the proposition was with the right investments, the right policies, the right programs, we can both have a Santa Clara Valley agricultural program and a thriving economy. Part of this plan is just recognizing what farmers do. If you go out and talk to farmers, a lot of it is just looking for recognition that they actually provide that food to us. They provide those ecosystem services. They provide those open space benefits. And part of this plan is just looking ahead. We are facing probably an existential crisis with climate change. And the strongest regions going forward are those going to have the food security and the regional resilience to feed themselves. And the proposal on this plan is to make those investments now. So now in the future, we have that food security for all of us. So with that, just a few last words. I'll get out of everyone's way. I want to thank the staff and the department that really put the effort into this plan. That's Michael Meehan, that's Charu, that's Manira, that's our former director, Kirk Gerard, our current director, Jacqueline, our ag department, the great wise advice that Joe Davini has continued to give us, our partners from the beginning, that's the Open Space Authority with Andrew McKenzie, who's the one who raised the hand and said, hey, you might want to look at applying for this grant and doing this ag plan that started it all. Our farmers who've been with us from the beginning, they're really, if you get to know them, one of the most down-to-earth, honest, hardworking people that, again, are just often just looking for that recognition of what they do and looking for something that would shine a light and value the work they do. To the state, who made an investment in us, both in planning and you'll see later today under item 20 some of the grants. We're not a cheap county to invest in for agriculture, but they've decided to invest in us, and we're trying to have the benefits come from that. And then finally, to the county executive team and the Board of Supervisors, Jeff, Sylvia, and all the supervisors, we want to thank you for the leadership, the oversight that's allowed for this legacy investment that I think really, over the long term, is going to benefit everyone in this county. So again, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We're headed very quickly towards public comment. So let me ask, if you are here today to speak under public comment, we do ask that you get your cards in ahead of time so that we can manage the time properly in everyone's interest. So if that is the reason you are here, cards are at the back of the room. Clerk staff is moving about the chambers. Please be sure to pop that in right away so that we don't miss you. And we ask you to do that before we begin public comment. That takes us to item number 6, commendations and proclamations. And colleagues, while we had some commendations and proclamations that we're going to be voting on shortly under item number 76, I don't believe there are any for presentation today. Apparently not, so that does in fact take us to item number 7, public comment. We have, by my quick count, something like 16 cards today under public comments, so that means that pursuant to the rules of the board, we'll be asking folks to limit their remarks to just 1 minute, and I will call you all up in a moment, but a reminder that public comment is that portion of our agenda set aside for comment by members of the public on non-agendized items. And it is also where we ask folks if they wish to comment on either the county council's report or the county executive's report, take the opportunity to do so at this time. Again, we're going to limit remarks to just 1 minute because we are now pushing 20 speakers on public comment. And as I think many of you know, by virtue of state law, we're not in a position to take action on these non-agendized items, but we can hear from you today, and we thank you for being here for that reason. So let me ask that you just line right up so that we can move right along. The first one is from Armas, and then Michael Blomquist, and then Debbie Chang, and then Melissa Truesdale, and then Mary Q, I believe, and then Mike Benepeo, and Fernando Rothschild, and Alan Kamara, and there are more to follow. Please come on up. Welcome. There is a microphone there. It is invisible. If you speak loud and clear as you look right at us, we will hear you loud and clear, I promise.
Good morning, dear Board of Representatives. My name is Ruben Armas. I have been an employee of Valley Medical Center for the last 13 years. My regular work schedule hours are from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. 9 months ago, I was transferred to the pulmonary clinic. 2 weeks after, I was told by Ricardo Valin, our new health center manager, and Amy Labra, assistant nurse manager, to start coming from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. because of operational reasons. Nonetheless, I need to keep my hours as they are because of a medical condition of mine. I tried to keep those hours telling management that the people in the department were happy to have me come in early so I could get the clinic started. It didn't work. At that point, I was trying to avoid disclosing my diagnosis to anyone. However, because they wouldn't let me keep my long-standing hours, I had to resort to reasonable accommodation, hoping that it would help me keep my hours intact. Unfortunately, despite the fact that I presented 3 different supporting letters from my medical providers, thank you very much. I will leave a copy of this.
Thank
for
you. I'm going to ask the clerk to take a copy of your notes. She'll copy them and make sure we all get a copy. Thank you very much. And let me welcome our next speaker up to the microphone. Please come right up.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Michael Blumquist. I was here a couple weeks ago regarding an unlawful vacation of a recorded road. The road is public access to Mid-Peninsula open space. San Jose Water slated to receive close to $30 million for land directly above the road that was unlawfully vacated. There's other issues. It's in a state response area, very high fire hazard severity zone, and most recently, Mr. Wong, Darrell Wong, had recorded a grading violation against not just one parcel, but 2 parcels. The second parcel had nothing to do with the alleged grading violation. I unequivocally believe this is retaliatory. We've found counsel to try and move this forward. I never heard back from staff regarding this issue from last week, and faced with no other option but pursuing litigation. I would request that we somehow get this resolved before we pay the retainer fee tomorrow.
Thank you very much. That's all I can give you today, sir. I'm sorry.
Is there any reason, staff?
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Welcome.
Good morning, Honorable Supervisors, Dr. Smith. I'm Debbie Chang, and I'm the RMPA president, and I have 4 key points that I'd like to address this morning. First of all, it's regarding Verity's nurses. If the acquisition were to go through, I'm asking again to pay their nurses their current salary. We have always asked this of you and nothing less. Their personal financial security is a necessary part of being able to focus on taking care of their patients, their family, as well as wanting to stay in their positions. Secondly, I ask that Santa Clara County nurses must be compensated for their worth. We are doing the exact same job. It's comparable work for comparable pay. Number 3, do not underestimate our 2,300 plus nurses who will be outraged if the compensation is unfairly. We work for one employer and we are one union. Lastly, I ask you for your respect. Please respect all nurses. Without good nurses, there won't be great care.
Thank you for your comments.
Comparable pay.
Ms. Chang, thank you for your comments.
Respect our nurses.
Folks, I know it's hard to squeeze your comments into 1 minute, but when you bring a large group, you know that that's the 1 minute time we have. So we do ask you to respect that. If you'd like a little more time to more fully develop your thoughts, a smaller group will permit that at future meetings. And again, I understand it's hard to do it in a minute. I empathize. Next speaker.
I accept your challenge. I'll try to do it in a minute.
Thank you.
Good morning. RNP and the county have had a collegial working relationship. When times are fiscally challenging, we make concessions. We sacrifice holidays and etc. We did this to ensure the survival and success of our hospital as a safety net for our community. Additionally, since 2010, Santa Clara Valley Health and Hospital System has been unsuccessful in hiring experienced nurses and retaining the new nurses we train due to the ongoing wage disparity. RNPA welcomes the purchase of those hospitals as well as the nurses which will become part of our team. Now times are good for the county as shown by this impending acquisition. As a result, we are asking for an immediate wage realignment so our county nurses can afford to live and work in the communities in which they serve. Our nurses are the heart and soul of VMC, and RNPA nurses look forward to continuing to provide excellent care and should be competitively compensated for it. Thank you.
Thank you, and well done. Next speaker.
Good morning. I'm Maybelline Kay, and as an ICU nurse, I spend much of my time away from my family to care for all of yours. I do so with careful attention to my patient's safety. It has been disheartening to see that numerous dedicated nurses like myself have to leave because of financial necessity to find jobs with higher pay elsewhere. Given the opportunity, many of those would have stayed at county. The county needs to recognize that these dedicated nurses are truly valuable assets that need to be compensated and treasured. County nurses are among the hardest working in the nation, and they deserve to be paid accordingly. With the proposed acquisition, it is even more imperative that the county provide a competitive living wage to all. Not doing so will send a resounding message to all the nurses that they are not appreciated. The county cannot afford to anger the thousands of nurses who are the backbone to this hospital system. We strongly urge you to provide a competitive wage to all county nurses. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm here today in hopes of obtaining some clarity about the false information CNA has been ferociously spreading to varying nurses and unsolicitedly texting to our RNPA members. The rumor states that there has been an offer of wage increases to all county nurses if RNPA allows the recognition of 2 unions. As an RNPA vice president, I can confidently state that there has not been any such offer, written or otherwise. If such an offer exists, RNPA would like to be furnished such offer in writing for review. If there is no such offer, we are requesting the county leaders to send everyone involved a formal statement correcting these false rumors to finally put these rumors to rest. Rumors such as this during this already tumultuous time serves no purpose other than to confuse, anger all nurses. Let it be known that the nurses have spoken. They want RNPA to remain the sole bargaining union under Article 1. Thank you.
Thank you. It's Mr. Benapeo, yes?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And I think that gets us to Mr. Rothschild, yes?
Yes.
Welcome.
Welcome. Good morning, County Supervisors. My name is Fernando Rothschild, EMCRN and current RNPA board member. According to our latest meeting with the county labor representative, Lisa Dubonowski, the county is about to hire 600 plus nurses from St. Louis O'Connor and DePaul Health Center and start them, according to their experience, at the higher wage bracket of our MOU, which are the longevity steps 7A, B, and C, because they fear losing these nurses. RNPA from the start has consistently supported our new nurses from these acquired facilities to maintain their wage scale and has expressed this to the county. But if this is to occur, Section 7.2 of our MOU requires that, and I quote, the county will move those nurses within the same class to the same salary step as that being received by the new nurse. In other words, the county would have to simultaneously give all our 2,300 hardworking, dedicated, loyal nurses a wage realignment as well. Any contrary action by the county would not be equitable and consistent with our MOU.
Thank you very much. I welcome our next speaker.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Alan Kamara, and today I want to bring to you the state of custody health issues. In the past, RNPA have met with the county, expressed our concern about what's going on in custody health, especially, for example, Elmwood. To these dates, we felt like the county has done very little or nothing for our nurses in custody health. As I speak to you today, over 9 of our nurses have been released from Elmwood. We've reached out to the county to express our concern. We have yet to receive any response. We are concerned. Our nurses here are frustrated. When we talk to the county, they're telling us, oh, they're just been released. Well, you go tell that to the landlord, that they were not fired, they were released. So our nurses are here, they will express their concern. There is problem in custody health. We urge your response. Thank you.
Thank you. Well.
Hello, good morning. My name is Sarah Funderburg. I am speaking on behalf of Custody Health Services at Elmwood specifically. I am concerned that a new manager, Marianne Anderson, has created a very hostile and hazardous working environment for us nurses there, and she is not acting in the best interest of staff and patients. Multiple good nurses, upwards of 9, just like he said, have been suddenly released without justification. This has in turn further burdened the chronic staffing issues at Elmwood and put patients' safety at risk. Nurses are in fear of their job, made to work double assignments, and afraid to speak and exercise their rights due to fear of retaliation. I ask that the county further investigates these concerning issues at Elmwood. Thank you.
And could I have your name one more time, if you don't mind?
Thera Funderburg.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have cards now from Angelica Olivo, Christopher Ross, Kathy Helgerson, and Mark Trout. You are?
Christopher Ross.
Thank you so much for helping me keep track here.
Good morning. I want to bring y'all's attention to some concerning events that have happened at Elmwood Custody Health Services involving nurses. Myself and multiple nurses have recently been released from our job positions there. I received an excellent performance evaluation by the previous manager. I was told that I was going to be fired by a coworker as soon as Marion Anderson took over, and subsequently I was, without giving justification or accurate justification of why I was released. My employee file is excellent. Also, I was denied the right to work despite an extension of hours. I was lied to by management, told the extension was not completed and gone through on the 21st of December. So something's wrong there. People are afraid to work. They're in fear of losing their jobs, and something needs to be investigated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being with us this morning. Kathy Helgerson? Well, let me ask who's in the front here. If you let me know who you are, just so I can keep track of the cards here.
Oh, my name is Adeline Liman.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good morning. I'm talking on behalf of the custody nurses again. My colleagues just told you guys what is going on, and I want to talk about the environment at the custodies. So since 2 months ago, when this new management took over, she has been instilling fear in the nurses. She has been pointing fingers at nurses. The day shift supervisor has been pointing fingers at nurses, threatening them during report, threatening them with their jobs, and all the nurses are working in fear. And recently, many of the per diem nurses got released for no just cause, and these are strong and good nurses without any reason, just because they can. I'm standing here just to defend the nurses at custody, to say that no manager has the right to abuse their power because they can. And I would like to urge the board to investigate this. Thank you.
Thank you. And why don't we see if we can get ourselves back in order. Kathy Helgerson, if you'd come on up, just march right up to the front, to be followed by Mark Trout, to be followed by Angelica Olivo. If we could go in that order, that would help us just keep track. Thank you.
Oh, hello. Kathy Helgerson, advocate against Lehigh Southwest Cement and Quarry and the Stevens Creek Quarry. I'm asking Joseph Simidian to move your meeting in February up to after May, when the State Water Board will have their report on the water quality at the Stevens Creek Quarry and Lehigh. We're waiting for those reports. There's illegal transfer of rock from Lehigh to the Stevens Creek Quarry on public roads. They were using an access road for PG&E and widened it with no permission from PG&E or Santa Clara County. That road, you issued a cease and desist order. That's fine, but we don't ever want a road up there at all, period. And we also don't want that if the road added to the reclamation plan. It is not part of the reclamation plan. I would like to set up a meeting with Joseph. I've tried to ask your office if I could do so, and they said no, and I don't know why. So please consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trout, if you could pause for just one moment, we'll have a brief conversation with staff. And on the Lehigh matter, I will have some information to share when we get through with all the speakers, just by way of information. One moment, please. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Trout.
Thank you, sir. Ministers are but interpreters. We cannot make the thing otherwise than it is. And I've been asking people today to read Genesis chapter 40. Incredible story. Jacob's favorite son, Joseph. He was put in prison because he wouldn't have sex with Potiphar's wife. And he was a young, good-looking guy, strong, handsome. And he said, how can I do this great wickedness? For this, he got thrown in prison. But it worked out very well because he interpreted 2 dreams that the butler and the baker had. And it happened in exactly 3 days, or probably 3.5, knowing the way the Lord works. One guy was killed, and the other guy was restored. Now, when I tell you as a Christian, Kate, when you die, you will go to hell or paradise. I can't make it otherwise than it is. Okay, what is. Christ died for your sins, and he resurrected the third day physically. He said, handle me and see.
And our next speaker is Angelica Olivo, to be followed by Arcelia Gonzalez, to be followed by Ellen Rollins, then Scott Largent, and Rhoda Fry. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Angelina Olivo. I am a home support services provider. Thank you for your support for the new contract. I am here too because I like to be a voice of the handicapped person who need a ride to go to the doctor appointment, who need to go to the grocery store. But Access is a good services for all that kind of people. But I have a bad experiences, and I give one example, like a 10 rides. I need 10 rides, but one bad experience was for Access drivers, but the other 9 was for them who people make a contract with Access services. My English is not very well, but I think VTA need make a changes.
Thank you very much for being here. And Supervisor Chavez, folks, if we could hold off on that. And Supervisor Chavez, do I see you sending a member of your staff to help that constituent? Thank you, just so she knows that somebody's walking over. Nope, got it. And Arcelia Gonzalez or Ellen Rollins?
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm here to speak on our contract and to say 7 months of bargaining, a contract that shows cooperation and a will to improve the lives of providers, sets a good benchmark for future negotiations, maintains some of the highest pay and benefits for providers in the state. More than just money, this agreement provides dignity and respect for providers, and thank you so much.
Thank you. And that takes us to Scott Largent. Mr. Largent, are you in the room? Come on up, to be followed by Rhoda Fry.
Hi, good morning, everyone. We got a quickie 1 minute going here today. I was reviewing that order, Joe, the one that you looked over from the court, I believe about 8 or 9 months ago. I'm still kind of waiting on that return phone call. You know, maybe staff might reach out, or I know we got James Williams involved over there, but I haven't gotten his voicemail back. Maybe a letter, you know, kind of reaching out to let somebody know that they're going to step in a big pile of crap that Patricia Lucas keeps pumping out to the public. They revised this thing in November, okay, and all they took off was the part about 25 feet from the curb. Now they left all this colorful language in so they can take over our public sidewalks at the court. This is not the court's property. Another thing I was able to find out too, it's actually federal land. And when they build that thing out to build that big shiny courthouse, it was supposed to be a free speech zone. It doesn't belong to the state and it doesn't belong to the county. It's federal land that I was arrested on.
Thank you very much.
Waiting for that call, Joe.
Rhoda Fry.
In April, Lehigh built an illegal road on a PG&E easement to an unapproved entrance to Stevens Creek Quarry beyond the well-marked reclamation boundary during bird nesting season. Why didn't the NOV mention COAs to protect wildlife? In May, Stevens Creek Quarry began processing imported materials that, according to the water boards, might pose a threat to our drinking water. Why didn't the county notice that the quarry might pollute our drinking water way back in May and has yet to do anything about it? Why are they being allowed to expand operations beyond their conditional use permit, which, by the way, has been out of compliance since 2015? Why isn't there an NOV reflecting the unapproved entrance and disregard for other COAs? In June, the county first noticed an illegal grading, but Lehigh denied inspection access, counter to PRC 2207. In August, after the road was all done, The county issued an NOV that closed the road. Subsequently, quarries shipped up to 1,300 trucks a day on 6 miles of Cupertino streets, causing dust and traffic. The county did not warn residents or enforce standard BMPs. Why is the county allowing these haul roads any haul roads? Anyway, recall.
Thank you for your
The
comments.
abbreviated county planning department is to protect the county's natural resources, to protect the public health and safety and welfare through enforcement and land use policies. Please read the mission.
Thank you very much. I'm going to confirm that that is the last speaker we have under public comment. We do have some for our consent calendar coming up in a minute. Before we move on, colleagues, for those of you who are not familiar with the issue at Lehigh that's been mentioned a couple of times, and also for those who are here who are interested in the status, I'm going to look to our new county planning director just to make sure that my recollection and recitation is accurate. But I wanted to let folks who are concerned about the issue know that I have in fact been in touch with our county planning department about activities at the Lehigh and Stevens Creek quarries. Also been in touch with our county counsel's office. Been in touch with both the planning director and the city manager at the city of Cupertino. Been in touch with folks from the Neighborhood Homeowners Association who have written expressing their concern, and have also been directly in touch with the folks at Lehigh on the issue. More than that, I'm not in a position to say at this time, but I wanted people to know that at least my office as the district office was both aware of but mindful of and attentive to the issue. We do have a meeting scheduled for, and I'll confirm this with my staff, the 28th of February in the community. This is an annual meeting where we get the regulators together to report to the community and also to answer questions. So that opportunity will be coming soon. Doesn't mean we can't have a follow-up conversation sometime later if and when new information arrives on the scene as we're trying to sort out the problem. I think that's about as much as I can share today appropriately under public comment. And I'll say thank you to all who took the time to be here under public comment. That takes us then to item number 8, which is to approve the consent calendar and any changes to the Board of Supervisors agenda. I'm going to turn to the clerk and ask her for some assistance with this. And Madam Clerk, usually at this time I say I believe we're working from the goldenrod copy, but today are we working from a revised goldenrod copy?
That is correct.
All right. Why don't you tell us what the revised goldenrod copy means in terms of proposed changes to the consent calendar. And for folks who are new to this process, we will then see if there are additional changes requested by members of the board. And then once we've got that squared away, we'll ask if there's public comment on the consent calendar as earlier indicated. Madam Clerk, back to you.
We have a request from Vice President Chavez to delete item number 12. Item 12 is to consider recommendations relating to the Vietnamese American Service Center outreach and engagement events. We have a request from administration to hold item numbers 18 and 19 to February 12, 2019. Item number 18 is to consider recommendations relating to the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement. Item number 19 is to receive report relating to facilitating affordable housing on the Civic Center campus. We have a request from Supervisor Wasserman to add item number 23 to the consent calendar. Item number 23 is to consider recommendations relating to the First Amendment to the Interagency Agreement between the County of Santa Clara and the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority. We have a request from Supervisor Wasserman to remove item number 55 from the consent calendar. Item number 55 is to approve the 2019 legislative policies. We have an oral summary of changes to compensation or benefits for certain local agency executives. NS-20.18.06 was approved on the first reading on January 15, 2019, but it will not be finally approved until it is approved for a second reading, which is agendized to occur at today's meeting. NS-20.18.06 restores the flat rate vehicle allowance for designated positions to $600 per month. Per Government Code Section 54953, the following is an oral summary of the positions for which the proposed compensation adjustment is required to be disclosed. Member, Board of Supervisors, Assessor, Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, County Counsel, County Executive, Chief Operating Officer, Director, Santa Clara Valley Health and Hospital System, Deputy County Executive, Director, Department of Child Support Services, Chief of Correction, District Attorney, Director, Employee Services Agency, Director, Finance Agency, Chief Information Officer, Chief Probation Officer, Public Defender, Director, Roads and Airports Department, SCVMC, Chief Executive Officer, Director, Social Services Agency. In addition, NS-20.18.06 provides wage range realignments for the following positions, increasing the salary ranges: 2% for Clerk of the Board of Supervisors and County Executive, 3% for Public Defender, and 5% for County Council. And that concludes my update.
Thank you very much. Let me go down the row, starting with Supervisor Ellenberg, and see if there are additional requests for changes to the consent calendar. Supervisor Ellenberg? Not today. Thank you. And Supervisor Cortese, I see your light is on, sir.
Thank you. Just a comment on comments as we take up the motion. Perhaps request for information would be a better way to describe my comments. Comment on item 34, which has to do with job order contracts that are on consent to be approved. I just want to emphasize the need. I believe there was the board direction to that would include the Office of Labor Standards, taking a look at modifications to how we approach job order contracts so that they're not skirting PLA policy. And I just wanted to mention that on this item because I don't, I understand per HHS that we're not in a position to hold up this item, and that's probably the case with other job order contracts that come forward on what would otherwise be a timely basis. But I just want to encourage administration to get back to us with ways in which we can take action one way or the other as to where we want or how we want to deal with these job order contracts. Item 57 is the consolidated report of RFPs anticipated to be released. I just want to say on the record which ones I would like to look at. I know there's a methodology laid out here for who we should contact to do that. But 2 points on the record on this. One, I would like to see. I'm going to give you the numbers of the RFPs. They're all listed by 3-digit number. 896 would be the first one. 919, 920, 923, and 918. Secondly, I would ask that the board consider direction as part of adopting this consent calendar that in the future these RFP notices to us are provided at least 10 days prior to the release of the RFP. There are RFPs, including some of the ones I just asked for, that according to the packet say that they're going out on February 1st, which is just a few days from now, and to ask our staff to try to break down that RFP and give responses that would be not only meaningful and thoughtful, but possibly even edits that would be considered on the RFP when it's designated to go out on that short turnaround, I think is challenging at best. And I would say unfair, just an unfair process, in terms of the transparency. And then lastly, I would ask on item 42 that the employee groups, this item 42 has to do with adding various positions relating to purchase of hospitals and related assets. In that item, it indicates that a budget modification will be sent to the board at a later date to fund these positions, which I'm fine with, and I understand the reason for that. But I do believe that employee groups, including our own RMPA representatives who were here earlier today, are rightfully nervous about whether or not there's adequate budget capacity to deal with positions. And I just wanted to ask the county executive, reach out to them with whatever appropriate pro forma information that can be shared. I know that there's been extensive pro forma budget work done, as part of a transaction that has many confidential and privileged components, and that's why I say, to the extent appropriate, if you could begin sharing some of the budget projections that you're utilizing in this process with them, I think it would go a long way in terms of allaying concerns as to money being there when it's needed. That's all I have. Thank you. If there's any questions about anything I said, obviously I'm happy to respond.
Thank you. Before I move to Supervisor Wasserman, let me just ask the staff, among the requests made by Supervisor Cortese was the explicit request for 10-day advance notice on the RFPs. I think I got that right. Yes, Supervisor? I just wanted to ask staff if that was going to be problematic before we took action on such a request through the consent calendar.
We'll work on it. If there are individual contracts that are problematic, we'll let you know.
And I would be happy to stipulate that the president of the board can waive the policy, but that the rule should be 10 days unless waived by the president of the board, who otherwise has a right to review the agenda.
I would say thank you, but it would be insincere.
I think in general we should be able to do it. I can imagine there might be some urgent needs that come up, so we'll let you know if there's a problem.
Thank you. I do think that provides a little more clarity and also provides a mechanism if there is really some extraordinary circumstance, while still asking that as a general rule we get the 10-day notice. All right, Supervisor Wasserman, you're up next, sir.
Thank you, President. I need to recuse myself on items number 60 and 73, both on consent, because I have financial interest resulting from my ownership of stock in Microsoft and IBM. Also, I asked to pull number 55 to propose a small change, and if staff's here, I can ask my question and perhaps resolve it that way.
If you'd like, without objection. And and if it turns into more than a quick resolution, we'll just put the item on the agenda in its regular place.
Who should I address my question to?
Well, since you know what your question is,
go ahead.
I'm going to just ask you to address it and see who the county to the county executive, and then we'll see who he tasks with a response, if anyone.
Thank you. Dr. Smith, item number 55, specifically number 11, currently says funding and policies that promote the economic development of Alviso while preserving the characters of its rich historic, cultural, and recreational heritage. My concern with that is that this is a policy framework document that shouldn't have any particular neighborhood called out. In this case, Alviso as compared to Almaden, Burbank, Willow Glen, Rose Garden, East San Jose. My proposal was just to have it read funding and policies that promote economic development while preserving the characters of its rich historic, cultural, and recreation heritage. And I wonder if that was problematic for any reason.
That's purely up to the board to decide.
Okay.
Yeah, if I may, the discussion at Hewlett didn't resolve the language, so we kept going here to the board. The history of the legislative advocacy in Alviso has focused on a partnership that we had with the San Jose Silicon Valley Chamber of Commerce to pursue an ACOM report with the federal government to focus not just on our own marina, but economic development around the marina, specifically calling out Alviso as a place that there could be county-city partnership in terms of economic development. So we don't want to lose that thread because there's been a lot of lobbying effort from our federal lobbyists. I don't want to send a message to them that it's okay to just relax now and we aren't interested in that anymore. So I just want to make sure they continue to be interested in that, or know that we're interested in that generally. Supervisor Wasserman, if we could add the words to your recommendation I'd be willing to take out the name Alviso if we could add the following, with specific emphasis on local communities where we have significant county assets.
Yes.
Because I think that takes care of Alviso, given
That's
the heavy
yes.
investment we have in the marina out there.
All right. Then, without objection and on the fly, that will be the amended language of item 55. Any objection? Hearing none. the motion will incorporate the amended language. Supervisor Wasserman, anything else, sir? Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. On one point that Supervisor Cortese just raised about the JOCs, that may be something we want to take a look at for FGOC. Just as something we want to explore, because I know that's come up as a topic at different times through different committees. So a recommendation to the chair. And then on a second item, on item 28, and this is relating to the Emergency Child Care Bridge Program, I'm going to support that we move forward today, but I would like to just remind my colleagues that at the December 18th meeting, I put forward a referral to administration to come back to us at mid-year for options for consideration relative to programmatic and resource needs for the county providing the child care resource and referral services to CalWorks. And just to keep all of this work aligned, what I would like to request is that the administration include an analysis relative to the Emergency Child Care Bridge Program for foster families as well as part of that. If there are any thoughts or concerns from my colleagues or the staff.
No, Social Services is working on it.
And then we can just integrate this in. Great. I'll just make that part of the motion for item 28. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Supervisor Chavez? If not, then the only request I have in terms of the consent calendar, in a moment we will ask for a motion, is on item 52. And Dr. Smith, item 52 is the item for the work on the census requesting a delegation of authority, which I'm happy to support. I do, however, think that given the lack of greater detail at this particular time and the request for a delegation of authority, that I'd like to make the approval of item 52 contingent on a written report off agenda to the board detailing the contract information, including required services, after the contracts are executed, just so we know what it is we ultimately ended up funding.
Sure.
Thank you. Then without objection, we have the clerk who has posted on our screens the voting panel. If we have a motion to approve, which we do from Supervisor Chavez, and a second, which we do from Supervisor Ellenberg, that is a motion to approve, supervisors, the consent calendar as contained in our public agenda, revised by the revised goldenrod copy as read by the clerk, and as further amended by direction without objection from the board. We'll ask all 5 members to please vote on their screens if they haven't already done so. And with all 5 votes now having been cast, we'll ask the clerk to please display the results overhead, and we can indicate then that the measure passes 5-0. Forgive me. I apologize. We do have speakers. You're standing right there in front of me. So without objection, I'm going to rescind the previous roll call vote until we hear from the speakers, and we will redo the vote. My apologies. Come on up, and I have cards right here in front of me from Danny McLean.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And to be followed by, is it Ty Garrett? Yes. Am I close? Yes. All right. And then Scott Largent, and then Mark Trout. So welcome.
Thank you. So I'll keep this.
Excuse the interruption. Yes. I want to have your time properly reset because it's not just 1 minute for this item. It should be 2. 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, so I'll keep this really brief. My comments on item 54 in regards to African and African Ancestry Health and Heritage Month. I come in gratitude. I want to say thank you on behalf of Ujima Adult and Family Services, Black Leadership Kitchen Cabinet, for this funding and for the support that you all have given us. This month is just a part of some of the education assessments that we conducted last year, and it's resulting in the activities in February. The activities in February is really for the benefit of some of the most disadvantaged and needing people in our community, from prenatal to advanced seniors. And it'll allow them the access, the support, and the availability of education on how to improve themselves, their current circumstances. So I want to say thank you, and special thanks also to Supervisor Susan Ellenberg, Dave Cortese, Jeffrey Smith, and everyone else who has supported this. We look forward to reporting back on the success and the impact that this has had. And thank you.
Thank you again. Is it Ms. Garrett?
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Board. I just want to continue with what Danny said and thank Susan Ellenberg and Jeffrey Smith and all of the Board who had a hand and a vote in this. I'm standing on behalf of Walter Wilson, Reginald Swilley, and the Black Leadership Kitchen Cabinet. Just like Danny said, we thank you so much. I'm honored to be here to represent our community, and I invite you guys out to the events that we have, and we'll send out the calendar. And I can't stress enough how much it's so important to empower our young youth, as well as our seasoned people, I would say, to just educate, empower, and we want to provide not only events, but we really want to create an experience for them to feel like I belong. Like there was a reason why I was created. Our uniqueness is what makes us beautiful, and our differences make us beautiful. And so I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I appreciate your support and look forward to the future years of different events for February as well. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you once again. Scott Largent will be followed by Mark Trout. Mr. Largent, are you still in the room?
Yeah, I don't see him.
If not, there he is. We'll go ahead and take you, Mr. Trout. Come right up. One of you, gentlemen.
Always better to go before Mark. Sometimes it gets a little difficult cleaning that one up. To get back on topic, I noticed on the consent calendar that we're giving the Public Defender's Office a 5% raise. So we've all voted on of course, giving that failed institution a pay raise. I'm kind of shocked about that. I'm trying to figure out the process for your performance reviews. I wasn't able to attend the closed session meeting yesterday, but how does it really work up there? It's a public defender's office. You guys have a performance review, and I just don't think anything's really being paid attention for when the public's coming in here explaining all the problems that we're having. I'm having a lot of issues with the public defender's office. I have now gotten a ticket for the megaphone, and I don't want the IDO scam. I don't want the independent defense counsel rigging my case, manipulating the judge and the jury. I don't want the dog and pony show. I want the public defender's office. I don't need it escalated to the alternate defender's office. That's just another scam right there, out of sight, out of mind. I want them in fighting shape to handle my case, to handle things for the public. And I come in here and I rag on you, Joe, about that order that they've been handing out at court. This one right here. The public defender's office should have been up to speed on this immediately when they started handling this garbage out in front of our courts. They should have been up to speed. They don't know anything about this stuff. All the surveillance stuff that you talk about in here all the time, Joe, they have no clue at all. You talk to them about cell phone tower simulator, that's basically called a stingray or a kingfish. Molly O'Neill thinks it's an actual fish in an aquarium. She has no clue what it is, and that's the person that's representing the indigent clients in our community. She is a failure, okay? And I keep saying this, that we need to reorder this failed institution, and I want representation out of there. I don't want to use the Sylvia Perez pony show. Please, thank you.
And Mr. Trout?
If Scott would run for office, he would win. I think the guy would win, but part of the problem is he's poor, I'm poor, but anyway, I'd like to talk about the hospital system and child care. Cindy mentioned that. It's strange that the nurses, not one nurse brought up, I know their wages are important to them, obviously, but there's something more important that should have been mentioned, that they're putting crap in all sorts of these vaccines. Just go get the podcast for InfoWars yesterday. Why are we putting thimerosal, which is mercury, in some of the vaccines? There's no value in that. We should be addressing this. This is big. This is really big. It is connected with autism and all sorts of diseases. Why are we putting aluminum and formaldehyde? It's been found. Mike Adams, he bought he's on InfoWars too. I believe he's a medical doctor. He bought this $400,000 device that can detect all this crap that they're finding in these vaccines and in food. This is a reality. This should be addressed. This is huge. It really is. And, it's almost like What's happening is it's just like that movie, you know, it was about the French Revolution. It was the best of times and it's the worst of times. It's the worst of times. Roger Stone got arrested. 29 FBI agents came to his house and arrested Roger Stone?
Mr. Trout, we're on.
I know.
We're on
I'm tying
consent.
this into hospital
Mr. Trout,
system.
Stop, please. We're on the consent calendar. You are obliged to speak to items on the consent calendar if you wish to use time at this point in our meetings. I'm going to ask you to stay on the consent calendar, or I will have to cut you off, sir, which is not my desire to do. So please choose either to step away from the microphone or stay on the consent calendar topic. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Don't you think I'm still on the consent calendar because doesn't it say hospital system, child care, and isn't this connected to an abuse of power, and isn't that connected to Roger Stone, which is an abuse of power? Would you like to counter that argument? I mean,
I'm going to say thank you very much, and I believe that's the last person under consent. Thank you. All right. Let me confirm with the clerk that that really is the last speaker under consent calendar. My apologies again to the group that I bypassed, and we will now bring back once more time, please, the consent calendar voting panel. We'll turn again. I believe it was Supervisor Chavez who offered the motion, and that it was Supervisor Ellenberg who was our second. And we will once again ask all 5 members, please vote on their screens. And now we can appropriately report all votes having been cast. We'll display them above, and the motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. And I should just indicate before we move on to the next item, on item number 90, and I'm looking at the County Council, which is the Executive Leadership Salary Ordinance Amendment relating to the Board appointees. Just to clarify and or correct, this is a salary range item, not an individual pay raise determination by our board. On item number 90, yes?
That is correct.
Thank you, just for the record. All right, that takes us then to item number 9 on our agenda. And item number 9 is a public hearing. And just board members, we're going to take a moment to get ourselves organized here. This is on 631 Cabrillo Avenue, Stanford. At the moment, I have cards from something like 8 or 9 folks who wish to speak. Let me just ask, do I have cards from everybody who would like to speak on this item? Okay, then if I could ask you to simply get them to the clerk. And the reason is we're going to try and, there we go, manage the time. Anyone else? If you'd like to speak, the cards are in the back. And we have a card from the applicant, Whitney McNair, representing Stanford. Ms. McNair, do I understand you've made a request for additional time?
Yes, I have a presentation.
And may I ask how long the presentation would take?
5 minutes.
And I've confirmed with the, oh, we have appreciably more here. Okay, I'd say we're closer to 15 or 20 at this point, colleagues. Ms. McNair, here's the challenge, and I think we can work it out, so hang with me here for just a minute or two, if you would, please. By the rules of our board, you're entitled to 2 minutes because of the nature of the item on our agenda, not being an appeal. Let me just ask, how many of you are here to speak in support of the application? Support, just roughly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ms. McNair, we think these are people who are genuinely sympathetic to your point of view. Is that what's going on here? Thank you. How many of you are here to speak in opposition? Somewhat more than that. Here's what I'm going to suggest. Going to see if it works for you, the applicant, and for members of the public, and for my colleagues. And what I'm going to suggest is that we give you the 5 minutes so we get a more comprehensive presentation, that we then stick with 2 minutes for everybody else. But for the first 3 folks that I call up, I'm going to give them an extra minute if they're in opposition to the project, because that will then balance out the time. Does that work for you? Yes. Okay. I'm hoping that if I look around the crowd, I get some nodding and smiling, that that's agreeable. Okay, good. Thank you for that. And I'm hoping that if I look at my board colleagues, that they'll be as amenable to that solution as the community was, apparently so. And given the number of cards, if you can make your comments in less than 2 minutes, or 3, or 5, that would be well received as well. All right, Ms. McNair, if you want to come on up, you will be followed by R. Lanier Anderson and Branislav. Exactly. And then Devin Ryan, and then Dustin Schroeder, and then Katie Talbot. If you'll come on up. Thank you. You're absolutely correct. I should be following my script. So here's what I'm going to say. We are now taking up item number 9, which is the public hearing for 631 Cabrillo Avenue at Stanford. We're going to ask our departmental staff, who has already joined us here at the table, to make verbal comments, summarizing the agenda item and sharing the department's recommendation. I will then turn to my colleagues and see if they have any clarifying questions. And at that point, I will open the public hearing, and we will proceed as I indicated just a few moments ago. So let me ask the staff to please introduce themselves, both for our board, although we know most of you, but also for members of the public so they know who you are as well. Welcome.
Good morning, President Simidian and board members. Jacqueline Anshano, Director of Planning and Development. With me today is Rob Eastwood, Planning Manager, Manira Sentier, Principal Planner.
Ms. Anshano, I'm going to ask if you would just move to a different microphone because I think everybody is struggling with the feedback on that mic. Sorry about that. See if this one's better.
Colleen Tsuchimoto, Senior Planner with Planning, and Lizanne Reynolds, Deputy County Counsel. The item before you is the Stanford University Dolores Cabrillo Faculty Housing and 10-lot subdivision. If it pleases the board, we are prepared to do a brief presentation.
Please do.
That presentation will commence from Manira Sentier. Thank you.
Good morning, President Simidian, board members, staff, and members of the public. Again, Manira Sandhir, Principal Planner with the County Planning Department. The item before you is known as the Dolores Cabrillo Faculty Housing 10-lot subdivision project proposed by Stanford University. The project has several components to it. It requires a community plan amendment from academic campus to low-density campus residential, a zoning change from A1, which is a general use zoning under the county's zoning ordinance, to R1S, which is a low-density campus residential zoning district. The project also includes a redistribution of 5 housing units from the campus center district under the Stanford 2000 general use permit to the San Juan district of Stanford University, a 10-lot subdivision of 3 existing lots. Architecture and site approval is also required for 5 of the proposed lots, as is a grading approval for necessary cut and fill to establish the project. I'd like to provide a brief overview of the project location and the community plan amendment and rezoning. So the project is located north of the Junipero Serra Boulevard in the Stanford campus at the intersection or the transition of academic campus areas, which are the higher density institutional facilities associated with the Stanford University, and the faculty subdivision areas, which are where the single-family homes of Stanford faculty are located. This is the project site outlined in black. The brown areas are the project areas which are proposed to be redesignated from academic campus, which is the purple areas, to campus residential low density, which are the yellow areas. The existing site is located in the San Juan neighborhood of Stanford University. There are 3 lots which are proposed to be subdivided, as can be shown as is seen on this slide. The northernmost parcel already has student housing, and there are 2 existing residences that are proposed to be demolished to make room for the additional lots to accommodate the faculty subdivision. This is the proposed 10-lot subdivision. There are several lots that are proposed to be developed under the project. However, Stanford has proposed to retain Lot 1 as a vacant lot based on the feedback that was received from the community, as well as keep Lot 4 as a parklet to provide some amenities to the subdivision. Lots 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are subject to architecture and site approval because their lot sizes are less than 0.25 acres. Lot 10 is proposed to retain its student housing that already exists, and therefore no changes proposed to that lot or the development on that lot. The county and Stanford University have conducted public outreach on the project. Stanford conducted at least 2 outreach meetings early on in the process, and there was also a Planning Commission hearing on October 25th, 2018. Due to a notification error early on in the process, the notifications for the public hearings, including for Planning Commission and the board, was provided to a 1,000-foot radius around the subject site. Some of the key public concerns that have been raised in common letters, which are included with your staff report, are related to the public notification error. Concerns about construction impacts resulting from traffic, noise, vibration to the adjacent properties, and preservation of landscaping because there are existing trees on site which are proposed to be removed. The construction impacts and preservation of landscaping are being addressed through conditions of approval associated with the project to ensure that the neighboring properties are protected from those impacts. Additional neighbor concerns are related to the perceived historical designation of the site, as well as density concerns. There are also concerns related to neighborhood character, specifically because of the predominant Spanish style of architecture in the surrounding areas, as well as the larger setbacks that are there for the existing homes. Staff would like to address the last 2 comments with the next 2 slides, specifically around the density and the neighborhood character issues. The academic campus, which is the current land use designation of the subject site, requires a minimum of 15 units per net acre. The surrounding low-density residential areas allow for 8 units per net acre. The project is proposed at 5 units per net acre. Essentially, the project is downzoning part of the site to allow for a lower density, which is not currently allowed under the academic campus designation. Similarly, the neighborhood character issue raised by the neighbors speaks to the predominant Spanish style of architecture in the neighborhood. However, staff took some pictures in the neighborhood and noticed that while Spanish style and Mediterranean styles were the predominant architectural styles, there were several other styles of architecture in the neighborhood, including the neighboring site, which had a gambrel style shingle house. Southwest of the site, there were some craftsman and Tudor style of architecture. And homes on San Juan Street included modern styles as well as colonial and bungalow styles of homes. Therefore, the project as proposed does not fully detract from a predominant style of architecture because there is no one style of architecture that's uniform in the neighborhood. The Planning Commission heard the item on October 25th, 2018, and made a favorable recommendation to the board. And based on the findings and the analysis in your staff report, staff also recommends that the board adopt the resolution and the related ordinance to approve the addendum to the Stanford 2000 General Use Permit Environmental Impact Report, the Community Plan Amendment, the zone change, the housing redistribution, the 10-lot subdivision tentative map, as well as the architecture and site approval and grading approval for the 5 lots. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
My only question is it entirely a coincidence that the only camera in the room is someone who's wearing a Cal sweatshirt? I just don't want to engage in any conspiracy theories, but it's just good to know. All right. Colleagues, I do have some questions, but I'm going to hold off until after we've heard from the speakers, of whom we have, as I say, close to 15 to 20 now. Are there any quick technical questions, though, that people would like to ask at this point, or would you like to wait until after we've heard from? I'm going to wait. Okay, thank you. Then I am going to ask Ms. McNair now, after I indicate formally that the public hearing is now open. We're going to take comments, and what I'd like to do is ask those of you who are going to speak in favor if you would simply line up and let me know your names as you speak. I think it will be a little more coherent for you and for us if we hear first one point of view and then hear another point of view, and then that will also accommodate the equal sharing of time, extra time today. And Ms. McNair, does that work for you?
It does. I was
Thank you.
just going to ask for the slide advancer.
Great. So the clerk and the planning department are going to accommodate the overhead presentation, and for those of you who don't know it, board members do have hard copies as well as the ability to view the overhead here at our desks on our screens.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Whitney McNair. I'm the Executive Director for Stanford's Office of Faculty and Staff Housing. Stanford's very excited to bring forward to the board an important housing opportunity within the faculty subdivision at Stanford. These homes are in the neighborhood directly adjacent to campus in the area shown here in red, and I thank Manira for her great presentation as well. The new homes are very important as we seek to provide housing solutions for our faculty in this incredibly supply-constrained market. This infill lot is directly adjacent to and behind student housing at the edge of the faculty neighborhood. The project takes 3 existing lots, 2 of which contain single-family homes and 1 for student housing, and proposes to subdivide the parcel into 10 lots of sizes that are similar to lots directly across the street. Within those 10 lots, 7 homes are proposed, and the county regulations require ASA approval for 5 of those homes. Lots 1 and lots 4, shown here in the hatching, have no housing proposed, and lots 2 and lot 5 don't require ASA. So over the last 2 years, we've worked with our community members, the development team, and county staff to design a project that meets every single one of the county's R1S zoning standards. The project is also consistent with the county's general plan, the Stanford Community Plan, and implements county policies to build low-density housing in a compact and efficient manner. The project is also consistent with the Subdivision Map Act, the subdivision ordinance, all the ASA findings and guidelines for architecture and site approval, and the grading ordinance. It's essentially 5 units to the acre, well below the 8 unit per acre maximum allowed in the R1S zone. Last night, I provided you with a letter in response to one you received from Mr. Robert Perlmutter, and you will receive some other letters in here from folks today who don't believe the project fits into the character of the neighborhood and might reduce property values of the existing homes. These topics were raised at the Planning Commission hearing, and the Commission, hearing all the testimony, voted 7-0 to recommend approval of the project, concluding that the need for housing is significant. There are a variety of housing styles in the neighborhood. The project is located in a transitional area and will fit in and enhance the area. All county standards are being met. Stanford did a significant amount of outreach to the community and made adjustments to the project based on feedback they received, and they didn't believe the project would negatively impact the property values. I'll just quickly show you the elevations. This is a perspective from the corner of Cabrillo and Dolores, and then, which is furthest up the hill, and then from Midway down Dolores. This is an elevation of Lot 3, which is a ranch-style home taking into account the grade of the property. This is an elevation of Lot 6, which is considered a Cape Cod-style home, a shingled-style home. As you move down Dolores, this is the view from Costanzo and Dolores, closest to the student housing, and we also have a view along Costanzo Street. The elevations for lots 7, 8, and 9 are all Spanish colonial in design. So with considerable feedback from the community, we've designed a project with 7 unique detached single-family homes, which will allow 7 new families the opportunity to live next to their work, bike to campus, and be part of the faculty neighborhood. The Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend the project for approval. It's consistent with all county standards, and we've made concessions to reduce the density and change the design to be more traditional based on feedback we received throughout the outreach in the process. The staff report, as well as the Planning Commission, believe the project will fit in with the surrounding community and provide much needed housing. With all that in mind, we urge you to vote and approve the project. And thank you. And I have a team here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for your comments. Why don't we ask other supporters to step up at this time, and we will allow 2 minutes, as is our custom. Thank you. Come on up. And there, as I said earlier, there is a microphone there. It's just embedded in the podium, so not to worry. Welcome.
Got it. My name is Lanier Anderson. I'm a former chair of the philosophy department at Stanford and the current humanities dean there, and I'm coming forward today mainly to speak to the need for this project and projects like it. The most important part of my job at Stanford is to renew the faculty by bringing the best new faculty members we can find to preserve the greatness of the faculty of the university. This is a crucial long-term goal of the university. And the single largest challenge I face is providing housing solutions for my faculty. This is a problem in recruiting faculty. It's a problem for all of my faculty members after they arrive, and it's a problem for retaining those faculty. If we can't address the supply problem, this challenge in recruiting the new faculty of the future will only get worse. Indeed, it's my own opinion that this is the major political challenge facing our communities at the local level. This situation has reached a crisis point, and the question is, will we house our people? Not all local governments in this area have done what they could or should on this front. The added density that this project will bring to the neighborhood is, from the point of view of my challenges, not a bug, it's a feature. When my employer does take steps to alleviate, to whatever small degree, the problem of housing shortage that I face every day, I feel it incumbent on me to step up and support them in their efforts. So I ask you please to follow the Planning Commission's favorable recommendation on this project and to approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, welcome. Come on up.
Thank you, Board. My name is Devin Ryan. I'm a faculty spouse at Stanford, and then also I'm president of the HOA of University Terrace, which is a 180-unit community of Stanford faculty that is very close to this neighborhood. And though I'm not here in an official capacity, I have been asked by many of the residents that I represent to offer their comments in support, heartfelt support of this project. I'm just going to read one of them because I only have 2 minutes. So from a physics professor and his wife, as Stanford faculty work long hours and value living close to campus, especially those who are running research groups, they can't effectively telecommute. But family life has changed. Now in most families, both parents are working and the children are off doing school activities. People don't need or want large private yards. We came to Stanford as senior faculty. We sold our house in Ohio for $260,000. We could not afford any of the older Stanford homes with larger lots, even with generous Stanford housing assistance. We now have a house at University Terrace and with a lot of 4,500 square feet, smaller than any of the lots being proposed. The yard is perfectly adequate with plenty of room to do anything you want. Our adult son, who has autism, lives with us and rides his bike to work at Packard Children's Hospital. On rainy days, he walks or takes the Marguerite shuttle. He doesn't drive. We feel so fortunate that we can all live near work and bike to work. We own one car, an electric one, on which we have put less than 10,000 miles on this year. We think it's wonderful that Stanford is developing new housing near campus. The lot sizes in these established Stanford neighborhoods are much larger than needed for modern living, and dividing these lots into smaller ones while continuing to restrict them to faculty housing is an excellent idea.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll welcome our next speaker. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. My name is Branislav Jakovljević. I'm the chair of the Department of Theater and Performance Studies, and I live on campus. I have been at Stanford for some 12 years, and I went through the long ordeal of getting housing on campus. I'm here to provide the perspective of the faculty. This primarily, the housing crisis affects our junior faculty, and this is not really the question of convenience. It's not about biking to work or anything like that. As the housing crisis increases, our faculty are pushed ever further out. They have long commutes, and that affects their performance at work, their number of hours they can spend with students, and also their family lives. These are young families, as we have just heard, and this the lack of housing really severely puts severe pressure on these young families. Ultimately, this affects also their success in promotion and tenure. These additional pressures really may affect their success at work and their work with students and with their colleagues. So I'm strongly in support of adding more faculty housing as near as possible to their work. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll welcome our next speaker.
Hello and thank you. I'm Ken Schatz. I'm a professor of political economy at the Stanford Business School, and I've lived on campus since 2003 as an owner of a condominium. I don't have a direct personal stake in this issue because my wife and I plan to stay in our condo forever. However, last year I was co-chair of the Affordability Working Group for Stanford's long-range planning process. So Stanford encouraged submissions from throughout the community to talk about challenges that people face at the university. And I read dozens of submissions where people talked about the challenges of affording housing close to campus or in any possible way where they could make ends meet. This is a problem. It's a regional problem. It's not just a Stanford problem. The basic issue is there's not enough supply of housing. We need more supply of housing. This is a little bit, but it helps. And I think it helps, and it is good to do. You'll hear claims from people who are opposed to this on the grounds that maybe this will decrease housing values. I haven't been able to look into the studies that people have said that they have done. I've tried to find them. I can't see them. It is simply implausible to me as someone trained as an economist that putting in $3 million houses on 1/5 to 1/4 of an acre lots is going to harm neighbors' housing values all that much. I think there is a real reason people might be opposed. People like having large yards near them. That's a legitimate thing to want. But I think it's crucial for the Board of Supervisors to think about everyone else who is affected, the future residents of these houses, the commuters in the area who are affected when people have to drive long distances to get to work, everyone else in the region who suffers as a result of the lack of affordable or lack of sufficient housing in this region. This is a small but positive step to take in the right direction. And I encourage you to think about all the people who benefit from this who aren't necessarily here at this meeting. Typically, they're younger. They're not even aware that they're going to benefit from this, but they will.
Next speaker, welcome.
Hello, I'm Dusty Schroeder. I'm an assistant professor of geophysics and electrical engineering. I'm also the sole assistant professor in the faculty senate. I'm also a first-generation college student. My dad's an appliance repairman in Northeast Ohio. And my sentiment here, I want to represent both the assistant professors who are not here. Some people will tell you that they're afraid to speak up against their university. I can tell you as an assistant professor, nothing is scarier in power dynamics than this. And I want to represent that every person I talk to who is a young faculty member or who did not come from institutional wealth is very grateful and enthusiastic about this. And I want to speak specifically to my experience as a first-generation college student. Private universities like Stanford have the ability to utterly change people's lives and the lives of their entire family. That is why I wanted to be a professor. That is why I spend my time with first-gen college students. And it is hard, but the students who make it through, it utterly changes their families and communities. And one of the heartbreaking things is when you go through this and you climb up and you believe in America's autocracy and you believe in higher education, and you get a job at a place like Stanford and you look and you see you cannot afford to live there, it is devastating. And in this respect, Stanford is being a hero for its faculty. And the ability to live there and to support the students I do who are also first-gen students, it is important not just that they have role models there and people they can talk to, but that we are close. And when my first-gen students who cannot talk to their families, who do not have the support, who do not understand what they're going through in college, and they can come and they can walk over to my house. I also live in University Terrace, houses just like this, and they can talk to us and get guidance that keeps them there, that helps them change their family and class story. And this is a transformative, heroic thing Stanford is doing. I just want to be clear that they are on the side of their faculty and especially their students in this act. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jeffrey Moore. I am a long-standing faculty member from the business school who have lived on campus for the past 45 years in one of the houses. I am here also in my capacity as an officer of the Official Homeowners Association, known as SCRL. I wanted to comment briefly on the barrage of letters and websites that have been produced in the last 3 or 4 days. A group of people alleging to be Stanford homeowners have sent you letters. I wanted to clarify that the Official Homeowners Association, known as SCRL, has followed the process closely. No consensus has emerged among the various faculty groups, some in favor of this development, others opposed. The Homeowners Association itself, as codified in the letter you received yesterday from its president, Jim Sweeney, has emphasized that we have only followed the process to assure its validity, but the Homeowners Association has not taken a position either pro or con with regard to this project because no consensus has emerged among the homeowners comprising the Stanford residents.
Thank you for your comments. And let me ask, are there any other speakers in support of the application before us today? If not, before we call up the next group of speakers, I should just indicate for the record and to provide some assurances to those of you who've been in touch. Yes, we have received the letters and the emails, and I certainly have had a chance to review them all to the best of my knowledge. Yes, I have received the letter from Mr. Sweeney on behalf of the SCRL, have had a chance to review that. And to Ms. McNair's comments earlier about the letter she sent, which I received at 7:43 p.m. last night, yes, I have had a chance to review that as well. So just want to provide assurances that we're getting your communications and having the opportunity to look at them. Now, we have a line of folks coming up who I believe are in opposition. If they could work among themselves and figure out who the first 3 speakers are, we're going to give those first 3 speakers an extra minute each. As we sort of agreed by consensus earlier, it may just be that it's the first person to get to the microphone. So however you want to make that work, come on up. Go ahead, come forward. And again, if you'll come to the podium there is a microphone embedded. And if you let us know who you are, that'll help me manage the cards we have.
Thank you, Supervisor Smidian and the other supervisors, President Smidian. My name is Caroline Hawksby. I'm a professor of economics. I specialize in, among other things, the economics of real estate and public property. I'm also a homeowner in the San Juan Hill area, which is the site of this proposed development. We ask that the Board of Supervisors not consider this project as just a narrow residential development application, but as an application that is set in a larger context. And that context is that Stanford is both the employer and the landlord of its faculty homeowners. It is literally a company town. It is the single employer, that is, it is a monopsonist, and it is becoming the single seller of homes. That is, it is a monopolist as well. There is a reason why company towns are typically in violation of antitrust laws in the United States. They are situations in which very undemocratic things can occur. Bullying, intimidation of employees, lack of due process, lack of citizen voice, and fake prices that inevitably benefit the company, in this case, Stanford. Now, why does this matter? First is that we care about the character and the history of our neighborhoods. Second, we care about the long-term well-being of the university, and we realize that it is very short-sighted for the university to harm its existing faculty because it needs to be able to recruit nationally, and harm to us is harm to its own ability to recruit. Third, many faculty have very large mortgages and few savings apart from their homes. If Stanford develops our neighborhoods in ways that drive down our home values, many faculty will be underwater on their mortgages, or they will be deprived of their lifetime main savings. Although the university does not treat us as such, we are in fact citizens and taxpayers of Santa Clara County, and we are asking for the protection of the county from the university. It is vital to realize that Stanford does have alternatives to doing infill development, such as that proposed. Stanford owns extensive lands that are conveniently located near the campus and that are contiguous with existing faculty housing. Yet they are not being used for purposes central to the university's mission. Instead, they are being used for the headquarters of corporations and venture capital firms. Stanford apparently prefers to deprive its faculty of their savings rather than forego rents from firms. Renegotiation of the development agreement in the general use permit can ensure that the university, Santa Clara County, and jurisdictions such as Palo Alto can work towards a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
My name is Tanya Lerman. I'm opposed to this proposal, but I would like to cede my 2 minutes, hopefully, to Cheryl Fong.
And forgive me, folks, and we're going to put the clock back in just a moment. We, as flexible as we are, we don't allow clustering of time. We don't let 5 people then take all their time and put it together for 10 minutes. So if you want to take 3 minutes, you may, because that was the previously announced way we're going to try and make sure the time was equal for folks. And if you want to take your 2 minutes, you certainly may, or 3 minutes. But what we're not going to do is, I believe the parliamentary term is squish them together, okay? We're going to ask you to either use 2 or 3 minutes, whichever you would prefer. So I'll let you sort that out, and thank you for your patience and flexibility.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Cheryl Fong, and I've lived a block away from the proposed Dolores development for the past 26 years. My husband's faculty, and I'm a lawyer at a law firm located on Stanford land on Page Mill Road. I urge you to delay this proposal entirely and wrap it up in the new GUP that is now underway, or as an alternative to allow only 4 houses to be built, and I have maps to distribute to you to show the proposal. Stanford is a huge landowner and has lots of places to build more housing. It has done so recently close to campus. You've spoken to one of the residents who lives in the new development. Stanford's current proposal will not solve the housing crisis. It will only succeed in ruining this historic part of Stanford and become precedent to do more damage. In 2006, this Board of Supervisors considered mandating that parts of Stanford's faculty campus be historically preserved. The county's interest in preserving Stanford's historic faculty neighborhood is equally compelling at this moment. This proposal is in Stanford's oldest and most historical neighborhood, where 2 future United States presidents lived. Many of its existing homes are featured in Stanford's 7-volume historical homes books, reflecting beautiful old gracious homes. This neighborhood has large setback requirements that faculty must adhere to, and it has done so in good faith. Yet Stanford refuses to abide by these same setback requirements it imposes on its faculty, to the detriment of the surrounding homes and their value. Together with several other neighbors, I've been a vocal opponent of this proposed development for 15 months. I've attended numerous meetings with the head of housing and the provost. Neighbors presented the provost with a petition that 120 faculty and spouses signed, mostly from this specific neighborhood, opposing the current plan. Signing that petition took a lot of courage. Tenured faculty expressed their fear that Stanford would retaliate. for the simple act of trying to protect their neighborhood. If 120 of us were not sufficient to have Stanford go back to the drawing board, how many of us who live in this neighborhood, bought homes, pay ground rent, taxes, does it take for Stanford to reconsider? It feels like we don't exist or matter. This situation is eerily reminiscent of what happened on the faculty campus over 20 years ago, when Stanford planned to remove all the parks throughout our faculty neighborhood and fill them in with housing because of the housing crisis back then as well. About 400 to 500 faculty erupted in an angry meeting with the administration. Stanford plowed ahead anyway, and it wasn't until the GUP was instituted that restrictions were imposed. Thank you.
And if you have written comments, you can share them with our clerk, and she'll make sure that we all get copies. Thank you. Next speaker.
I am Blair Hawksby. I'm a professor in the English department, and I am also a resident in one of the older homes on San Juan Hill. And I will be referring to some of the maps that have been distributed to you, in particular, to start out with the 4 maps that are stapled together, one of which was not sent in my earlier remarks. My first point is that I would like you to consider this not as an isolated development proposal, but part of a larger question and a proposal that is very likely to set a precedent for future development on our campus. Stanford representatives in other meetings to the county has stated that the residential area is not covered by the GUP, which is untrue. They have also, now that they are trying to renegotiate the GUP, have tried to exclude these neighborhoods because they state that they have no plans for development. But this proposal suggests strongly that they do have plans for development. I would furthermore like to point out how many properties Stanford is purchasing and sitting on, which suggests that they plan many similar developments in the future but have not been open about that. So if you look at the 4th map that I've given you, we have attempted to put in pink all the pink lots we believed are owned by Stanford and are being left vacant. And it looks as if they're trying to put together plots of land that could be subdivided for more dense housing. So I'd like you to think about this as part of a larger pattern.
I'm going to ask you to stop for just a moment. We're going to stop your time. And I can see that some of my colleagues are ruffling through the many pieces of paper that have arrived late. I believe you're talking about this collection of maps, which is
that collection of maps, and I'm referring to the 4th one of those stapled maps with lots that are colored pink.
With the pink one on it.
Yes.
And I can't profess any expertise. I just got lucky and found it on the top of my pile. So there you go.
Okay.
Go to it. One moment, please. We're going to let I want to make sure all the members can find the right pieces of paper here.
Okay, so to the best of my knowledge, it's a little hard to make these maps absolutely accurate, but we believe that all of those pink areas are currently owned by Stanford and that Stanford is sitting on them, presumably with the idea of future developments. Numbers 23 and 24 there are the lots that they are currently proposing to put in the 10 lots, and you can see how many other large lots there are where similar subdivisions could be made. The second point I'd like to make is that in presentations to the Historic Heritage Commission, Stanford has stated that because they have no plans for development in this area, there's no need to do any kind of a historical survey, and yet the Planning Commission has stated that there is no evidence of this being a historic neighborhood, precisely because Stanford made it a point to exclude it from its historical survey, and ironically, the archaeologists stated that it would be too much work to do a survey because there were so many historic houses in the area. If you look at the there's a one color map, and most of the other ones is a single black and white map, which indicates the year that most houses are built. And it may be a little hard to interpret, but almost every house in the neighborhood was built before 1929. There are a few that were built before 1939, and just a handful of the white bits you see are houses post 1969. So it certainly is a historic neighborhood. I ask that you step back, put a hold on this, and make sure that we move forward in a thoughtful way through the GUP to make sure that there is more transparency, more voice, and that Stanford has to reveal its real long-term plans for development in this area.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, and I believe we're now at 2 minutes per speaker.
I think this is the third.
Are you our third 3-minute
third
speaker?
and final. My name is Ronald Ruth. I'm an emeritus.
Hang on just a second. I apologize. I think we have had 3 3-minute speakers.
We have? Okay.
So Thank you. We're going to appreciate everybody's.
My name is Ronald Ruth. I'm a emeritus professor at Stanford. I live just down the street from the proposed development. I urge you to vote against the proposal being considered today. It is basically set up as a zero-sum game, taking from existing faculty and giving to future faculty. The development is completely out of step with the present homes within a 1,000-foot circle of the site. The historic homes in this San Juan Hill neighborhood are typically located on lots of about 1 acre with large setback requirements, and ironically, these setbacks are enforced by Stanford's own policy. However, Stanford, in its development proposal, applies a double standard and uses the baseline county setbacks of 5 feet or so, with small front and rear setbacks. Typical required front setbacks for the houses in this neighborhood are 60 feet, side setbacks around 25 feet. This cynical disregard for the neighborhood history and Stanford's own internal zoning will have a significant negative impact on the values of the homes. In addition, it will set a precedent for other developments in the neighborhood. Stanford has been acquiring homes in this area and leaving them vacant for years. There are plenty of faculty who would love to buy those homes, but they're not allowed to go on the market. Apparently, Stanford is planning to use these lands for infill development. Finally, I'd like to say, as I walk by the beautiful vacant homes in this neighborhood that were purchased by Stanford, I feel foolish for ever having trusted the university to maintain an open policy for the resale of leaseholds in this area. There's no doubt that if this goes forward and others like it, the homeowners in this area will lose millions of dollars in equity, and the county will lose a piece of its history. I urge you not to be complicit in this beginning of this quiet infill of a historic neighborhood. I know that Santa Clara County will lose, and the homeowners who live here will also lose. Please vote against the proposal and require Stanford to reveal its long-term plan for this neighborhood as part of the ongoing GUT process. Thank you.
Name one more time, just so I can.
Ronald Ruth.
Thank you, Ms. Ruth. Next speaker, welcome.
Hi, thank you for holding this hearing. My name is Londa Schiebinger. I'm a professor of history of science at Stanford, and I live right across from the proposed development, and I've been there for 15 years. Many of my neighbors wanted to come to speak against this particular development, but they're teaching classes. My husband is teaching history right now. My neighbors who are physicians are doing clinical work, taking care of patients. There's no one else who can do this work. They're working for Stanford right now, so they're unable to come. As you know, Stanford both employs us and also controls our housing on campus, so is both our employer and our landlord. And those of us who oppose this development have had to hire a lawyer in order to make our voices heard. You've heard that Stanford has reached out. Well, we residents have also reached out, and we don't feel that we've had a proper hearing. We encourage Stanford to have a very transparent process that talks about their long-term development goals so we can get an overview of what is happening. As a historian, I can tell you that this is a unique historic area in Stanford and for Santa Clara County. Once it's destroyed, there's no going back. Destroying this small part of the neighborhood will not solve the housing problem at Stanford. I sympathize with the issue of housing. I love riding my bike to work, but we need to, Stanford has a lot of land, which, as Carolyn mentioned, the corporations are renting. Stanford could easily take that land and people could be housed there without imposing on this historic neighborhood. My last point is that many of us have put our life savings into our homes. With the new kinds of developments that Stanford's doing, our values are going downhill, and I personally won't be able to retire. Thank you.
Thank you. And next speaker, welcome.
Thank you. My name's Carol Ruth, and as a Stanford homeowner of 20 years, I live down the street from this new development. I urge you not to approve the Dolores Cabrillo project based on the lack of regard for the historic nature of the whole neighborhood in which it is located. San Juan Hill neighborhood is composed of several hundred homes from the early 20th century, many of them over 100 years old. Those homes were designed by prominent architects such as Burge Clark, who designed about 450 buildings that defined Palo Alto's early California style. These homes embody the early legacy of the young Stanford University. The Stanford Historic Society has also long recognized the value of this neighborhood and has produced a 7-volume series of these historic homes. This is just one of 7. And they've used these books to gather and preserve the histories of the homes, its architects, and the residents in them. The development as it is proposed does not integrate the new architecture or spacing of the homes into the existing community. Numerous examples of complementary home designs are featured in 7 books. However, this resource was not utilized to inform the architecture of the new development. This home on Lot 6 is called a Cape Cod, but in my book it resembles it only in name. Just as Stanford homeowners, we have done none of the rights of the city dwellers to influence developments like these on our campus, despite submitting a petition to the provost signed by 120 homeowners objecting to the design and the lack of transparency on the project. Our feedback has fallen on deaf ears. In its current form, this project will set a precedent for the university to continue carving up large historic parcels and filling them with homes without regard of the historic setting. This historic neighborhood has been eliminated from consideration in the new GUP agreement. We ask you to include it in the GUP negotiations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I appreciate everyone trying to respect the time limits. Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome, President Simidian, fellow supervisors. My name's Mary Lou Zobak. I've lived on campus since 2004. And first of all, I want to thank you all for holding this hearing. As an unincorporated part of Santa Clara County, you are our only elected representatives, so thank you. There is a homeowners association at Stanford, as you've heard. I've served on it on a 2-year term. However, there are no term limits on our homeowner association. The officers are elected by an unknown and presumably internal process. And although we vote annually for members, the slate of candidates is presented to us by the board. Most of the communication from this homeowners association is letting us know how we as homeowners can help out the university in combating perceived threats from surrounding communities or assist the university in their GUP process. The Homeowners Association has been largely silent on all the many issues that impact us as homeowners. For example, as you've heard from other speakers, the university appears to have some agenda regarding the future disposition of houses on campus. But that agenda or plan has never been communicated to us as homeowners. If it's gone to the Homeowners Association, they haven't communicated to us. The plan under consideration today seemingly came out of nowhere as a fully formed plan. Meanwhile, the university has been vigorously exercising their right of first refusal and purchasing nearly every home on campus that comes up for sale, at least in the old part of campus that we're discussing now. I know of at least 3 homes the university owns on my street that have remained vacant for years. What is the university's plan? Why are the homeowners continually left in the dark? And why do they need these new proposed homes when they already own more homes than that are sitting vacant? And my final, I don't get to talk about.
One last thought, if you like. You can close it out.
I just want to protest what the county tax assessor, Larry Stone, has done about reassessing our homes at the values in Palo Alto and Menlo Park when we don't own the homes and we can only sell them to a very small market.
You got a lot in that one sentence. Good for you. Welcome. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name's Bob Anderson. My mom's the homeowner. She's right there. She's 95, so I've spent the last 10 years of my life supporting my parents, not earning money, and my retirement is in fact the value of the house, or my share of the value of the house. So to the extent that the university doesn't care about reducing my mother's investment, I would like you guys to ask them to address that. What Whitney just said was, somebody voted 7-0 in favor of it, even though our decreased homeowner value was discussed. She didn't attempt to address the question of the reduction of our homeowner value. She said, you guys don't mind it because it's the greater good. I ask you to ask that. Let's talk about integrity. The university owns 2 properties downhill from my mother. My mother asked Whitney a couple months ago, what do you plan on doing with them? She said, we don't know. Based on all the things you've been hearing now, is that really an answer with integrity? I think not. So I suggest that you ask the university, you postpone voting on this until the university shows integrity in what all of its plans are. Historic nature of the neighborhood. So Herbert Hoover owned the house that I grew up in. There's all these it was being built, they added things to the house. There are all these servant buzzers all over the place. So, you know, it was very cool. It's historic. How can you saw the book. Here's, by the way, the chapter. I'm happy to leave this, the chapter on our house, if you'd like it. I suggest going to the website of the Historic Society, reading it, learning about the history. It's very disingenuous to say it's not historic. So, integrity, our values, historic nature. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Katie Talbot. The nice thing about being last is it's all been said before. So I'd like to just say that the people who spoke in favor of this change were very compelling, and I understand exactly where they're coming from, and I completely understand that they're trying to support the ability of people to come in and work at the university. We need housing, but it's not clear that they're going to solve the housing problem by ruining this historic district. And there is no question, if you've ever walked up there, it is absolutely historic. When you walk around San Juan Hill, you pass, all you pass is historic, original shingle style and Spanish style Stanford faculty homes. So along with Professorville and Palo Alto, it's really iconic of early Stanford, and to allow that to be messed up by shoving in a new subdivision is a mistake. Are there alternatives? There are alternatives. Stanford does have a lot of a lot of lands. You have heard a few alternatives presented today. In fact, there's an alternative directly across the street from my house, down on Junipero Serra. But nobody's ever discussed that. It needs a zoning change, just exactly as this would need a zoning change, and it would nicely fit the same number of houses. Again, it's not going to solve the problem. They need a bigger solution than this, but they need to find a solution that doesn't destroy the historic nature of this neighborhood. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. I do have a card in my hand from Tanya Lerman. Did we already? We heard from you. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I hadn't overlooked anyone. Anybody else in opposition? And I didn't ask. We don't usually have anyone who's ambivalent who wants to testify, but I just want to make sure that we've got everybody last call before we close the public hearing. All right, then we will say thank you to you all, and without objection, the public hearing is now closed, which means it is time for a discussion and deliberation by our board. So, colleagues, we all pretty much decided to defer our questions till after. So, questions, comments, or are you all looking at the district supervisor? Yeah, okay. Where to begin with all that? Ms. Anciano, we have a staff recommendation which is to approve, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to first take note, and I will offer a motion in a moment, colleagues, and a rationale for the motion, as well as some comments about the broader set of issues. I want to first take note of the many emails that we received. There were a number of recurring themes, and I just want to sort of enter them into the record, even though they've been mentioned by folks who've testified today. This is in part because this was the use of a form letter, which actually in some cases is helpful because it means there's a consistent, clear message about what people are concerned about. So as colleagues will know from having seen the emails, need for the county's protection for Stanford homeowners, concern that the project does not reflect the architectural style, lot size, and setbacks of the neighborhood, request that we make Stanford's infill development adhere to and blend with the architectural styles and setbacks of surrounding home, historic preservation issues, and then, bear with me, questions as to whether or not the development does or does not integrate the new architecture with the surrounding community, The proposal takes larger lots that were each originally designed for one home and cuts them up into a larger number. A recurring theme, and we heard a little of this today, as Stanford-owned owners, we have none of the rights of city dwellers to influence developments like these on campus. I want to come back to that one. Ask that the county require the new development to adhere to the architecture and lot sizes of surrounding older homes, demonstrate a commitment to historic preservation. I think those half dozen or dozen sentence fragments pretty much cover 90% of what we heard in letters to opposition. That being said, I also want to recognize the letter which we received previously and which was distributed again today from Shoot Mahali that I thought raised a number of interesting and important points, and I won't walk through each and every one of those. I'm going to ask that the clerk please display the voting panel on our screens so that I can make a motion in one moment. And the motion is to approve the recommended action by staff, but with a couple of amendments. So let me share what those are before I see if there's a second. There's one very specific amendment that I want to make, and that is there is a recommended finding, packet page 173. It is finding number 4. Under the Board of Supervisors hereby makes the following findings with respect to the Stanford Community Plan General Plan amendments. As it now reads, it says the amendment is in the public interest. That would be a finding that we would be obliged to make, or would be if we would be making if we approved the original recommendation. And it goes on to say the amendment to the Stanford Community Plan as set forth in Exhibit B is in the public interest because it would enable the development of more on-campus single-family housing for Stanford faculty and staff, thereby improving the on-campus jobs, housing balance, and reducing commute trips. I understand the issue there, but I'm a little anxious that adopting that finding might, in fact, be considered by some precedential, and I don't want that finding to be precedential. So working with our county council, I've come up with some different language, and the language I would propose that we substitute, and this will be in my motion, is instead of that language, it will simply say, item number 4, the amendment to the Stanford Community Plan as set forth in Exhibit B is in the public interest because it will ensure that the project is consistent with the general plan. The end. No further specificity about why there might be a public interest there. And here's where I am for both the university and applicant and the residents who've spoken on different sides. I am persuaded from having reviewed the record carefully, and I read the Planning Commission staff report as well as the one that came to the full board, and my own analysis and looking through the findings, as you can tell, which is, I think, an important part of the process, that we are essentially obliged to approve the application because it is, in fact, consistent with our general plan, with the area plan, and with relevant ordinances as they currently exist. And I'm looking right at the planning staff, as I say, as they currently exist. There were, however, a number of folks who used words that resonated with me today, words like context, part of a larger question, precedent, historic integrity, and I think that the other piece of the motion that I want to offer is to direct staff as we go forward in considering any applications, pending or future, to consider whether or not there are ways we might want to amend the existing general plan, community plan, ordinances, so that we don't find ourselves in the same situation we found ourselves in today, where essentially I feel handcuffed in that I'm going to follow the law. The law says that they're in compliance, so I'm going to be the maker of the motion and obviously vote in support of the motion in a minute. But this larger set of issues that have been referenced by folks in their emails, in their testimony today, and certainly in the letter from Shoot Mahali, I think deserves recognition and consideration as we go forward. The fact that we are obliged to approve today's application doesn't mean it is the right outcome for future deliberations. It will be the same outcome if we continue to see the roughly 20 units that are identified, subdivided, consistent with the current general plan, area plan, and ordinances. But I'm not sure anyone is well served by that. I think there are better ways to address the housing need on the campus than the subdivision of these larger lots and the creation of smaller homes. So I find myself in a place where I'm probably making nobody happy today because I'm going to vote for the application notwithstanding the protestations. But I'm also going to make sure that if we get 3 votes, that the findings are changed, and as to that one specific finding with the language that I've shared with you, and that we work with the staff going forward to address the larger set of issues, which are, in my judgment, legitimate issues. And right now I'm not in a position to second guess what the applicant wants to do because the applicant's proposal is in conformity. I am, as a member of a legislative body, in a position to ask whether or not the current general plan, community plan, and ordinances are really sufficient to get the job done well in the future. And that's where I want to take the conversation after we finish today's meeting. So why don't I stop there for a moment and look down the row, and I'm going to start with Supervisor Ellenberg, who does not have her light on, so I will then go to Supervisor Cortese. I know we do have a second from Supervisor Wasserman on the motion. Supervisor Cortese, your comments or questions, if any?
Yeah, thank you, President Smitty, for the motion, and I think it does capture what needs to be captured here in terms of an action today, and then what our legal obligation is, and so forth. I do also have, as I listen to the testimony and have reviewed the documentation before us, but particularly the testimony, that there are a larger set of issues here, I think as you described it, that it would be nice to get our arms around at some point, and whether that's as part of a future study session standalone or something that has to do with the GUP or whatever. I'm not clear on that as I sit here today, other than I know that those issues are beyond what's before us today. And just to give an example of that, the excellent presentations and maps with regard to lots that may be vacant or are vacant that Stanford is holding for whatever motivation. And there's some speculation that, or concern or fear that the motivation is to do more of the same or something that would be incompatible. I'm not sure we know that, and again, it's not before us today. I don't think we would even be able to act today on something like that, given what's literally on the agenda for us to act on. But on sort of the neighborhood side of the equation, I would say to Stanford, if that's the case, transparency would be in order. And just the idea that there's actually that many vacant parcels, again, don't take this as an accusation, because I'm just going by what people have been saying today, which is secondary information, of course, but anybody who would be holding a bunch of parcels vacant in the midst of a housing crisis like we're in could easily be accused of being tone deaf. What they should become, occupied as is, or rebuilt as a better form of housing or whatever. Again, it's not before us today, and I don't know. But I just want people to know that those points that are being made are, have been heard, And, hopefully with the processes that we have in place, again, and maybe processes that President Smitty as a district representative out there might want to suggest, we can, take a deeper dive into some of those issues and just learn what's going on and make sure whatever goes on in the future as best as possible is aligned with some of the measures, that we would support in terms of the regional housing crisis. Putting that aside, and just to make one other comment, and this is more about just being fair about, what I've heard, I think on the Stanford side of things, there probably, if this is an example, kind of a microcosm of, what's up at Stanford in terms of residential development and need, I would say to the public, my experience in nearly 20 years of dealing with land use, which involves not just being a public official, but living in my own neighborhood and seeing other neighborhoods outside of our county, regulated by the Coastal Commission, for example, where higher density housing condominiums are interspersed with single-family housing, or single-family housing that's a little more dense is interspersed with larger lots. At the end of the day, I'm hard-pressed to find an example, aside from someone's just general subjective aesthetic concerns, where there's been any reduction in property value or even anything that would resemble a bad decision from an architectural design or aesthetic standpoint. So I'm guessing that in the Stanford general plan, there hasn't been a lot of movement like that, despite the fact that in places all over the county and the cities in the county, it's fairly common practice to try to work toward a little bit more density, even in suburban neighborhoods, not high density, but a little more density to try to accommodate the needs of the current millennium. So, but again, I'm mostly making those comments. If that doesn't sound reassuring, I'm making the comments in an attempt to be reassuring that as this goes forward, I don't think it's going to be the first case in 18 years, go against the tide of what I've seen, and I think other people have seen in terms of really any negative impact on any significant negative impact on neighborhood or on property values from that point. So that said, I'll stop there, and I just wanted to acknowledge a lot of the good work. Obviously, neighbors and others have taken a deep dive and looked at a lot of issues that extend beyond the action that's before us today. And I think that's I agree with you, President Smitty, if you're saying that really should cue us up to take a deeper dive and try to help guide what goes on in the future with regard to these broader issues. I'm in agreement with that, however that eventually comes about. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving down the dais, I can come back to you, Supervisor Wasserman, but Supervisor Chavez's light is on, and then I'll go back down, make sure we've got everybody one last time.
So, Supervisor Simidian, I wanted to ask if you could just restate the motion, and in particular, I want to better understand the implications from your perspective of the changes you're making to item 4.
I'm trying to think how to articulate this. The language in item 4 is a finding about public interest. And my understanding from talking to both our planning staff and the county council is that it is a finding that we are more or less obliged to make, meaning we can't approve something if we don't find that it's in the public interest. Fair enough. That being said, the proposed finding is, in my judgment, a little too specific about blessing the approach that has been taken here in this individual case. And rather than endorse that, what I want to say is that it is in the public interest because it's consistent with the general plan, which will meet our obligation to make a finding. That will be legally sufficient, as I understand it, from having worked with the county council's office. but it will not tee up language that I worry the university might come back and use to make a case for broader application. Now, we can't know who will make what argument at some point in the future, and if the university still wants to make that case, they certainly will, but I didn't think it was helpful or appropriate to embed that finding in this decision in a way that allowed somebody to use it as precedential authority in the future. So the language that's fairly generic that I have offered in its stead is simply to say, the amendment to the Stanford Community Plan as set forth in Exhibit B is in the public interest because it will ensure that the project is consistent with the general plan. And again, that language has been crafted in consultation with County Counsel's office. They, of course, don't have a view on the policy matter, but as to its legal sufficiency, I believe I can say I have their sign-off. I was going to say their blessing, but that sounded a little bit like too much of an endorsement, so I'll just say their sign-off.
So but what you're objecting to is using the jobs, housing balance, and reducing commute trips as a framework, or is it?
No, I want to be careful that I'm not doing GUP work here today that needs to be done in the weeks and months ahead. And I want to be careful that we don't put, I mean, we've got 20 sites that were shared with us that were the pink spots on the map. Maybe the board is looking forward to having this conversation 20 more times. Maybe the community is looking forward to hearing it 20 more times. Maybe the university is looking forward to making the case 20 more times, but I don't think so. And I don't want this to be the basis for 20 more of these or for the general plan. So I'm just trying to take a generic approach that does no harm but gets the job done.
But the general plan, if the framework is consistency with the general plan, doesn't that still allow for the 20 discussions you don't want to have?
It would if the general plan and the community plan and the relevant ordinances remain unchanged going forward. I want to hold open the possibility that they might change going forward and not suggest that this is in some ways a foundational statement about...
That makes actually more sense. I didn't understand what you were trying to do before, but I do understand that. And then my follow-up is, could you do the second part of the motion? Because I didn't...
The second part of the motion is just to ask that the planning staff, as we move forward with consideration of any pending application and any future application, give some thought to whether or not there are appropriate amendments to the general plan, the community plan, or relevant ordinances that might be of interest to the board for its consideration. Mindful of the, and I want to underscore this word, the legitimate concerns, underlining legitimate concerns, that were articulated today. These are legitimate issues. To take a very long and complicated conversation and boil it down, we got one group of folks saying, for God's sakes, you're asking us to provide more housing. Could you please let us provide more housing? Fair enough. We got another group of folks saying, yeah, but that can't be the excuse for every bad housing development that anybody wants to bring forward if it's a bad housing development. And we're stuck in the middle of that debate. And fair enough, that's our job. But I do think that we will do our job even better if we ask ourselves, are the existing general plan, community plan, and ordinances up to the task in the 21st century? And I say that as someone who has some ownership and responsibility for the existing general plan, community plan, and ordinances, because I was in this same chair in the year 2000 when we approved the last GUP. And frankly, I'm proud of that work today. I think the university's proud of that work today. Can't speak for them, shouldn't speak for them, but I'm certainly proud of that work today. That being said, hopefully we've all learned something over the course of the last 18 years. And by the way, the world changes. So I'm asking that we get a report back at the Hewlett Committee, if the chair is agreeable, in March, suggesting how we might look at this broader set of issues going forward to make sure that they aren't simply forgotten after today's long and challenging hearing.
So the only thing that I wanted to just make sure I understood, and maybe I'll ask Stanford to respond to this, because I appreciate Supervisor Simitian I think the point you raise is a really good one, which is sometimes we go through these meetings and then not do that follow-up, so I appreciate that. But I am interested in two issues. One was that an issue that was raised relative to a historical study, that whether or not that's been completed for this area. I know one of the speakers was raising that as a point of contention, and the second is I'm interested in how many houses within this neighborhood are being held vacant by Stanford.
And would you like me to ask Ms. McNair as the representative to come forward?
I'm just
whoever
whoever
else
knows
you'd
the
like to-
answer.
Whoever
Yeah.
you'd like to bring up with you.
Thank you.
On the historical issue, there is no historical survey for this neighborhood. There are, without a doubt, many beautiful historic homes in it.
But there's no study because Stanford just hasn't done one yet.
We have not done one
Okay,
yet.
thank you for that.
The maps that were identified today by the speakers, I haven't received a copy of it, so I don't know exactly what map and what information was presented to you. Stanford does own a number of properties. I would say there are 10 properties that Stanford owns that they have acquired over the years. There was some misinformation presented today that Stanford didn't go out and seek those with some plan in mind to redevelop those sites. Each and every one of those was, the owner approached Stanford about buying their property. It was at the end, either they were retiring or moving on, and Stanford bought those properties. A number of them have a significant amount of deferred maintenance in the order of magnitude of $1 million or $2 million just to make them habitable again. And so the question, the question is posed to Stanford, do we as Stanford put the money in to upgrade those properties, sell them to a faculty member, and have the burden of updating those homes to the faculty member, or what to do with those properties? And so they have been sitting until such time as it's been determined how to proceed.
And there are 10 of them?
I believe there are 10 throughout the whole of the subdivision.
Thank you.
Now, ma'am, before you speak, Supervisor Chavez asked a question. I say Supervisor Chavez asked a question. Folks came forward to answer the question. And we don't really want to be in a back and forth that is endless, but what I am going to do is let the next 2 or 3 people at most come and quickly respond if they think that there is inaccurate information out there. So please feel free, but very briefly, to help clarify the issue. I meant that to sound much more welcoming than it did, by the way, so welcome.
I just wanted, I live in one of those houses, and I just wanted to comment that it is an historic area. Whether it's been labeled that or not, professionally or not, I don't know. But it is, Herbert Hoover built, when he was building the house on the top of the hill where the Stanford president lives now, with the huge lawn, he lived in the house that I live in now. It is an historic area.
Thank you very much. Next commenter.
Supervisor Chavez, to your question, based on county records, we count 17 homes that are sitting empty. And not all were willingly given to the university. According to our leases, they have the first right of refusal to purchase a home when the homeowner decides to.
Thank you. Want to try and limit the responses to just the issues that Supervisor Chavez has asked about. Go right ahead.
Okay, as a super quick comment on whether Stanford should remodel the houses themselves or should allow people to buy them, I have watched almost all of those houses in San Juan Hill. I've lived there for 20 years, and I've watched almost all of them get purchased in various stages of dereliction, and they have been beautifully remodeled and proudly remodeled by the people who bought them, including, we did the same with our house in the Dish.
Thank you,
So
thank you very much. And I'm going to give you the last word, and I'm going to ask you to try and keep it brief and responsive to Supervisor Chavez's question.
I just have one comment. The map that we gave you that identified homes that were vacant, we actually did go by and look to see whether each one of those homes was vacant, and we did that today. So I'm reasonably confident of those vacancies. And the home some of the homes next to me have been vacant for a decade.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions, Supervisor?
No, this was very helpful. Thank you.
Good, thank you. And thank you, everybody, for respecting the brief comment request. All right, coming down the aisle one last time. Supervisor Ellenberg, Supervisor Ellenberg, no. Supervisor Cortese, anything else? Supervisor Wasserman, anything else? Supervisor Chavez, anything else? Let me close with this. I will ask that the motion specifically direct staff to come to Hewlett in March with the agreement of the chair of the Hewlett Committee, which is Supervisor Wasserman, who is nodding enthusiastically, I'll say, for the minutes. And then ask staff, if we work with you to define what the conversation's about, is that adequate time?
President Simitian, it is.
Thank you. And the one last thing I want to say before we ask for all votes to be cast and then display the result is this issue of representation in government is a challenging one on the campus of a large private university. I first confronted it, it had long been an issue, back in the year 2000 when we did the 2000 GUP and I was on the board at that time. And my own characterization, I'm not asking others to agree with it, I'm just telling you what I observed at the time, was that the university had for a very long period of time been the beneficiary of what I call benign neglect. Kind of, you do your thing, and as long as things are going reasonably well, the county had a more or less hands-off touch. And it's a unique institution, and it's a unique set of land use challenges in the county. When the county, in my judgment appropriately, took a more active role in the year 2000 and said, for better or worse, we are the land use authority for those 4,000 acres that are in the unincorporated county, I think it's fair to say that the university chafed a little under those newly imposed restrictions. The faculty has been, over the years, in some cases ambivalent, in some cases of simply mixed views about how much they do or don't want their local government, which consists of a 5-member board of supervisors headquartered in San Jose, only one of whom is elected by Northwest County constituents. And I think that's an understandable ambivalence. But here we are again, and this issue of what our role and responsibility, I would argue, is to govern, notwithstanding the unique case, is necessarily going to be part of the conversation in the next few months. So I look forward to having that conversation. It's a unique relationship between our county and the university, and we're going to have to continue to navigate that as the world changes around us. All 5 votes have now been cast. We'll ask the clerk to please tally the results and display them overhead. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you all very much for being here with us today. And colleagues, if there's no objection, I thought we might take a 10-minute break. We stand in recess. Thank you all.
So now it's off, right?
No, you're on right now. See?
No, mic on. So I just
Like
have
that.
to, I just have to reverse.
Have to hold it.
Now I'm on.
Now you're on. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if we could ask our board members to please rejoin us at the dais, and if we could ask members of the public to please take their places in the chamber, and I see that we have a team of staff here for the next item, which is item number 10. So we will formally gavel back in. I note that all 5 members of the board are present and accounted for. And here we are again with another public hearing. So let me first announce that this is item number 10, and it is a public hearing. And the matter before us is the proposed text amendments to the County of Santa Clara's Ordinance Code Appendix 1 zoning ordinance. And our department staff is here to offer some comments summarizing the agenda item and their recommendation. And we will proceed as we did on the last item. But first, let's go to staff. And again, if you just reintroduce yourselves for everybody, please. Welcome. See if we have a mic that works for you this time.
Good afternoon, President Smitty and board members. Jacqueline Anshano, Director of Planning and Development. With me this afternoon is Lisa Mikhail, our zoning administrator, and Mark Connolly, our deputy zoning administrator, and lead county counsel, deputy county counsel Elizabeth Pianca. The item before you are miscellaneous zoning code amendments that include wireless telecommunication facility amendments, secondary unit or accessory dwelling unit modifications, setback encroachment modifications, and miscellaneous clarifications. If it pleases the board, we will proceed with a brief presentation. Otherwise, staff would recommend that the board would find the projects exempt per California Environmental Quality Act, Section 15061B3, and approve the miscellaneous changes pursuant to Section 5.75.040 of the zoning ordinance with a finding of fact, or, if it pleases the board, we'll proceed with.
Why don't we go ahead and hear the brief report, please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Mark Connolly. I'm the Deputy Zoning Administrator with the County Planning Office. What we have for you today are miscellaneous zoning amendments, as Jacqueline briefly outlined. These amendments are for your consideration, and they relate to 4 specific areas. The 4 areas are outlined here on your screen. The first amendment to wireless telecommunication facilities would allow the co-location of wireless facilities on any legally established utility tower or structure. So this would provide some flexibility and go back to a previous ordinance where it didn't restrict the co-location to be just on a cellular site utility. The second series of amendments relate to the county's secondary dwelling units, also referred to accessory dwelling units or ADUs through state law. Staff is proposing an increase to the maximum size of the attached ADU or garage or carport to 400 square feet, also allowing ADUs on lots less than half an acre in the rural areas. The conversion of a garage to an ADU would now be required to be replaced for that covered parking spot. And finally, we would eliminate the 1.5-story limitation for ADUs, but we would maintain the 21-foot height restriction that is currently in place. There would be no change to that. Staff thinks that that would provide a little more flexibility for applicants in interior design for these ADUs. Next, staff is proposing that decks and stairs that encroach into setbacks would require to be counted cumulatively toward the maximum amount of encroachment, as opposed to being counted individually. Last, staff is proposing a minor clarification to update all the references to the county zoning investigators to correctly refer to them as code enforcement officers. These amendments have been selected from an ongoing list of code amendments and clarification requests from the public, requests from the Board of Supervisors or Planning Commission. Staff considers these minor in nature. They don't substantively amend or affect development regulations. And as we know, whenever we do code amendments, there has to be some public outreach. Public outreach was performed for these amendments in a number of different ways. Public outreach was noticed through the San Jose Post-Record on January 14, 2019. Courtesy notices of the staff report and amendments were sent to interested parties, as well as the applicant's roundtable, as well as posted to something relatively new, the county's Nextdoor website. So there's been broad outreach performed for these amendments. Also, staff presented these amendments to the San Martin Planning Advisory Committee on December 19th, 2018, as well as the Planning Commission on December 20th, 2018. SAMPAC was generally supportive of these amendments, with the exception of amendments to ADUs expressing concern with increased density in the rural areas and adequate septic systems. The Planning Commission was also in agreement with these proposed amendments, with the exception of allowing commercial stables in the agricultural zones, which is being further researched and is not being considered before you today. Whenever the board considers adopting zoning amendments, there's a finding that has to be made. I'm going to read that for you now. The proposed amendments must be consistent with state law, the general purposes of the zoning ordinance, and the general plan, and the land use designations in the general plan. So therefore, as Jacqueline described earlier, staff is recommending that the board find the amendments are exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15061B3 and approve the proposed amendments by adopting ordinance number NS-1200.370. With that concludes my presentation, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you, President Smitty. Do you have any speaker cards? I just didn't want to preempt. So no speaker cards on this item, so I'd like to continue if I may. Can't hear you. You need to turn your microphone on.
Thank you. I will formally open and close the public hearing, though, just for the process and the record.
Appreciate that. Jack, welcome, and appreciate you bringing forth, you and your staff and everybody else associated with this endeavor, bringing forth some fine tuning. What I am going to say, as far as the ADU minimum lot size going down from what I understand from Lisa is currently a half an acre right now, going down to 0 acres. I'm going to vote against that as far as that one item. I've heard from the residents and community through the San Martin Neighborhood Association. I've heard through the people through the San Martin Planning Advisory Committee as well, the majority of which certainly don't think we need to go down to 0 at this time. Most of the lots out in the rural area are 1 acre, 2 acres, 5 acres, 10 acres, 15 acres, 20 acres. And perhaps someday when ADUs are all on those, you know, as far as addressing our housing needs, that I'll feel better about going down to 0. But that's my only point that I wish to make. Thank you, President Smidian.
Supervisor Cortese.
Thank you. I guess my questions, I want to take these questions in the context of not San Martin, nothing against San Martin, but I take the points that Supervisor Wasserman was making very well. But in areas that are unincorporated areas, residential areas, suburban areas now, like those that exist in my district out on the east side, along with Supervisor Chavez's district, we have neighborhoods in both our districts and some that actually kind of straddle the district lines. But I'm only saying that not for jurisdictional reasons, but just to give you an idea where and what I'm talking about. I don't know a couple things about this that you might be able to help me with. One, what community outreach was done relative to those neighborhoods. And further context is because we've received significant interest from neighborhood leaders in terms of streamlining ADU rules so that they can either convert and legalize existing situations or add on. And I don't know if that conversation's occurred. And two, how does this ordinance apply to those county pockets? You know, what analysis has been done? In the context for that question, unless you think I'm bringing it up for the first time, was a Hewlett meeting that Supervisor Wasserman and I were co-chairing, where I asked at some point that we sort of map those areas to try to determine what potential there is for ADU expansion, if you will, in those areas, and then what ordinance changes might be needed to accommodate that expansion. So are we there yet? All that said, I realize that this is good work, and this work, from my perspective, should go ahead. But I'm trying to find out those questions while we have this on the agenda.
Thank you.
Answers to those questions.
Supervisor Cortese, through the chair, if I may interject one moment before this staff responds. What I just understood you to say was you were talking about urban and rural, or I was talking about the rural. It's my understanding now, and I would ask for staff's confirmation or not, that there is no minimum lot size in urban unincorporated right now.
That is correct.
Okay, so there is no, the half acre or 0 acre doesn't apply to the urban areas.
Great. I don't know how this does apply to, if you want to call those urban areas, I call them suburban areas, but I think that's why I just pointed out, generally speaking, the geography I'm talking about, because I think the Planning Department is familiar with what we have out there in terms of county unincorporated. And again, the overarching question is just if I were to ask for any analysis that was done relative to what this would actually potentially lead to in terms of housing production in those areas, what would the answer be?
Thank you. Through the President, Lisa Mikhail, Zoning Administrator. To answer Supervisor Cortese's question, the county staff is currently looking at ADU, accessory dwelling unit provisions, specifically in the urban areas as pilot programs. So this particular code amendment that is before you today does not address that pilot program that we're looking into. That will be forthcoming likely sometime in the spring or summer of this year.
So this would literally have no, this ordinance or these ordinance changes would have no effect, pro or con. It's not something I want to be advertising in the urban areas of District 3 as something people should be looking at because it might impact or change their ability to do an ADU?
That's correct. These are existing code standards that we are making minor clarifications to. So the existing standards available for ADU development will remain in effect as they have previously.
Excuse the interruption, but just to be the third member to take a piece of the same question, Ms. McKyle. That being said, while the lot size reduction may only apply or be relevant in the rural area, the allowance for greater than 1.5 stories up to the 21 feet would be a change in urban/suburban areas, yes?
There's a point of clarification. In the urban areas, they are allowed to construct currently a one-story structure up to 21 feet in height. We've found that residents come forward to staff and try to alter the interior space so that they can remove the half-story qualification. And so we're trying to maintain the 21-foot height limit that currently exists and remove the story limitation. So there would be a change there proposed in the urban area.
I need to follow up on that, but I don't want to interrupt further Supervisor Cortese or Wasserman. So I'm going to let them run their course, and then I'm going to come back to you on that one. Supervisor Cortese, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And so if I were looking at a map of the county, zoning map of the county, what should I be looking at in terms of the geography that the ordinance applies to? I'm talking about ordinance NS 1200.370, because I'm hearing you say it applies to rural only. Maybe what you're trying to say is the lot size changes apply to rural only, but I don't see that limitation, probably because I'm not reading the fine print. But I want to know where this applies.
Sure.
That's the ordinance.
The ordinance in its totality applies to various zoning districts. With respect to the ADU section, it applies to both urban and rural districts. With respect to Supervisor Wasserman's concerns with the reduction of the lot area that allows ADUs in the rural areas only, it is for 0.5 acre or less. Urban areas always allow ADUs. And that can be found if you have your strike-through or clean ordinance version available on page 22 of 36 of the ordinance. Under subsection C, it refers to secondary dwellings in urban districts. As you can see in C1A, lots less than 10,000 square feet are currently permitted to have an 800 square foot attached accessory dwelling unit.
Yeah, I don't believe I have a strike-through version, but maybe I do. You're talking about page 22 of 36?
Of the ordinance, yes.
And that, you're pointing that to me because that is...
That's packet page 229 for those of us who are working from our packets.
Thank you.
And I see the strike over.
Yes. So
There's two of them on that page. Are you suggesting that that's it as far as ordinance changes?
For the urban district, correct.
Okay. So the relevance to, if I was talking to a homeowner in the urban district in Supervisorial District 3, what would I want to tell them has now changed if we adopt this ordinance for them, not for the rural areas?
Sure. Within the urban district, if they would be permitted to construct, depending on their lot size, an accessory dwelling unit up to a maximum height of 21 feet. They would no longer be restricted to the one story, just maintain the 21-foot height limit.
And how about their garage or carport under Roman numeral 4 here on page 22? Does that apply to them as well?
Yes, I'm sorry. That's correct. In addition to the change I just noted, staff is proposing that attached garages that are permitted on certain lot sizes in the urban district be increased from 200 square feet to 400 square feet. Staff has come across certain scenarios where we've been asked to provide reasonable accommodations to persons with disabilities because the 200 square foot limitation is a bit restrictive for them. And so we've had to accommodate that, and we feel that permitting 2 enclosed parking spaces along with their accessory dwelling unit would be appropriate. However, it's up to the pleasure of the board.
Does anything in the ordinance overall speak to the conversion of garages?
Yes, it does. If you turn to, and I may need help on the page for the whole packet, but it is page 25 of 36 under subsection E.
That would be packet page 232.
That speaks to conversion. Staff is not proposing any changes to this section of the code. This stems from state law, whereby every jurisdiction is required to allow an existing legally constructed accessory structure or garage into an accessory dwelling unit. And we are not able to essentially say no to that.
Great. Is it possible after today's meeting at some point soon to get a fact sheet from you that would be useful to us in terms of constituent outreach in my supervisorial district at least? I'm sure it's possible there's other supervisors that may want that. I think the custom is to distribute things to everybody, to all 5 offices. But what I'd be looking for is just an FAQ on what you can or cannot do in terms of an urban ADU, and what you can or cannot do specifically with a garage conversion under the ordinance in the urban district. And that's just for constituent outreach purposes for us, because we're in the midst of the housing crisis. Again, we're getting advocates. I don't know if that entire urban sub area is compassionate as the advocates, but we seem to have a lot of open-mindedness in terms of folks trying to convert and legalize existing situations, trying to convert and make available existing garage space, and then also because there was kind of a helter-skelter approach in the 50s to how some of those subdivisions were lot-sized. A lot of them actually probably more resemble rural lot size areas with small houses on them, and people are interested in knowing what they can do in terms of ADU construction on those lots. So those would be the areas that I'd like to have some professional help with, so we do not put the wrong information out there on the street.
Absolutely, we can do that for you.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you. I've got some questions, but I'll defer to colleagues if there are any others. Not yet. Okay. Picking up some of the same issues, I've got folks in the unincorporated area of my district in what I would characterize as suburban neighborhoods who are concerned that, well, let me start with the language of the board referral, and I'm looking at page 2 of 4, so the very second page. This is the memo that comes to us from Ms. Onciano, and it says accessory dwelling units, page 2 of 4, packet page 200, that amend language 2, and then in the middle of that paragraph, it's a bulleted paragraph. It says eliminate the 1.5 story limitation for ADUs on certain lot sizes in urban and rural areas, but maintain the maximum height limit to allow more flexibility in interior design. That says 1.5, which is where I got the 1.5 from in my earlier question. But then as I look at the language you referred us to in the actual ordinance, it says that there's a strike through may not contain more than 1 story, indicating that is that just a error in the referral, in which case I can move on, or is there a reason that 1.5 and 1 are the same number and I'm just not getting that?
Sure, I can clarify for
Please.
you. There's the 2 separate sections of the code. Under the urban district, its limitation currently is 1 story and 21 feet, and then in the rural zone, the current limitation is 1.5 stories and 21 feet. We're proposing the elimination of the 1 story and the 1.5 story.
I see. So the elimination of the story limit applies both in places where there is a 1 story limit and a 1.5 story limit.
That's
and,
correct.
Got it. So then I'm trying to square the circle here. On that same page 22 of 36 that you referred us to, it says detached dwellings must comply with all of the following additional requirements, and unchanged is the little II where it says must comply with residential setbacks prescribed by the applicable zoning district regulations. But then, jumping to page 25 of 36, where you pointed us earlier, it says detached accessory building conversions. A detached garage or other accessory building constructed with a final inspection prior to January 1, 2017 may be converted to a secondary dwelling and no additional setback shall be required. It seems to me like there's the potential for those two to be at odds with one another. What am I missing there?
They can be at odds, and in fact, they were at odds prior to last June. The state law says if you have an existing structure on your property that does not meet specific setbacks for a residential unit, the jurisdiction cannot restrict that structure from being converted into a new dwelling unit.
But we could restrict it to being one story if we chose to, yes?
You could, yes.
And the reason I'm asking this question is, don't we have, the concern people have is, don't we have garages that are right up against somebody's property line because they were garages and nobody cared? But if we turn them into accessory dwelling units, we can't tell them that they're too close because of the state law you just told us about. And particularly if they can now go up to 2 stories as well as 21 feet, all of a sudden we've got folks who are losing their privacy in the next door residence. Is this a legitimate concern that my constituents have brought to me?
Actually, staff has opined that, and we've conferred with the director as well, that if you have an existing structure that is non-conforming in its current configuration, so setback and height, they can convert it into that ADU in that same configuration, but they cannot then increase the non-conformity. So they would have to maintain the height at its non-conforming height. They could not increase it further and maintain that setback at its non-conforming setback. It's important to note there is another section of the code under subsection G, which is on, again, forgive me for not having the packet number, but it's page 26 of 36 of the ordinance, where if you have a detached garage and you don't convert that garage, but you then want to build or construct an ADU on top of that, that is permitted, and that stems from state law as well. So I don't want to misinform you or confuse you in any way. If you take a garage and then you convert it into an accessory dwelling unit, we won't allow you to increase the height. But there is a section of our code that states if you maintain that garage, and it has to be a garage in this section of the code, and then build an accessory structure on top of it, that is permitted up to 21 feet.
Well, I can assure you have confused me, just to, so notwithstanding a really good effort, and thank you for that, and it's with me. So let me go back through it again, and I apologize because I know this is painful for everybody. So if they have just to make this truly, if there's a garage and it's right on the property line, and they say, we want to build an ADU on the second story, they could do that with your proposed amendments and have a second story ADU if they kept using the bottom floor as a garage.
That's actually already in the code today. So it
Okay.
is not a proposed amendment, it's what's there today.
But if they want to use the ground level and the second level as an ADU, they couldn't do that because it would be a increased level of nonconformity to go up to the second story, even though the second story is allowed if they keep it as a garage down below.
That's correct. And in section G, where it talks about building above a detached structure, you'd have to maintain its structural integrity in order to achieve that second story. And it's actually not, it's allowed to be 1.5 stories. It would be very difficult to achieve.
Okay. All right. Let me put it this way. I now know as much as I care to know about the subject, so thank you very much for helping me get to that place. Colleagues, any other questions or comments? If not, then what I want to do is formally open the public hearing and ask if we have any members of the public who would like to speak on this item. There are none, Madam Clerk. I am confirming that with the clerk. That being said, we will formally close the public hearing and note that there were no comments. It does not appear there are any additional comments from members of the board, confirming that. And here's what I'm going to do before I ask for this item. Colleagues, we're going to do this old school if we could, please. And I'm going to take each of the 4 items and ask for a motion and a vote on the 4 bullets to help keep it straight, if that's okay with the members of the board. Madam Clerk, can you make that work?
Excuse me, Chair, you're going to
Well, I may
say
not,
run
because I
wireless
got the county council leaning in, but I want to respect the ability of members of the board to vote no on any or all portions of these 4 bulleted items, and in some of the bulleted items, there are actually pieces of the bulleted item that may be problematic. Mr. Williams, what are you thinking here?
Well, just trying to sort that through. I guess we can address that after kind of the board weighs in as a policy matter in the 4 bullets, but what's before the board for action is an actual ordinance code amendment, and so depending on whether any of those items lacks majority support, we need to figure out how to appropriately edit the actual ordinance, which is one holistic item for adoption.
All right, so let's try it this way. Do we have a motion to approve the wireless telecommunication facilities amendment? And I'll take a voice. I'm not going to call up the screen. Is the screen up or not?
The screen is up.
Forgive me, it's not on mine. Let's pull that down, please. Let's do all this by a voice vote. I'm asking if there is a motion to approve the proposed language for wireless telecommunications facilities.
So moved.
Motion by Cortese, second by Chavez. Ms. Onciano, are you okay with how we're proceeding? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Are there any abstentions? If not, that motion carries 5-0. The second question is, do we have a motion to approve the ADU language? That's the second bullet in the staff report, accessory dwelling units. We have a motion by Chavez and a second by Supervisor Ellenberg. And Supervisor Cortese, your light is on. Nope. Then I'm going to just say all those in favor, please say aye. One more time. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. The motion carries 3-2. There are no abstentions, and the 2 dissenters are Supervisors Wasserman and Simidian. That takes us to the third item, which is the setback encroachment for decks, porches, and entry stairs. Could we get a motion to approve that language? Motion by Chavez, second by Ellenberg. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Are there any abstentions? Carries 5-0, which takes us to miscellaneous typographical errors. We'll see if this generates any controversy. And we'll ask if there's a motion to approve the recommended language. We have a motion by Ellenberg and a second by Chavez. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Are there any abstentions? Carries 5-0. And Mr. Williams, we'll look to you to work with planning staff to make sure that there's no problem aligning the language, which there should not be, since all 4 measures passed even by a 3-2 vote. We should be fine, yes?
Yes, I would say the record shows that the ordinance as a whole carries.
All right, without objection. Thank you. That takes us to item number 11, and we'll say thank you to the staff. Okay. Board members, we're into referrals at this point, and as you can see, this is a referral that Supervisor Ellenberg and I have brought to you. It is to refer to the administration to report back to our board pretty quickly in time for inclusion in the mid-year budget process with a proposal for a grant program for school districts in Santa Clara County to participate in the in-play after-school and summer learning database, including providing the resources to help families of modest means access out-of-school learning opportunities. This is a program that some of you will recall, if you have really good memories, We piloted in the Mountain View Wistman district, which is referenced in the enclosure, but that San Jose also piloted to some extent. And I know our schooling services folks were also at least tangentially involved. Why don't I turn to Supervisor Ellenberg to see if she's got any comments she'd like to make as the co-author on this one, and then we'll go to comments or questions. But I won't belabor it given the hour and the hopefully relatively straightforward nature of the referral. Supervisor Ellenberg?
Thank you. I'll be brief as well. And I certainly want to first start by thanking you, President Simidian, for inviting me to be part of this referral, and want to extend appreciation as well to the administration for willingness to include this in consideration for the mid-year budget. What's particularly compelling to me about In Play is that no one else is doing exactly this in a customer-facing way. There are some tools that are used by government agencies or other service providers that link potential users with resources and services, but this one is used directly by the public, and it's particularly germane to my interest in promoting equity for all children, the opportunity for more kids to participate in summer programs and to be able to access them, I think is an incredibly important piece. I also want to call out another piece of the referral that was compelling to me, which is that we've included some significant metrics of success, and it's going to be important for us to see if our investment is actually worthwhile. Are school districts reaching out to families successfully? Are they gaining access to these programs? Are they finding spaces in them and participating? So I will look forward, if the board approves this and if we identify budgeting, so a few ifs down the road, to checking back and seeing if this really is having a measurable impact on the kids that need it most.
Thank you. And before I go to Supervisor Chavez, I neglected to mention we do have a letter from Dr. Marianne Dewan, the County Superintendent of Schools, referencing her experience as a co-funder with the pilot launch in the city of San Jose. And I just wanted to make sure that that did not go uncommented upon. Appreciate her willingness to send a letter in to inform our deliberations. Supervisor Chavez and then Supervisor Cortese, in that order, please.
Great. So first of all, I think this is really exciting, and I'm going to look forward to getting more information from the staff about this program. Two issues that I would like to raise is that we, as part of our budget last year, put in $250,000 for foster youth access to summer programming. And the intent in that, and we did it in partnership with the City of San Jose as a lead agency to make sure that children in our community had access to summer programming, particularly foster youth, and that we didn't limit them because we did have a program that supported some children having access, but only for 1 week. And anybody who has kids knows that 1 week of summer is like a second. And so we broadened that to 3 weeks. But in addition to that, we were really asking the City of San Jose to work with us on focusing on activities for older youth too, because making sure football, music, and all that. I mention that because what I'd like to encourage is that as the staff does research on this program is to determine whether or not it's possible to integrate it with the work that we're already doing so that we really are spending $1 one time and not multiple times. That would be request number one to the staff and to the maker and seconder of the motion. And then second of all, it's interesting to me to learn that the City of San Jose piloted this program because when we met with the City of San Jose a couple of weeks ago to talk about the foster youth program, they were having a very difficult time. Supervisor Cortese will recall figuring out how to make it really easy for foster families to be able to use a voucher of some sort to be able to access programming. So I just would want to understand if the interface that's offered here is one that could actually make it easier for foster families to get that more subsidized services, and frankly that they have access to programs that are more like at the Tech and Happy Hollow, that are the frankly the more rooted in enrichment programming versus babysitter programming.
So I would absolutely support that, and one of the features about in-play in particular, as I understand it, is that they are very customizable. So it would certainly make sense if we're already working in this space to talk with them about being able to meet all of the needs and how we can use in particular the vouchers to get kids into the spaces that are available.
The other thing, thank you, I really appreciate that. And really, we got to have a bigger conversation with the city of San Jose, because I would have had no idea they had this investment based on our conversation with them. And I like the idea of the metric component. I will just point out one other thing. I think it is really important that I like the idea of the schools buying in some way. Like actually the level of buy-in seems relatively low to me, but I think that's worth having a conversation about. I neglected to mention one other thing. While we have an emphasis on our foster youth for this summer program, our staff's also engaging CalWorks youth, and I can't remember if it was children who have access to CalFresh. You know, they're with an emphasis on foster youth. So, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cortese. And by the way, I should mention we do have a representative of In Play here if there are questions for the organization. That's Rod Chow.
Thank you.
Excuse me, that's Rod Chow who's waving his hand at us. There you go. Supervisor Cortese, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm certainly supportive of the referral going forward. Just a couple of thoughts, and I guess one of them I'd like to kind of frame as a question, which is, although I understand this is, I think as Supervisor Ellenberg said, you know, an application or database currently that nobody else does exactly. There are other applications out there that are being piloted. One that I'm familiar with, and that don't necessarily focus specifically on summer, but one, for example, I'm just putting this out as an example, Ujama, which I think the description on their own website is builds trusted pools of parents who support each other, which is an application that's used for sharing information about programs, for sharing information about carpool opportunities, for sharing information about resources that would otherwise be decentralized or not available. So it's a very broad question. Is at what point do we sort of take a look at what's all out there, you know, in terms of us putting together, taking advantage of local innovation besides this local innovation. Ujama, for example, is a Silicon Valley venture capitalist or, you know, former Intuit executive that put that together, and I don't know what the status of that is, and I don't know if it's a for-profit or a non-profit because I don't remember. Either way, it would be something eligible for procurement if we were trying to build an innovative structure around, you know, reaching parents and families that are sort of decentralized out there. That's not intended to be a rhetorical question, although I know it sounds like that, but I'd like to have, when staff comes back for this mid-year decision or action on this item relative to funding, to do some homework to let us know what else we should be looking at if we're really trying to create some seamlessness in this area of work. Along those, well, different angle to seamlessness now, I really appreciate the cross-referencing to schooling services here, and I just think it's extraordinarily important. But two caveats that really need to be thought through, I think, consistent with the funding of this effort. One is that all school districts haven't signed up for schooling services, which is sort of the massive database that the County Office of Education has been managing, which schooling services participates in kind of a partnership. So, for example, other than foster youth, there's a significant percentage of number of school districts and files on students and their families, so to speak, in that database called data zone, but not everyone. So without calling out any particular school district, there's no real rhyme and reason to it other than for the County Office of Education to go out to a school district and say, look, if you want this and you can't afford it, we can do the upload of your data and make sure that your student data is part of data zone, which then would allow you to tie this program to that student population, right? But usually the response is from the County Office of Education at this point, they've grown this to the end of their fiscal capacity. We don't have, $12,000 or $16,000 to do that initial upload. And the school districts, as you can imagine, sometimes say the same thing. So it's hard to pitch getting that initial enrollment done, without that piece of the funding done. So I'd like to at least hear validation of what I'm saying, or when this comes back, some response from county administration. I know the schooling services lead himself could probably respond. But what would we need to do if we really wanted to make this seamlessly integrated, separate but integrated with the County Office of Education's data zone, which is already integrated with schooling services? What would we need to do? What funding would be required to finish the job? So we're not just in most of the school districts, but we're in all the school districts. Because I fear what will happen is we'll have a big hole there at that piece of it, unless this $250,000 includes that money, but I'm suspecting it may not. So, or at least it didn't say that it was. So I'm not saying don't spend this money or invest this money. I guess what I'm arguing for is we might need to invest a little bit more, not so much with in-play, but with the partners that we're talking about integrating with in-play to make sure that they can actually, do the other side of the data match to make this work as best as it could. That's it.
Through the chair, may I
Please.
address that? Thank you for your comments, Supervisor Cortese, and as you know, I've been a fan and supporter of schooling services for a long time, and I think it's tremendous work. It's entirely distinct, though, from what we are talking about here. The data zone uploads student information. Using in-play does not require that at all, and in fact, I would worry that that's a barrier to parents or the school districts who have decided, for whatever their reasons are, not to participate in data zone. This works in exactly the opposite direction. It's information and resources that are curated in order to push out to students and families to be able to learn about opportunities. And I worry that if we are talking about them in the same conversation, it's confusing about which data is going in which direction. I'm certainly interested to know if there are other operations that are working similarly. The parent-to-parent, the OJIMA kind of functions like next door, where, and a lot of schools do this as well, where parents share information, just as you described. The challenge is they can only share what they are aware of. And the advantage of a professionally curated system is that, in theory, and I would hope that this is true in actuality, all of the opportunities have been captured, and we don't have to rely on one parent's knowledge or another parent's knowledge. If it turns out that the County Office of Ed wants to spearhead this at some point and help to push it into schools, that's a great opportunity to link it with other things that they do, but I would really be hesitant to talk about this and the data zone in the same motion or same conversation.
Thank you. And through the chair, let me just say this. On the other side of it, schooling services, so there's no misunderstanding there in terms of the database, the data zone use is intended to have a comprehensive file when a student comes in that's experiencing some difficulty, needs some intervention, or they come in, the parents are called in, they say, look, we need assistance. It could be in a summer program at that moment or just prior to one. The schooling services coordinator, in many cases, are folks that we are not only paying for, but they're county employees, wants to go to that database and say, as they're starting to prescribe some suggestions for that family, and they'll look at what that child's involved with already or not. So the idea is that it's essentially one of the things that was done with schooling services in the first place was to inventory all of the tools that are out there to assist students. So all I'm saying is if this is a tool to assist students and families, and it doesn't show up in Data Zone as assigned to anybody because nobody paid to have that done, then, and I'm not asking InPlay to do that, I'm just saying that we may need to augment that work, then you're never going to know in the context of a holistic analysis of what a student and their family needs through Data Zone, you're never going to know if they're an InPlay or not. And I'm just saying, why would we want to create that blind spot when we have right before us the opportunity to link those two things up? So
Sure, that's just a separate piece, and certainly Data Zone might actually want to have its own contract with InPlay so that they have access to all of the same information.
We do have.
Let me clear that up. This is, I think, where we start to get in trouble as a county with silos, and I'm going to support this. Let me just give you my philosophy on that. When we say that the County Office of Education may want to contract with InPlay to get that information after we just invested $250,000 with InPlay to get them on the map, and then that's exactly what I'm afraid of, is that InPlay is going to come back to us in 6 months and say, they don't have the money, you guys give us some more money to integrate information that you already paid us to put together. And I'm trying to catch that now and say, hey, look, if we're going to invest in this and we're going to cross-reference schooling services as one of the advantages of one of the, it references schooling services here, our own schooling services staff to coordinate on reaching families and providers. How does our schooling service coordinator coordinate with families and providers if this data is not in the database that they look at? And that's all I'm saying. And I don't think I'd have an interest later on in paying more money to have that data share done, to InPlay. I think that's really a question of something that the Data Zone and InPlay should automatically already be doing through our county coordinator. All I was trying to say is not all schools are in the Data Zone. So I just would like to have that seamlessness or attempt at seamlessness looked at so we don't create a blind spot here and end up in one of those situations where we've got really good things going on for students and their families, but they're siloed and they never in fact got integrated.
That can be part of what staff brings back to us.
That's all I'm asking for.
So with that being said, let me quickly check. I've got a card from Heidi Owens. It has a written comment. Ms. Owens, would you like to comment please come forward. And then I'll make a couple of comments. And meanwhile, I will ask the clerk to please post the voting panel on our screen.
Do I need to press the button?
You don't need to do a thing except let me tell you that your 2 minutes begins now, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Heidi Owens. I'm on the executive board of Branham Hills Girls Softball. We accept players of all financial ability, but I wanted to let you know that it costs about $400 to play sports. So I'm really in support of this initiative regardless of how you reach them. Girls in particular, when they survey CEOs of large companies, they find that the women CEOs played youth sports at a higher percentage than the male CEOs. So this type of funding really has a disproportionate impact on women and girls. So thank you for that. Also, I wanted to recommend that you push this out to all of the rapid homeless housing institutions that you've created. I think there are 19 of them for the kids who are homeless so that they're specifically targeted. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. I have made the motion on our screens. It has been seconded by Supervisor Ellenberg, before I ask that we all cast our votes, I would just add a couple of observations, some of which are in the referral, but for those who haven't seen the referral, I think one of the things that makes this a promising prospect is that in-place work has already been taken to large urban environments. So we're talking about places like Fresno, Oakland, San Francisco, as well as here in our own county. I am particularly pleased that their focus is on making sure not just that, quote, every kid has access, but that every kid has access means a concerted effort to identify youngsters whose families may lack resources and matching them with programs where resources are available and too often go unused just because that connection doesn't get made. I also want to underscore the fact that this isn't just for the summer, it is for after-school programs, which for families and parents is a critical time. I say that as someone who was a latchkey kid myself long before the phrase latchkey kid had ever been identified and before childcare was a thing. And, you know, it's a struggle for so many families. So all of those things make this particularly appealing and promising to me. I'm pleased that there's a representative from In Play here today to hear the conversation, and the motion incorporates the requests made by all of my colleagues, and you know they'll stand for themselves, but I think they will be helpful to the staff in bringing back a recommendation that reflects the concerns we've all expressed. The way I would characterize some of the things that I've heard today, though, just to try and wrap my arms around them, is all right, if we're going to look at In Play, what's the larger context? I think that's an important set of questions. Who else is out there, if anyone, providing services that might be similar, complementary, competitive, redundant? If we're going to do a sole source, is the legal basis for a sole source there? Because, you know, that's kind of an important thing for us all. And I think this issue of what, if anything, wouldn't a contract cover, to Supervisor Cortese's point earlier, is an important one. And so I'm glad that the issue got surfaced today. And again, staff can ask and answer these questions before they come back to us. So we'll ask all 5 members to please vote on their screens. All 5 members having voted, we'll now ask that the clerk please tally the votes and display the result overhead. We'll indicate that the motion passes 5-0, and we'll say thank you all very much. Thank you to both our staff and the folks from In Play for being here today. All right, that takes us on, or it would, to item number 12, except I believe item number 12 is non-existent. So that takes us to item number, it just went away. And so that'll take us to item number 13. And Supervisor Cortese, since this request is from you, shall we begin with you and let you elucidate?
Yes, and let me just indicate that the executive staff at Metropolitan Transportation Commission Association Bay Area Governments, which is a single staff, in the executive level of that staff, which is largely responsible for making sure that Plan Bay Area gets updated, that the regional housing needs analysis gets updated accurately, that areas on those maps that are indicated as planned development areas or planned conservation areas really are what they say they are relative to local government information that's being provided. That's what they do. They sort of, as I think everyone here knows, they've over the last few years, in response to SB 375 and some other mandates, some of them relating around GHG reduction, have had to put together a regional plan that is largely the amalgamation of all the local general plans in 9 counties and 101 cities. But what they're finding out in the midst of this housing crisis is a lot of areas that were identified by local governments as planned development areas, for example, because they had housing and transportation linkage, aren't developing. And when they look closely at those, there are reasons that are, there are reasons that would have required them to take a deeper dive into the data. So what I'm really saying is these regional agencies have determined that their data is not very accurate and not really appropriate to continue building these regional plans on. When they attempt to get the data that they want, they have to go primarily to Office of County Assessors, among other sources, which would of course include planning departments and building departments and so forth. And the quotes that they receive, which we, I think, included with this item, but they range from $49,680 in Santa Clara County to $20,000 in Alameda County, almost $20,000 in Contra Costa, $16,000 in Solano, San Mateo only $2,745, San Francisco only $350 for all of our digital copy of all of the assessor's secured assessment roll, which is really what they're trying to get their hands on. Marin's $270 and Sonoma is $80. So the request to all the counties has been, can you just zero this out, because the regional agencies don't have a pocketbook to year after year pay those fees. I'm asking the board to forward this request for a fee waiver to the county executive's office, and from a budgetary standpoint, to get a response as to whether we can do it or not. So I don't, and let me frame this as a question for the county executive through the chair. Dr. Smith, I don't know if this is something you'd want to take a harder look at and come back to us with a final recommendation from you as to, should it be zero, should it be something above zero, or should it remain $49,000? I'm happy to go down that path. If you think it's something that's easily waivable, we can make the decision now, then I would make that motion, but I can make either motion as far as I'm concerned.
And Dr. Smith, before you respond, let me just note that we do have, I'm going to go to Dr. Smith first, but we also, it's Mr. Monteverde, if I remember correctly, yes, from the assessor's office. Dr. Smith?
We would like the opportunity to research it a little bit more and talk with the assessor and county council to make sure we come back to the board with a full and appropriate report, and it would have to be done by resolution, so we can't really do it today.
Can it be accounted for? I know we've been saying mid-year a lot, and I know that's right around the corner, but it can the report back as to your recommendation, not the adoption of a resolution, but your recommendation budgetarily as to what to do, be concurrent with our taking up of the mid-year, just as a matter of convenience?
Sure.
Thank you.
And Mr. Monteverde, you've walked down for a reason, I'm guessing. Do you have something you'd like to share with our board?
I was just making myself available should any of the Board of Supervisors or administration have a question beyond what was already stated.
Thank you. And your title, again, for those who are unfamiliar?
Yeah, I'm the Assistant Assessor.
Thank you. I don't see any comments or questions further, so if we could pull up the screen for a motion by Supervisor Cortese making the referral.
Yes, and let me just state, the motion is to forward the referral to the county executive for his recommendation concurrent with the mid-year review, subject to a resolution being adopted at a subsequent date if indeed the board decides to waive any of these fees.
All right. We have a second from Supervisor Chavez. I think the staff, Dr. Smith, has indicated that they can work with that timeline and that request. Do we have any other comments or questions from members of the board? Do we have any cards from members of the public who wish to speak? We do not. Then can we ask all 5 members to please vote on the screen? And that having been done, can we ask the clerk to please display the results? And we can indicate that the motion passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. That then takes us to item number 14, which is a resolution in connection with support for statewide recycling commission. And this is a referral that comes to us from Supervisor Ellenberg, so I will turn to him. Excuse me.
Thank you, President Smidian. This is a resolution that I am proposing at CSAC's suggestion, as you are delegate to CSAC. And I want to thank Jim Weston for helping me through, shepherding me through my first referral process. I really appreciate that. Jim, for those of you who don't know, was Ken Yeager's chief of staff and has graciously stayed on to help my team with the transition, and you really have been just invaluable, so thank you. Over the past year, we've seen an increasing number of stories about China's, quote, national sword policy and the devastating effects that it's starting to have on local recycling programs. The reduction of imports on recyclable materials is starting to cause pileups in local waste at facilities across our state. And without a solution, local governments are facing state fines and penalties for failing to meet waste reduction goals. Furthermore, this policy is creating a slowdown in the processing of other waste materials that poses significant public health risks. The specter of increased recycling costs can also create real hardships for our residents. CSAC is working with its member counties, including us, to encourage the creation of a statewide commission to work on solutions to these challenges. And since local governments are in the front line of this issue, our voices will be critical to this discussion.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask the clerk to please display the voting panel on our screen so that you can make that motion electronically, which has been done. We have a second from Supervisor Chavez. Board members, are there any questions or comments? Let me check with the clerk to see if we have any comments from members of the public. We do not. So we'll ask all 5 members to please vote on their screens, and that having been done, we'll ask the clerk to please display the results and tell Supervisor Ellenberg that a referral passes 5-0. Thank you very much. That takes us to the very next item, which is item 15, the County Executive's Report. Dr. Smith.
Mr. President, members of the board, I only wanted to talk about the hospital acquisition today, so I think it's better to leave that up to County Council, so you might want to move on to item number 16 so that he can give you an update on what's going on.
Okay. On a one-time only basis, Mr. Williams, the county executive has deferred to you and yields his time. Go right ahead, sir.
Certainly a rare occurrence.
This was all said in a loving way, I want to be clear.
I have 2 brief updates before I give the closed session report. With respect to the hospital acquisition process, we do have a hearing before the bankruptcy court that is scheduled for tomorrow. This hearing's on a number of different aspects, but the one that's really important to the county is related to the Attorney General's request for a stay of the sale order. This has certainly been in the news for the last few weeks. The bankruptcy court will be holding a hearing. We expect a decision shortly thereafter, maybe the next couple days, on the Attorney General's request for a stay. And we will absolutely update the board as soon as we have that order and that information. The next step in that process is, if the bankruptcy court denies the state request, the Attorney General's office could pursue further appeals seeking stay from the district court. We certainly hope that the Attorney General doesn't continue to so aggressively push for that, but we are prepared to continue to defend the county's position in court. The motion's been fully briefed. The Attorney General provided a response on Friday. Didn't really raise any kind of new issues beyond the things that the bankruptcy court's previously considered, and we continue to feel pretty comfortable with the kind of legal position, but remain very concerned that this continuing uncertainty could have an effect on the acquisition. That being said, activity continues to move forward right now towards closing at the end of February. The other item that I wanted to share with the board is also this week we have oral argument in another one of our significant cases. This is the net neutrality matter, which will be heard before the D.C. Circuit on Friday. And Deputy County Counsel Daniel Goldstein from my office will be presenting part of the argument on behalf of all of the government petitioners raising the public safety issues that have been in the media related to, for example, Verizon's throttling of our fire department, but many other things really focused on the fact that the FCC failed to consider its statutory duty to look at public safety when it rescinded the net neutrality rules. And I will, of course, provide the board with an update as to how that hearing goes on Friday. And with respect to closed session, I can report that there were no reportable actions taken at the closed session meeting of January 28th, 2019. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Questions from members of the board, if any? None? All right, then we will thank both the county executive and the county council for their reports. And that would take us to item number 17, the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program. And I see Mr. Lorenz here. Welcome.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Supervisors Smitty. I have today an update on the homeless program. The homeless program has two items that are in your report that I'd like to bring to your attention. The first is the quarterly grant budget update. So at this point in time, we've expended 42% of the available funds. So we anticipate by year end that we will draw down 100% of the grant dollars available to the County of Santa Clara. The second item that I'd like to bring to your attention is the change in scope with the Health Resources Services Administration, who administers their grant. What we are doing is adding an additional site downtown. It will be the Valley Healthcare for Homeless program that will specifically focus on the permanent supportive housing clients. So this is an exciting opportunity for which your board supported back in June. So the staffing includes, of course, the physicians, the nurses, the social workers, and other support staff to ensure that our clients receive the needed health care that they require in order to maintain their housing, but also to reduce the utilization of acute hospital care as well as ED visits, ultimately, of course, to improve their overall health outcome. So with that being said, I'm happy to answer any specific questions that you may have.
Board members, I see Supervisor Ellenberg, your light is on.
Thank you. I think this is really exciting work, and I'm looking forward to seeing the clinic actually open and begin to serve members in the neighborhood. I just had a small question about the quality improvement plan. I see that we are continuing to add a special focus specifically on 3 clinical measures: uncontrolled diabetes, depression screening, and colorectal screening. Can you just talk about why you've elevated those 3 in particular?
So first of all, we are following all 16 measures which were included in your report. Those 3 measures were selected based on the demographics and the profile of the population that we're currently serving. Depression in particular is important because if we aren't unable to address their mental health needs, it's very difficult to address their other health care conditions and challenges within the community. So that is our focus primarily in those 3 areas, but we are still focused on the other 60 measures as well.
Thank you very much.
Other comments or questions? Supervisor Chavez, I see your light is on, ma'am.
Thank you. I just am really excited about the report, and I wondered if you could give us a timeline on the new locations being open for services.
So what we are looking at this point in time, Supervisor, is to open the clinic for service within the next 3 to 4 months. Initially, the program will provide anywhere from 20 to 30 hours of services a week, and then based on demand, we will move up to 40 hours.
Great, thank you.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I just have a quick factual question. The grant, the duration of the grant, remind me, I know that this report is talking about the third year of funding for the period June 1st through May 31st, 2019. Remind me the duration of the grant overall.
The duration of grant, Supervisor, is typically 3 years. We're in the 3rd year of the grant cycle. Annually, we receive about $2.8 million. We fully expect and are looking forward to the next 3 years based on our current application submission.
Thank you. You answered my next question already. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve the recommended actions A, B, C, and D as contained in our published agenda. We have a motion by Chavez, a second by Ellenberg. We'll ask all 5 members to please vote on their screens. I'll confirm that there are no cards. There are none. And all 5 votes having now been cast, we'll ask the clerk to please post the results and indicate the motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Lorenz.
Thank you, Supervisor.
And item 18 was held by the administration. Item 19 was held by the administration. That takes us to item 20. I'm anticipating we have some public engagement on this, and we appear to have 8 different speakers so far. If you would like to speak on this item, please do get your card in now. That'll help us manage the time just a little bit better, be more efficient. Meanwhile, I'll look down to ask the staff who would like to lead on this presentation, and if staff could please be sure to introduce yourselves, give us your name and your title so everybody knows who's who, even if you feel that the board knows. Thank you.
Absolutely. Afternoon. Board of Supervisors, Rob Eastwood, Manager of the Planning Division, Department of Planning Development. I have with me Joe Davini, our Agricultural Commissioner to my left, and also Michael Meehan, who is the Ag Plan Program Manager to my right. We have before you a presentation that outlines the policies programs that are presented to you today. That's the outcome of the Ag Preservation Task Force. And if it pleases the board, I would like to turn it over to Michael Meehan to lead that presentation.
Please.
Morning, thank you, or rather afternoon. President Smidian, board members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Michael Meehan. I'm a senior planner with the Department of Planning and Development. I'm also the program manager for the agricultural plan. It's my pleasure to share with you today the recommendations from the Agricultural Preservation Task Force. First, we'll touch briefly on the Ag Plan itself. Next, we'll walk through the 10 programs vetted and prioritized through the task force. Then we'll cover the agenda items before you today. And lastly, we wanted to quickly acknowledge some awards received. So the Ag Plan is the result in part from a $100,000 grant from the State Strategic Growth Council through its SALC program, which is Sustainable Ag Lands Conservation Program. This program allocates cap and trade dollars out of the state's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund to mitigate climate change by protecting farmland from sprawl development. The Ag Plan was adopted by the Board of Supervisors on January 9th, 2018, and revolved around 4 interrelated focus areas: land use policy, branding, education and awareness, economic development, and voluntary financial incentives, namely through the acquisition of agricultural conservation easements. Concurrent with its adoption of the Ag Plan last January, this body also called for the creation of an Ag Preservation Task Force intended to vet and prioritize the many recommendations within the Ag Plan. The task force consisted of 12 members, including County Executive Dr. Smith and Supervisors Wasserman and Cortese as co-chairs. These meetings were held over 7 months in 2018 and were also noticed as Hewlett special meetings, and 9 public members were nominated by the supervisors and represented a cross-section of relevant community stakeholders. So out of the task force meetings came 10 program recommendations. I'll just try and briefly go through each of these, and I'm happy to answer more questions afterwards. First, the Ag Employee Housing Permit streamlining. This is an ongoing effort which on October 25th of last year was reviewed by the Planning Commission and aims to relieve some of the costly and time-consuming burden of discretionary approval over building homes for ag employees. The Farmland Security Zone is also ongoing. On October 16th of last year, it was reviewed here by this body and aims to expand the existing Williamson Act program by offering additional tax benefits to farmland property owners who elect to keep their land in agriculture for 20 years or longer. Number 3, the Ag Advisory Commission, which would consist of members of the public, representative of the local agricultural economic sectors, much like the Parks Commission or the Historical Preservation Commission, intended to provide ongoing oversight of Ag Plan implementation since the task force has concluded at this point, and specifically lend its expertise towards the development of a strategy for acquiring agricultural conservation easements and other programs such as signage and branding. Number 4, the Agricultural Conservation Easement Acquisition Program, namely securing near and long-term funding for this program. While the Ag Plan consists of many different strategies for mitigating the loss of agricultural land and bolstering the local ag economy, the acquisition of agricultural conservation easements, or ACEs as we refer to them often, is seen as the keystone here. For if and when conversion and development occurs, there's no turning back, and no amount of these supportive programs can make up for those losses. Particularly in looking to ag preservation programs in similarly high-cost areas such as Suffolk County on Long Island in New York State, the ACE program would appear to be the most effective strategy for slowing the loss of farmland in our own county. The California Strategic Growth Council's SALC program also awarded us another $100,000 to develop our own ACE program and develop its criteria. But the recommendation of the task force specifically was to identify and secure a dedicated funding source for the near and long term. Number 5, the Ag Resilience Incentive Grant Program, or the ARI program. This, in effect, is the companion to the ACE program as a voluntary financial incentive for the farm operator rather than for the property owner. These grants would be designed off of California's pioneering climate-smart ag programs, with the intent of providing a cost share to farmers and ranchers employing practices that sequester soil carbon and improve water efficiency. Number 6, the Agricultural Ombuds Program aims to facilitate the growth and stability of farms and ranches, as well as facilitate the growth of infrastructural improvements in our community, in large part by supporting farmers and ranchers with permitting and regulatory compliance. This would create a new position funded by the county but housed by a non-regulatory partner such as the UC Cooperative Extension, the Small Business Administration, Resource Conservation Districts, or the Farm Bureau. The Ag Ombuds position would act as a two-way conversation between farmers and local government, helping our agencies to streamline regulations wherever appropriate and helping farmers to better navigate those rules. Number 7 is the Right to Farm Ordinance and strengthening what we currently have in place. This is intended to take our existing provisions, which require notification of nearby agricultural activity for new home buyers, and strengthening it to include existing homeowners as well as development applications. The goal here is to reduce conflicts between residents and farming operations by increasing the visibility of agriculture through some basic outreach and education. Number 8 is zoning amendments to support agriculture. Several zoning ordinance amendments were considered by the task force, which collectively aim to discourage land conversion and uses incompatible with ag while supporting uses accessory to farm operations, for example, farm-to-table events. Number 9, regional brand identity and signage campaign was intended to increase the visibility of Santa Clara Valley as a region home to working lands and a robust agricultural resource base. This is resulting in large part from the desire of farmers for increased awareness, education, and appreciation of their work and the public benefits of agriculture, as well as doing some local food promotion. And lastly, number 10, the Santa Clara Valley Ag Park and Small Farm Business Incubator, or the Ag Incubator as we have referred to it. This is the idea of leveraging county-owned farmland into an agricultural park like Marshall Cottle as a nexus for public education and exposure to our working lands. In this case, however, it would also serve as a stepping stone for first-generation farmers, immigrant farmers, and those otherwise without the benefit of inheriting family farmland. The Ag Incubator would be a place for such farmers to spend a couple years honing their business practices before moving on, ideally, to purchase or lease lands that have been protected through the ACE program. So, today what's before you are several items brought forward by the administration to advance the recommendations of the Ag Task Force. First, of course, under A is to receive our staff report. Under B, to direct staff to prepare and adopt an ordinance establishing the Ag Advisory Commission. Under C, to consider using year-end fund balance for the acquisition of agricultural conservation easements. Under D and E, to fund and develop the ACE program's complement, a pilot ARI, or Ag Resilience Incentive Grant Program. Under F, to procure third-party services for the Ag Ombuds position. Under G, to prepare and adopt ordinance amendments or county administrative policies to strengthen the county's right to farm ordinance. Under H, to prepare and adopt zoning ordinance amendments to support ag in the county. And under I, to provide any direction as we further develop a signage and branding campaign and as we work with county parks to explore the potential for an ag incubator on county parkland. So before I wrap up the presentation, we wanted to share a sort of illustration made by our planning manager, Mr. Rob Eastwood, and GIS staff, which throws a handful of the task force recommendations together to illustrate how these programs might, in the future, work in tandem on any given farm operation in the county. So first, we have some very modern-looking farm worker housing digs, the development of which has been streamlined and now allowing the farmer to provide for and retain her most valuable year-round employees. Next, we have some signage promoting a regional identity and a sense of place, attracting agritourism to her farm and support for the farm community as a whole. There are now water efficiency infrastructure improvements on her farm thanks to the RE grant program. The entire property has in fact been protected in perpetuity from conversion to sprawl development, and the farmer has been fairly compensated for her conservation easement, allowing her to pay off business debts or reinvest into her farm operation. There's an agricultural buffer through zoning amendments between her and any new development, mitigating the potential for conflicts. And as a matter of local policy, she is now permitted by right to host farm-to-table events, generating additional income and raising awareness among local consumers. So last but not least, we wanted to highlight a few awards of the Santa Clara Valley Ag Plan. Of course, earlier we heard about the Gila Award, which we received in Sacramento last December. In addition to two planning grants, each for $100,000, the Strategic Growth Council awarded nearly a third of its total annual SALC budget to this county. And in public discussion of these grants, the Secretary of Agriculture, Karen Ross, and the Secretary of Natural Resources, John Laird, both on the Strategic Growth Council, held up our county as a model for the rest of the state, noting that while our easements were expensive, this is precisely what they intended for in designing those programs. And finally, just in the last week, we learned that we'll be receiving an award from the Association of Environmental Planners, a professional association acknowledging the Ag Plan for excellence in a planning document. And with that, I'll conclude this presentation and offer to answer any of your questions. Thanks.
Colleagues, we do have like 15 cards or so, so I'm getting a hint that maybe we should hear from folks who've been patient and waiting. Notwithstanding the number of cards, I think we should stick with our 2 minutes, given the importance of the issue and the long effort that got us to this day. So, if you would come up in this order, please. Andrea McKenzie, followed by John Varela, followed by Aaron Gill, followed by Andrew Mariani, followed by Bill Chiala. That'll get us started. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Smitty and members of the board. I'm Andrea McKenzie, General Manager of the Santa Clara Valley Open Space Authority. As the county's principal partner on development of the Santa Clara Valley Ag Plan, I'm here today to support the comprehensive set of recommendations from the Ag Task Force and staff. With your board's action today, we can now begin to take the bold steps to actually implement the Ag Plan, including creating a regional ACE program and providing funding to support it. Timing and momentum are key. As your staff just said, the state recently recognized our plan as a model for California. The State Strategic Growth Council recently awarding $15 million to the Open Space Authority in the county to preserve 3 of the largest ag properties on the valley floor in San Martin. We urge the Board of Supervisors today to approve a year-end fund balance to begin funding the preservation of agricultural land as a climate-smart strategy. And we stand ready to support the county to place a dedicated local funding mechanism on the ballot as early as 2020 and request that staff be directed to develop recommendations for such funding mechanisms. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, board. It's a real pleasure to be here in front of you. First of all, I want to thank Supervisors Cortese and Wasserman for including the Water District in the Ag Preservation Committee this past year. We feel from the Water District it's important to be included in the future plans of what the district and what the county is planning for agriculture, specifically from the point of view from sustainable, affordable water supply. This is an area that we know is impacting all of agriculture throughout the entire state of California, but bringing it locally, it's imperative that we help bring down the cost to some extent that the farmers are challenged with today in the sustainability of an affordable water supply. It's also important to note that we recently had a tragic event occur in Santa Clara County when we just lost one of our premier family businesses in farming. The Isuji Farms have gone and announced that they are closing their doors. Now, this is taking approximately 5,000 acres throughout the state that they are farming in out of the farming area. Now, whether or not water cost had anything to do with that, I don't know. But along with all the regulatory permitting and challenges that farmers have today, specifically in our region here in Santa Clara, we must do everything we possibly can to help these farmers stay in business. I'm fortunate, from the Water District, I sit on 4 agriculture water management boards, from the Central Valley to the Central Coast to Santa Clara County. So I would be suggesting that whatever your plans are to continue a committee or a commission, that you include water supply as part of that committee. And I leave you with this. Jobs and crops grow where water flows. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is?
Aaron Gill, and I'm here to go ahead and say thank you to Dr. Smith and Supervisors Wasserman and Cortese for actually taking a peek and taking the time to look at agriculture in Santa Clara County, because it's a fragile thing down here. So I want to really say thank you for coming down and trying to understand and spending the time to understand our issues and how our issues affect our ability to go ahead and survive in the coming years and provide for a good future for a living, sustainable society like our Santa Clara County. So first and foremost, thank you so much. As a tenant farmer for 36 years down in Santa Clara County, I want to say that one of the things that comes on our side is the option of willing buyers and willing sellers in the application of conservation easements. So I'd recommend that that needs to be really looked at for everybody as a good option. So also in terms of trying to make it last for a long period of time, I'm looking forward to bringing it to the public as far as the valuations of our enterprises, what it does for the community, and how well it benefits everybody here society-wise. So I'm looking forward to bringing that to the community and actually having a broad conversation as to what we do for the area and letting the citizens vote on our sustainability. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Andrew Mariani, and thank you for allowing me to speak in front of the board. I represent the Mariani family. Our family farms an orchard in the east side of Morgan Hill. 60 years ago, there was 25 other family farms in the neighborhood. All but one have disappeared and been replaced by urban development. I'm not sure why we survived. We're not wealthy gentlemen farmers. Our farmland is our major asset. It's our only source of income and our nest egg. Yet it's been impacted by surrounding urban uses, both now and in the near future. There are many neighborhood housing developments with more underway, including multi-family housing right nearby. There's a high school right now, and there's a planned elementary school right nearby. There's a future northwest thoroughfare that's planned that will cut right near our orchard. It's going to take at least 2 or 3 acres. On the other side, more land, including an entire row of trees, will be removed as a pathway for local students to go to and from the schools. Perhaps more critical to us is the change in local climate. Heating radiating from the buildings and other urban infrastructure causes winter temperatures to rise, and the fruit trees require a certain amount of winter cold to produce adequate crops. In fact, we've only had one good crop of cherries in the last 5 years. I'm not sure how a policy like a right to farm ordinance can help us get a cherry crop. Also, I don't know how something like a permanent easement can, that quickly. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is?
I'm Bill Clara. I represent the Clara family. I've been in agriculture and farming for about 40 years. Thank you, Mr. Cortese and Wasserman, supervisors. Thank you, supervisors, for letting me talk. And I was a member of the task force, and I think we accomplished quite a bit. And I can say that I sat next to Dr. Smith there, and he was a good influence on me. I learned a lot. Also, but personally, I think we accomplished a lot. I think we're headed the right direction. I think we have a long ways to go. I think the way I would describe it, I'll put it in farming terms, is that we've done the groundwork, we've prepared the soil, we listed the furrows in the right direction, now the work starts. Because we have to plant it, irrigate it, cultivate it, take care of it, and harvest it. At the end of that, or before that, is you have to have the funds to do that. And I think we made a good effort. I'd like to thank all the task force members that worked with me on that. I think we made a really strong effort to accomplish that. Some of the weaker things, areas that were lacking was I didn't know that we agreed to so many things. I read through this thing and I says, you sure about that? But anyway, I think to integrate with the cities are very important, and I didn't see a lot of that coming up. I know initially we started. I think the Ag Advisory Commission is the most important thing you're going to do, because you're going to put real farmers on there to determine and help you guys that are smarter than us but don't know anything about farming. So we're going to help those. That commission is probably the most important direction we have to go. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And let me ask now that we have Greg Leonard, Diego Ortiz, Vicki Moore, Jane Howard, Julie Hutchison, Sam Thorpe, David Mancera, and Deborah Norris. All come up, please. Welcome.
Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Greg Leonard. I'm the Executive Director of the Land Trust of Santa Clara Valley. First of all, I want to congratulate the board for their bold action they've taken with regard to the Valley Ag Plan, approving it unanimously last January, and appointing the Agricultural Task Force that did this great work that Michael talked about earlier. Secondly, I understand the pressures currently on the board with regard to housing and health care, but I strongly urge you not to lose your focus on this important part of Santa Clara County's future. The Ag Plan provided a vision for a successful ag sector and being a vibrant part of the county's economic future. I completely agree with what Bill Chiala just said about the importance of staying with the vision and providing funding that will allow us to execute to the next stage. It's up to the Board of Supervisors to follow through with the funding and the administrative support to execute on that vision. Please don't let it get lost.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, President Smitty, supervisors. My name is Diego Ortiz, and I work for SPUR as the Food and Agriculture Program Coordinator. I'm here today to speak in support of the Planning Department's recommended actions provided in the Ag Preservation Task Force memo. The success of the Ag Preservation Task Force to continue supporting farming and ranching in the county requires updating county land use regulations, providing economic development support for the viability of the farming economy, and using agricultural easements and land acquisition to permanently protect working land from future development. In addition to pursuing those recommendations, it is also important for the county to secure a crucial component to make these acquisitions possible: long-term funding. SPUR recommends that the proposal should include direction for the county staff to pursue stable, local, and dedicated funding for land protection. The task force has considered a variety of possible sources of funding for the acquisition of easements and purchases of land, including a transfer tax, an agricultural trust fund with dedicated funding set aside from the general fund, a sales tax, a parcel tax, any of which could be placed on the ballot in 2020. Given the funding need and upcoming ballot deadlines, we strongly recommend the board to direct the county administration to report back with options for long-term funding for acquiring agricultural easements and purchasing land. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
All set? Hi, Vicki Moore. Speaking as an individual, has worked over the years on a lot of important land use issues, including the current general plan, creating the Open Space Authority, urban growth boundaries, and also as a current planning commissioner, I want to offer my support for the recommendations before you by the Ag Task Force. And I'm in particular very pleased to see the clear linkage that was made between the preservation of ag and sustainability and climate change, resiliency, and ecosystem services. That's really important to get that out. I'm going to second what has been said already about the importance of having a stable and dedicated funding source for this. Without that, I don't think this whole effort is going to be viable. I also wanted to say equally important to funding for easement and fee acquisition is making sure that the county's rural land use and growth management policies and supporting zoning ordinances can stay consistent in their focus on protecting natural resource values of the rural unincorporated lands, and that LAFCO policies stay consistent that are aimed at preventing unnecessary urban expansion. Without those two things in place, this program will also not be successful. I also lastly just wanted to mention that I also agree with recommendations from the Open Space Authority to include broader representation of organizations and stakeholders as part of the advisory committee, and creating a separate technical advisory committee with organizational expertise on ag and ag conservation best practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Our next speaker, Jane Howard. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board. I'm Jane Howard. I'm the Executive Director of Visit Gilroy and the soon-to-be-open California Welcome Center Gilroy. And I'm here to speak about item I, which is one of the, I believe, the main reason I was serving on the task force, which, and I really appreciate that opportunity, Supervisor Wasserman and Cortese, and working with Dr. Smith in terms of bringing the expertise and the experience that we have had in our South County promoting ag tourism, the wineries of Santa Clara Valley, branding, and also identity. So with that, I strongly would encourage you and remind you that with the opportunity that we now have in front of us to be a California Welcome Center that is in partnership with Visit California, we now can partner with our organization and the state in help promoting our destination. So when we look at branding, when we look at identity, when we look at signage, I want to encourage you to take advantage of some of the things we've already been doing in our South County, promoting ag tourism, and making sure that we're at the table when we get to that stage in terms of this plan. It's really been a pleasure serving on this task force. I've been doing this for 13 years. Ag tourism has always been a big part of our message, and we're really appreciative that the county's recognizing how much this can be a part of our identity, in addition to all the other things we're known for in this county. So in closing, our California Welcome Center, this will be the only California Welcome Center in Santa Clara County, so we all can be proud of that, and welcome all of you to be sure and check us out March 1st once we open, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Julie Hutchison. Ms. Hutchison, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Simitian and Supervisors. I am Julie Hutchison, Director of Impact Committee for Green Foothills. So CGF is supportive of the recommendations in front of you, especially that of considering allocating the up to $20 million potentially available funds, year-end fund balance for the ACE program. We also appreciate and are supportive of the additional suggestions presented in the OSA's letter. Over the decades, we've had a myriad of reports on the future of farming in our area. I happened to come across one the other day. It was published in 1980. And I could not help but bring it to you today. In one of the sections called What the Counties Are Doing, it said for Santa Clara, beginning with the Greenbelt Zone in 1958, the county has tried several times to protect agricultural land. More recently, in a bitter controversial action, the county increased the minimum parcel size in agricultural areas from 2.5 to 2040, and in remote mountain country, 160 acres. I've heard from Rod Deardon on that one. Today, the county is pushing toward adoption of a new general plan and will probably approve its first effective pro-farmland policies in late 1980. These will improve protection, but will not limit the expansion of cities and some rural communities. Quote, "These policies are the best we can do right now," one Santa Clara official said, "but I'm concerned about the future." So we are here and we have taken bold action during these, well, the Board of Supervisors throughout 4 decades has taken very bold action, and you have done so again with this ag plan. The next piece of bold action that needs to be taken is finding the local funding source. Louise Bedsworth of the Strategic Growth Council, when addressing the San Jose City Council last week over Coyote Valley, talked about the faith and the belief in this plan. So I ask you to put more faith into it with some local funding source. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is?
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Thorpe. I'm a farmer in San Martin. My family and I farm on 40 acres vegetable row crops in San Martin. And we're really proud to be Santa Clara County farmers because we get to take place in preserving the traditions of Santa Clara County ag, and we get to feed our local community. Unfortunately, though, being able to farm here in Santa Clara County becomes less and less feasible every year. Every year we see other farms that either go out of business, reduce their acreage, or move their operations to other regions completely. If we want to support a diverse economy, a diverse workforce, preserve the traditions of agriculture in this county, and create a community that people want to live and grow in, we need to move forward on the recommendations of the Agricultural Task Force. Allocating money for ag easements, supporting agricultural employee housing, and creating marketing campaign to show the real value that Santa Clara County ag brings to our community is absolutely essential in preserving agricultural today and for years to come. If we don't act now to preserve farmland and support existing and new farms, we may never get this chance again and lose a huge part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thorpe. Next speaker, welcome.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Thank you again for the opportunity. My name is David Mancera, and I am the Regional Director for Kitchen Table Advisors. Our organization's mission is to fuel the long-term economic viability of the next generation of small, sustainable, organic farmers and ranchers in the region. We currently work with over 30 different farmers and ranchers in the region. 90% of those farmers we work with are people of color and or women. Acreage for these farmers that we currently support range between 3 acres and 30 acres. Access to land and land ownership is crucial to the long-term viability of these farms. And now what I want to do is just share a brief story about a farmer that we currently support. This farmer is Berta Magaña from Magaña Farms, who's currently farming on 9 acres, diversified farm. She farms vegetables and strawberries, and she keeps all of her production in this region. She currently employs 1 to 2 year-round employees, and she also currently employs 3 to 5 seasonal employees. With that acreage, she's currently producing about 250,000 pounds of fruits and vegetables for this region. Berta, and I'm sharing Berta from Magaña Farm, because she's a great example of what small-scale farming can do, and she can be viable. And most importantly, she creates jobs for the local economy, and she also produces and feeds our local community healthy and nourishing food. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker, I believe, as I look to the clerk to confirm. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Deborah Nuttis. I'm a farm business advisor for Kitchen Table Advisors, a nonprofit that does one-on-one business advising to farmers, small-scale farmers in the region. I'm here today to support the Ag Task Force recommendations that's before you. but in particular with the need for secure and appropriate land tenure for small-scale farmers. Particularly these farmers are less than 20 acres. They're new and beginning farmers. In other words, they are not heirs of farms. They are farmers of color, women, many times immigrant farmers as well. And land tenure has been one of the biggest challenges to secure for these farmers. And I first realized this when I was working at Alba, a farm incubator in Salinas, who sets up farmers for success in sustainable farming practices and business management and market access. But when it came to acquiring land, it purely it's unattainable for a 5-acre farmer grossing $300,000 and employing farm workers and bringing home $35K for themselves, right? For example. And so they quickly go out into the world of farming out of this incubator, realizing that they are needing to sublet from other farmers. They need to grab the first available, sometimes very undesirable land, and with undesirable lease contracts, short-term contracts to be able to continue farming. And so supporting conservation and ag easements in particular, I think, will assist in helping them access land for the long term. And this last point is of particular interest because when it comes to for farmers to invest in land and in conservation, I've worked for 10 years at the Resource Conservation District. This was our #1 challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers on this item? Can we just confirm with the clerk no others? All right, well then we'll bring the matter back to the board for debate and deliberation. And Supervisor Wasserman, your light is on. Supervisor Cortese, your light is on. Why don't we go to the two of you first?
Thank you. I want to thank staff for staffing us for those 7-8 months last year. I want to thank, there were about a half a dozen members of the Ag Commission here now. I see Jane and a few others left, but for those that are here now, thank you very much for your service, putting in the nights, putting in the hours, driving up here. One thing I just wanted to touch on for the 3 other members of the board that were not on this particular commission with Supervisor Cortese and I. If you look on the front page of the staff report, it's letters A through I, and then as you read the next 5 or 6 pages behind there, the various items are in numerical order rather than alphabetical order. And some of the recommended actions in the front, and I'll use C as in Charlie as the first example. If the public were at home reading this online or somebody here just reading recommended action, they would read direct administration during the budget process to consider using year-end funds balance if available for the acquisition of agricultural conservation easements. And as that reads at first blush, I'm sure that would be acceptable to a whole lot of people. When you go back into page 344 of our packet and you go to the 3rd paragraph, it talks about other funding mechanisms considered by the task force, including Ag Trust Fund, dedicated sales tax, parcel tax, general obligation bond, and everything else. So I just didn't want to give our board the impression that if you're approving item C, and Mr. President, we may well do these A through I. Hopefully don't have to do them 8 or so separate ones. But if you're approving item C as in Charlie, that's directing administration to look at any year-end fund balances to go towards the Ag Easement Fund. If, on the other hand, you look back onto page 344, which is number 2, it talks about looking at parcel taxes, general obligation bonds, a dedicated sales tax, etc. So those obviously are 2 different things to the general public. The next item that I'd bring your attention to would be item I as in Ida, which is on page 340. It mentions directing administration to further develop regional brand identity and signage campaigns. When the PR program, the signage branding campaign, was presented, there was a lot of pushback. There was a lot of resistance. There was a lot of things that were liked, different ideas. It was, I don't know, it had 12 different ideas of ways to do things and 3 or 4 versions of small signs and big signs and everything else. But one of the feelings that came up was, for instance, the large billboard signs along different stretches of roads were too expensive. and not worth the dollars. And that was the consensus, the majority consensus of the board members, the Agricultural Commission members that were here. So the fact that I says direct administration to further develop, I'm in favor of that. Because it's not saying to approve the regional plan, because, fellow board members, the regional plan, by the commission's own admission, still needs some tweaking. You go down. Brand. What did I say?
It's okay. I think you said it right.
Brand. Regional branding still needs some tweaking, and I think that's the direction staff took to further develop what they brought forward and to come back with some other alternatives to be considered at an Ag Commission. And I'm all in favor of the Ag Commission. Member Varela mentioned having water represented on there. I think water being represented on there, along with farmers, is key. Last but not least is the Small Business Incubator Program. With respect to the people that spoke here today regarding that program, the majority of members on the commission did not have that as a priority, yeah, let's definitely go in that direction. And so I'm interested in seeing what administration staff ultimately brings back on a possible way to do that. I know they're in conversations with Park and other entities to do that. But again, if you weren't on there for 7 months, as Supervisor Cortese and I were, and all the involvement in between, and you're looking at the recommended actions, or you're at home wondering what we're voting yay or nay on, some of those are a little different from the way they're listed in alphabetical order under recommended actions on the first 2 pages than how they are listed in numerical order when they're expanded upon later in the report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, President Simidian. Thank you, Supervisor Wasserman. I thought that was a very accurate clarification or representation of, some of the nuances with regard to how people felt about these recommendations on the task force. I think all of which I agree with you, at least from our perspective, who served there, would allow us to endorse these recommendations, with the clarifications that there's some more work to be done on a couple of things, but as usual. Let me pause there after thanking you and thank the task force members as you did, those that are here, those that spoke. Let me just say, all of the task force members were great, and each person just seemed to be indispensable during the course of that process. That's directly referencing the appointees, and I say that because there was a little bit of issue as to how we were going to compose the task force when we first, brought that to the board for action. And as it turned out, as I said, my estimation, every single person was extraordinary on the task force. In addition to the appointees, I thought it was really significant that our county executive, Jeff Smith, agreed to stick around those late evenings and not only participate in the task force regular meetings, but actually sign up to go on the tour of farmland tour in South County, and I think came back with an even stronger opinion that this kind of work needs to go forward. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it was certainly refreshing to see our county executive literally jump on board and put in that extra work and extra time. All that said, I just want to make 2 final comments, which are fully in support of where we're going here, and I would encourage all of our colleagues to unanimously support this direction. One of them is the Small Business Incubator, and this is my little nuanced clarification, Supervisor Wasserman, I think was brought forward trying to do many things, maybe too many things. We'll see how that comes back someday. A demonstration site, an educational place, a lot of things that would be good and fun and interesting, but the core component of an incubator, if we do that at some point, I think needs to be incubation, and it just needs to be if we have an immigrant here, you mentioned immigrants as one potential opportunity, sort of opportunity area for people coming along, taking us up on reduced costs, farming opportunities through the ACE program. Some of them may have come here with a farming background. A woman who was interviewing me recently talked about her father being Vietnamese and being a farmer and being exactly the type of person who would seize on an opportunity like this, but who might otherwise not be able to farm here like he did in Vietnam because of the cost of land. This is somebody that's already knowledgeable, might not require an incubator. Now, somebody who's retiring from PricewaterhouseCoopers and wants to try their hand at this and has some level of capitalization but no knowledge about farming is going to need an incubator program so they can work with the University of California, to our staff, farmers, whatever the Farming Commission says should be part of that. So I think there's a place for it. That's all I'm saying. And I think it just needs to be, not try to be too many things for too many people, especially, if the staff's going to come back with some kind of a specific launch. It needs to deal with nuts and bolts first and foremost. The other thing I wanted to touch upon is funding. It was at an early meeting. By the way, Mr. Kiala, the reason there's so many items here is that one day you left 30 minutes early. We added all these other recommendations while you were gone. Joking, of course. That, Mr. Kiala, at one point, at one of our task force meetings, made a statement which I'll paraphrase, which is, and this is all great, but people aren't going to know you're serious in the community, including the agricultural community, until you put some dollars behind it. Then it becomes a real program. And I know you said something like that in testimony today as well. That is, I believe, issue number one here. I know that the task force recommended language, or the planning department recommended language, was probably corrected a little bit in the final ledge file to make sure that the county executive and the board has discretion about how to use any fund balance money. And I think that's fine. I think if it were up to the task force, there would be an absolute, or a majority of the task force, I'm guessing, may have voted for an absolute commitment of fund balance to this program, or even just a general plan, a general fund disposition, recurring disposition of money or appropriation year after year after year. But realizing that there needs to be some discretion, at this point, this recommendation is supportable, and I thank the county executive for verbalizing support for that as well during the course of the task force meetings. But there's going to have to be something beyond that, I believe. And now I'm expressing my own opinion, not the opinion of the task force, and I'm also respecting that Supervisor Wasserman or others on this board may have a difference of opinion. But I believe at some point, if we can have a park trust fund that year after year, as a proven model, sets aside property tax dollars into a fund that can't be commingled with the general fund, and is targeted particularly at open space preservation, mostly, as we know, for hillside properties, grasslands, and what I would call cattle grazing land in large part. At some point, this ag, that proven model needs to be looked at as something that we might want to replicate for ag preservation as well. Obviously, that's something that should be negotiated out. It's not something that we would rush into, or I would rush into, even with that predisposition. But it's certainly something I think that needs to be discussed thoroughly with stakeholders in the community, because it is something that would have to be put on the ballot. And although the Board of Supervisors could put something on the ballot, it could also be done by referendum, and it could be done, and it could be done, and it would be done in either case through a campaign in terms of bringing it to fruition. And a campaign is not something that we could do in this building. So I want to put that out there as, my commitment. I've said that in the task force before. I don't mean to say that I would only endorse that particular type of measure, but there's going to need to be some kind of revenue measure if we really want to preserve 12,000 acres of farmland here like they've done in Long Island, in New York, and some other places throughout the country. If we really want to get this done once and for all, there's going to have to be a steady stream of revenue. And I suspect it's going to take a ballot measure. And I just want people who are similarly disposed to know that I'm an ally in that regard, and I'd be very interested in working toward that end as both a private citizen and as a member of this board. That's all I have to say, and I don't know. I'd be happy to make a motion, or I'd be happy to second Supervisor Wasserman's motion, or whatever needs to happen here. So I'll stop talking now.
And I'll go to Supervisor Ellenberg for comments as we ask the clerk to please display the voting panel on our screens.
Thank you, President Smitty. I also want to compliment the award-winning work done by the Ag Task Force over the last year that brought forth these proposals. It really is, I think, a tremendous model for us going forward. I think all 10 of the recommendations do have merit and go a good distance toward achieving our overarching goals of agriculture and open space preservation in this county. The centerpiece, of course, the piece that we've all been referencing is the creation of the long-term ag conservation easements. No pun intended, but this is a groundbreaking program and one that I fully endorse. But as my colleagues have mentioned, critical to the long-term success is a permanent local funding source that's not tied to the whims of the state economy or what our budget revenue is left at the end of any given year. I would also encourage us to look at a number of funding options, and I would certainly support a measure going forward. The $20 million, and it was confusing to me, and thank you, Supervisor Wasserman, for pointing that out. It was confusing to me as to whether this was an either-or. We look for a long-term funding source and we give $20 million, or we give $20 million, or some part of $20 million, depending on what's left. And frankly, in terms of easements, I have no idea how far $20 million goes. There's ultimately a finite amount of land. So when we talk about funding in perpetuity, we're not talking about that. But as a long-term measure, this isn't an infinite need. At some point, we will have accomplished purchasing all of the easements. So that's a piece to think about this too. And I don't know, again, and I'm happy to have an answer, does $20 million go very far? Does it only, cover 2 or 3 properties? Is it even worth talking about a number of that size, or are we all moving right toward a long-term ballot measure revenue source of some type?
Maybe I can jump in here. The purchase of ag easements typically means that you're spending somewhere in the 75 to 90% of market value for property. Obviously, that's individual and it depends on a lot of other factors and market and blah, 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 blah. But if we were going to do a substantial effort in South County, you're talking hundreds of millions of dollars, probably approaching $1 billion total. So the board has raised the exact issue that concerns me, is that the fund balance isn't going to really be a reliable mechanism to do that. This year, the fund balance is going to be probably less than $7 million. And obviously that's, got other priorities too. So I sort of second Supervisor Cortese's vote, even though I don't get to second anything, that we're going to need some external source of new funding, whether it's a sales tax or some other kind of funding mechanism in order to have a reliable input. Even if we were consistently able to put in $20 million into a reserve, it would be many years until we could actually accumulate enough to buy a significant portion of land, and by then most of it would be converted to housing. So I hope that answers your question.
Can I, it very closely does, thank you. What potentially is the risk and exposure over the next 2 years? If we assume very best case scenario, we got something on the 2020 ballot, it passes, it takes a certain amount of time to implement, how quickly is the threat of purchase and loss of these lands really encroaching? In other words, do we have such an imminent need that some money needs to go right now?
I think I'll leave that to Rob, but I think you heard from many of the farmers that there's considerable economic pressure to sell right now. Rob?
Yeah, I just concur with Dr. Smith. Say we do hear constantly of conversions happening, and a lot of these are in areas. One of the speakers mentioned we have minimum lot size of 20 and 40 acres, but we have a lot of pre-existing small lots that go on the market and are sold, and someone can build a house and convert that under today's rules. So we know the pressure is there. We know a lot of our farmers are tenant farmers, and we have folks investing in land with thoughts of the highest and best value that's not agriculture.
So if we don't allocate any funds, we're looking at probably a minimum of 3 years before any dollars will go toward the easements.
We do continue to go to the state. What Michael recognized, and we have the state's attention, which is great, is they've invested $15 million into this year's program. We're looking to tie up 230 acres. It's a great start down in San Martin and build off it. But again, to what other supervisors have said, the availability of state dollars and that we're so pricey probably makes that approach of grant funding not sustainable in the long run.
Thank you.
Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I, too, want to just say thank you to Dave and Mike and all the committee members. I know that those meetings can be long, and I think coming to this many agreements, even if you didn't remember doing it, is really very, very powerful. I want to focus on the issue that really is the one that's kind of burning. We had a discussion at the board level, I think a year and a half ago, about putting a half-cent sales tax on the ballot. And one of the reasons that was so important to me at the time was recognizing that we had emerging needs. And frankly, this was prior to us buying 2 hospitals. And so those emerging needs that I had heard come up on the board was an interest in expanding opportunities for housing outside of Measure A. I think Mike and Joe brought something forward on that. I think there was Supervisor Yeager and Supervisor Cortese were really focused on expanding the role that we were playing relative to child care. And then another emerging need was this. It was really looking at ag preservation and looking at how to have the money that was available that would also have the capacity. At the time, I was thinking about really to be able to bond so that we could buy land, not unlike the way we do with Measure A, which is being able to get in there fast, early, and doing it now before we see prices continue to escalate. So measure that, the ending fund balance, against all of those needs, including other ones that I bring forward every week, and we all do. We voted on some recommendations today, and measuring that against maintaining a reserve with a budget that will certainly get bigger with the new hospitals, and increasing the actual amount of money that needs to be set aside, even if we don't increase the percentage. And the other thing that Supervisor Simitian, I've been in, I don't know how many budget hearings with you now, but he always looks at that ending fund balance and says, how are we applying that to maintaining the buildings that we have in our custodial care today so that they have value in the future? And this year, or the last 18 months, we've purchased 2 large campuses, one in North San Jose and one in South San Jose, all things we need to be doing. I really want us to stop renting. You know, I think that's not good for us either. So to me, that backdrop means that the board has an opportunity, I think, to carve out what we want to prioritize. If there are changes, and I've heard people here say, well, we could stop spending on one thing or another, we should have that discussion in a really open forum, you know, as part of our budget. What should we stop doing that we're doing now? And then being able to prioritize ag land. And let me just say one thing about that 20 million. I think myself, because I was looking at what, if we had a half-cent sales tax and we were able to raise $200 million a year, what would be a responsible amount of money to set aside so that we'd be able to bond, so frankly, to be able to do some of the work that folks here were asking us to do. So I think that if we can't make it by mid-year, before we vote on the budgets in June, we ought to have a discussion about the key priorities and emerging trends, what we want to invest in, and then what's the best mechanism for investment. Because I think in some ways we've all, I feel like we've, not on purpose, but sort of been beating around the bush to be able to say, okay, concretely, these are the things that we're going to prioritize. So that's my request as part of the makers of the motion, that actually come back for a discussion of the board. If I could just switch gears for a moment and make this point. The reason I think it's important that the county consider this at the same level we're considering childcare, at the same level we're considering the expansion of our medical services, is because the preservation of ag land, besides, I think, being of a national security importance, which is being able to grow our own food within our own state and being able to go get it closely if ever there were some horrible thing happening in the world, as there is today. Right, another horrible thing, thanks, Susan, is that we cannot, I think, as a local government, ignore the opportunity to be part of addressing climate change. And really the only way to do that is to preserve these lands in a meaningful way. So I'm really excited about this. I want all of you to know that I'm not poo-pooing the idea at all. I'm going in the opposite direction, which is I want it to be a very well-funded strategic initiative in partnership with, I just want to really acknowledge the Open Space Authority and the Committee for Green Foothills and other organizations that are really trying to align a vision that I think is supportive of our leaders in agriculture. And I also, just hearing people talk about the challenges of being farmers, I also think it's our obligation to make that easier. And so putting a pin in that. And the last thing I'll say too is in some ways I don't think we're just talking about easements. I think we have to be more thinking about acquisition when possible and appropriate, so that we're keeping lands not for 20 years but in perpetuity.
Dr. Smith, you were leaning in?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to have the opportunity to really thank the supervisors, Cortese and Wasserman, for inviting me to be on the task force, and thank the task force members for all their participation. It was really quite illuminating. I think Rob and the planning department did a great job of putting all of the issues on the table. I came away very excited about making sure that we move ahead with this ag plan, which is award-winning, and find a way to come up with some consistent money for the easements. Although, as I just mentioned, I think for sure it's going to need some outside funding. But what I hear from the board is that everyone realizes the value, so nobody should go away from this meeting thinking that this is it. I think it's a commitment that the board's going to find a way to deal with, and from a staff perspective, we're going to try to support and supply as many options to the board as we possibly can.
We have a motion by Supervisor Wasserman and a second by Supervisor Cortese, and I'll offer two cliches to wrap this conversation up. The first is, at the risk of stating the obvious, doing a little bit is better than doing nothing at all. So even if we've only got a little bit in the way of resources at any given time, I don't think that means we should walk away from the opportunities that are available or that may present themselves. And that leads me to my second observation, which is some purchases or acquisitions will be more significant and beneficial than others. So if you do have some constraints in terms of how much money is available, exercising some thoughtful judgment about what the strategic acquisitions are is something I know that we ask our planning department and our county staff, and that certainly both our open space district and the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District do, in the ordinary course of business. So whatever the limitations are or are not, doing something's better than doing nothing, and exercising some judgment about what are really strategic acquisitions is something I hope we will continue to see all of the stakeholders do. So we're going to ask all 5 members to please lean forward and vote on the screens if they haven't already done so.
I just want to make sure,
Yep.
I want to include, or ask Supervisor Wasserman, he made the motion, I seconded, to include Supervisor Shaw as a specific, she has to include in the motion a request before budget time. Why don't we just say during budget study sessions in May to bring back an analysis of outstanding needs versus potential revenue sources. It doesn't mean we have to vote to put something on the ballot at the time or not or anything like that. It's just an analysis that's being requested as I heard it. And if we want to handle that on a separate motion, that would be fine as well.
I think that's what I would prefer to do, but I'm going to look to the maker of the motion, Supervisor Wasserman, acknowledging that the motion is the property of every member of the board once the motion and the second has been made. Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank you. I'll go with the second option Supervisor Cortese left me with. Make that a second motion, making that separate from this one. I think Dr. Smith understands full well every time budget comes around that he shows what the county's needs are, and he shows us what the county's income and ability is to pay for them, where shortfalls are, and that this board votes and relies on a majority opinion to decide what priorities are. And I respect and admire Supervisor Chavez's passion. She and I discussed this a lot 18 months ago. This particular topic does not surprise me. It's coming back up again. She's got ideas how to approach an issue. I've got ideas. We're 5 individuals. We have probably 5 different, or at least 4.5 different ways to approach issues. We all have different ideas on what priorities are. One person could simply look at our budget. We spend $17 million a day. One day's budget funds the agricultural easements. It's just a question of calling it a priority. Somebody else could look at what we spend and what we do now and say, well, we can't take away from anything. We have to create additional revenue, whether that's a general obligation bond, whether it's a sales tax measure, whether it's some referendum dealing with the parks funds that currently come in from the tax increment. I don't know what it is. What I do know is I made the motion, and either one of us, Supervisor Cortese and I, would have made the motion or seconded it. We're both in favor of ag preservation. One thing I'm really going to remember from today's conversation is Supervisor Simitian's, although jokingly comment, really resonated with me. And something is better than nothing. We get some money from the state, we get some money from left over from reserve, we get some money from here. At board time, we say, let's just do $10 million a year this year towards that. And we buy what we can buy. There's going to be farmers that want to sell. There's going to be farmers that don't want to sell. There's going to be farmers that want to sell at 90% and some that agree to sell at 75%. Everybody will be different. Any given year, regardless of how we fund this, we'll have different amount of dollars and we'll have different opportunities. God knows if 8 or 9 years ago we had money in the bank and this idea was here during the Great Recession, would have been some good deals. Now things are more expensive. I don't know how it'll be in 2 or 3 years. I don't know that. But I do know I'm in support of preserving ag land in a responsible manner. And I will shut up on that. I made the motion. It's been seconded. I'd ask you to call the question and then have that second vote on Supervisor Chavez's motion.
All right. Before we get to a subsequent motion or not, Supervisor Cortese, your light is still on, sir.
I can wait and make my comments without taking a formal vote on calling the question. Why don't we just do this vote, because my comments would be pertinent to the next motion as well.
All right. will ask the clerk to please tally the votes and display the results, and that motion carries 5-0. And is there a subsequent motion or simply a request by any member of the board for information as part of the budget process?
That's what it was. It was a budget request to make sure that we, as part of our budget and planning process, look at emerging needs and frankly, I think have a discussion about priorities, because I actually think the point that Supervisor Wasserman made about the $17 million, I think having the board members come forward and say what they think we should stop doing, I think is a legitimate thing to do, to determine whether or not we have the resources that it takes to do all of the work that we're trying to do. Let me also say this. So it is a budget request that we drill down into what would be available with the ending fund balance given the current policies that we have for the ending fund balance. But second, that we take a look at our emerging needs and what options there may be to create opportunities to increase funding in the areas of ag preservation and some of the other emerging areas like child care and housing and medical care, as we're already doing, because I think that's really the discussion we need to have.
I'll second that by voice.
Was that a motion? Yes. And are the maker and the seconder amenable to having that information when it comes back not only be a question of what priorities are, but what the tax burden would be to do more? Because
Absolutely.
I think that's an important part of the conversation.
Well, and my expectation is that, again, this is very transparent. We're looking at, and frankly, there's more than one option, too. So we should be looking at multiple options.
Dr. Smith, do you think you have some clarity about what it is the board would like to hear from if the maker and the seconder have kindly agreed to incorporate the issue of tax burden as well as need and choices in the motion?
Yes.
Okay. Should we all take yes for an answer and call for the vote?
Well, I want to make some very brief comments because, and this may not be necessary, but for the farmers that are here in the audience, I just feel obligated to say something, and it's not to have a serious debate with Supervisor Wasserman or not about whether, or you, about whether a little bit is enough. But as someone who is still a farmer, I still have interest in farmland here in Santa Clara County, not that would be subject to ag preservation because it's hillside property at this point. But at one point, my family farmed 1,700 acres in this valley, and I was generally responsible for a couple hundred of those acres up until the time I was in my early 20s. That said, all around me and around that acreage were people like the Marisu family, 7 generations deep in this county, who had to start optioning their property away for what I consider now, looking back, to be a pittance per acre to try to survive. It would be kind of like if you started selling parts of your house, you know, to pay your grocery bill. Why don't we get rid of the refrigerator? Why don't we get rid of some of the china in the china cabinet because we need to pay our bills, we need to pay our property taxes? And I saw that going around me all the time, and it's been going on ever since. And what compounds that problem is, generationally, those folks who've been most steeped in farming are dying off, and their children and grandchildren or retiring, and their children or grandchildren are not interested in the business, even though others might be. And the problem with taking an incremental approach that's $10 or $15 million a year is that we went through this task force, looked at projections that talk about a $500 million need. And to get to $500 million at $10 million a year, based on my math, is 50 years. Few people in this room today are going to be around 50 years from now, but even less farming acreage will be around than the number of people in this room today if we take that approach. So today, a little bit is enough. Today, I'm content with the fact that for now and for this year, we're talking about the county executive coming forward in the budget process with some sort of one-time money to help with this cause. But the idea of preserving Coyote Valley, frankly, including the agriculture there, has been going on as long as I've been alive. And, you know, if we try to go incrementally for another 50 years, and I'm more than 50 years old, but if we try to go another 62 years, that's my age, there's going to be nothing left there. So this is really one of those issues where, you know, maybe the board will never agree to dedicating significant revenue to the tune of $500,000 over 10 or 12 years like the planning department was looking for. But I believe that's what's needed. I think I understand what's going on out there generationally and who the people are that are desperately needing the county to step up and take a much more serious role in terms of funding this effort. And I do think if the board isn't willing to do that at some point, that there will be a referendum. And I think it'll pass handily. I think if you ask 50% plus one of the voters out there to set aside property taxes that would otherwise be discretionary to this Board of Supervisors to save Coyote Valley, I think it'll pass by a hell of a lot more than 50% plus one. I don't have a poll that shows that, but I think there'll probably be a poll at some point soon, if the Open Space Authority doesn't have one already, that demonstrates that. And as soon as people see that, this is an issue that's going to take on a life of its own. So I think we can be part of a 10-year solution, or we're going to be looking at somebody from the outside slapping a referendum on us and telling us what they're going to do with what would otherwise be the Board of Supervisors' discretion on this issue. You know, either way, it can get done. But I just, on this motion, think it's extremely important for us to continue to see if we can be part of the solution.
Supervisor Cortese, I'm going to let you have the last word on almost all of that. I do, however, feel the need to correct and clarify the record, and that is to point out that neither Supervisor Wasserman nor myself said a little bit is enough. And that was the phrase you used more than once just now. And I don't want folks walking out with that phrase ringing in their ears as something that either I or my colleague said. What I said, acknowledging that it was a bit of a cliche, is that a little bit is better than nothing.
And I said, but it's not enough. And helping somebody a little bit is never enough, Supervisor. My grandfather taught me that as a young boy. He said, if you're going to help somebody, help them all the way. Don't tell somebody you're going to help them a little bit, because it just doesn't do the job. So that's just my mentality. I don't expect other people necessarily to
I had the
carry
microphone, and I'm going to ask you to wait a moment until I finish my remarks. And if you wish to be recognized, I will, of course, happily recognize you. But that was a clear mischaracterization of the statement I made earlier. And so all I'm attempting to do is not a debate to policy with you. As I said, I'm happy to let you have the last word on the policy debate. But in terms of my own comments before the board, I just have to ask that they not be mischaracterized, whether inadvertently or otherwise. Now, if you'd like to be recognized, I'm happy to go back to you and give you the last word now that we have clarified what was and wasn't said. To you, sir.
Likewise.
Supervisor Chavez, your microphone is still on.
Oh, that was really just for entertainment.
Okay.
I was going to jump in and thought, no. You know what? I do want to say I actually will say one thing. I think the reason tempers are high here, honestly, besides that we've all been here for a while, is that I do think this is a really, really important issue to all of us. And I personally think that one thing that we just hadn't had a chance to do as a board, and it's part of the reason I made the recommendation that I did, was we really haven't had a chance to do a prioritization session. We haven't done that since I've been here, and I think this is an important opportunity for us to have that conversation. And I, again, want to thank everybody for staying as late as you did to be part of this discussion today.
We have all 5 votes that are cast. We'll ask the clerk to please tally the roll and display the vote. And that is a 5-0 vote, and that is to bring back the information requested by Supervisor Chavez in her motion, in which she was kind enough to incorporate the request for additional information that I offered. All right, thank you all very much for being here. That takes us to item number 21, data extraction examination. And we don't know if anyone from the Public Defender's Office is here with us on this item. If so, they've been here a long time. All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Simitian, President Simitian. If we can...
Hang on just a second. Folks, if we can ask you to exit quietly just because we do have a couple more items here before us. So quickly and quietly, please. Mr. Williams, did you want to lead off on this?
Not on this item. I was going to take the transition to just take 15 seconds, jumping to back to item 16 with your permission to just say that we received the tentative ruling from the bankruptcy court, which is to deny the Attorney General's stay request.
Oh, hell, take 30 seconds for that, Mr. Williams. That's good. There you go.
It's a tentative ruling. The hearing will still be tomorrow. We'll, of course, provide updates to the board, but I thought the board would be interested in that information.
Thank you for that. Who do we have here on item 21? We need that microphone turned on, and it's a bit of a mystery the first time.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
A supervising attorney at the Alternate Defender's Office, Chris Givens.
Good afternoon, Board President and Supervisors. Valenta Santana, Chief Investigator, Public Defender.
And Mike Shapiro, Chief Privacy Officer.
Thank you all. We have the item. Board members have had a chance to look at it. I know I've read them carefully. If the clerk will please display the voting panel, I will be happy to move approval of the recommended actions contained in our packet for item 21. And I do just want to say it is not the lateness of the hour that is making my remarks brief, close to non-existent. I read the documents. I thought they were absolutely spot on. Thank you for both getting what it is expected to be done and then delivering that product. So thank you all, and thank you to your department. Motion to approve by Simitian, second by Wasserman. Are there any questions or comments? Are there any cards from speakers? There are not. All votes have been cast. We'll ask that the results be displayed and say thank you very much for your patience. The motion is approved 5-0. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. That takes us to item number 22. Dr. Smith has stepped away, so do you want to step up, Mr. Marquez? And I see Mr. Arturia coming down.
Yes, Mr. Arturia will be presenting and answering any questions you may have.
Okay. Mr. Arturia, before you go, I think that while the memo comes from Dr. Smith, if I remember correctly, this is an item that originated with, was it you, Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
I just can't remember how we got here, but I think it was Supervisor Chavez. So, Supervisor Chavez, I want to give you an opportunity to weigh in if you would like as well.
Great, thank you, and thanks, Greg, for sticking around for all day. So I think that the staff responded to the current process we have, and not necessarily to the question I asked. So I want to just make a request, which is that as part of our budget discussions, I think there would be value in making sure that at some point in the process that we get input from the departments to get their feedback as to whether or not there's a method for evaluating the investments that we're making from the inventory process. My goal for my colleagues, just to explain this, is that what I want to make sure of is that when we invest in a really good project like the one we discussed earlier today, that we have metrics to measure it, and at some point it doesn't require us to be an inventory item, but it becomes a part of our policy. So if we could have that as part of the discussion, you may give a mechanism for doing that, that maybe after 2 years the department weighs in before the third year of that grant is up, or there's a more proactive way for them to help us digest what are the appropriate benchmarks to determine whether or not the investments we're making, even if they're inventory items, are reflected in our overall budget process and strategy. And that would be my motion.
Mr. Arturia, anything you want to, we can bring up the screen so that the motion can be made by Supervisor Chavez on the panel. And Supervisor Chavez, it's there. And someone can second that if they like. And then I'm going to go down to Supervisor Ellenberg and then Supervisor Cortese.
Thank you for clarifying your intent. That wasn't my understanding based on what I read. I understood the concern to be not metrics of whether our inventory items are successful or sustainable, but more of a concern up front if we are making them, and forgive me because I have not been through the process once, but would like to do it right on the first round, that if we are making inventory item requests that are more operational as opposed to clearly one-time grant, there is not necessarily sufficient time on the staff part to fully vet the impact that they'll have on the budget going forward.
It really wasn't that. It really was, are we investing in projects that have, in programmatic programs that have broader outcomes for the departments. And so in some way...
Do you agree that that's not what's before us? I apologize for interrupting.
That's right. Because what happens now is we come up with an idea like you did today, and we don't say, okay, is this aligned with something that we should be doing? We really don't do that. So you're right, at some point it would be great to do that. But once the activity keeps going, does it make sense for us 3 years into your term to just add another 3 years to an inventory item? Or is there a way to measure that it has enough value for the department to absorb it and make it part of their budget because it's a programmatic change we're making or an investment?
I like what you're suggesting. I'm confused now as to how we address this item because I also like the one that's before us right now, which wasn't what you wanted, but now that it's here, what do we do with it?
I think this one actually reflects in a good way what we do now. And I don't know if, and maybe Greg, you should say if you think that's accurate. That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, the only perhaps yes, but maybe a slight distinction there is that sometimes there are complex programmatic operational changes proposed in May, and we're not always able to get all the analysis and input and consideration maybe the board desires, and just kind of pointed that out.
Yeah, and I think that's actually a really good point, and I think that the way you described that we should address that is to then use the referral process because that seems to give a much better opportunity for staff.
Could I suggest, and the board may want to go in a different direction, but that we talk about this for just another 5 or 10 minutes, but then continue it and have it come back again? Because I think this has been a recurring conversation, and we're not really at a place where there appears to be a clear consensus about what we're trying to accomplish. I think the reason we're talking about two different things is because we're talking about two different things. I think the staff has said, hey, in this memo from Dr. Smith, as a budgeting matter, we think it might work better if you the board would limit inventory items to one-time only expenditures, which may or may not be capital expenditures. And then if there's something that's ongoing, do that through the referral process, understanding that that's a process that will be open throughout the course of the year, not just at budget time, even though something could get delayed until mid-year or until the budget time. But essentially to say that if we could use the inventory process less for recurring annual expenditures or programmatic expenditures and more for one-time only things, that the staff seems to think that there'd be some benefit to that. That is different than, but related to, the issue that Supervisor Chavez raises, which is in all of this, how do we actually make sure this stuff works? I think there are two very legitimate issues here. I've had to confront them, and I'm not saying in a way that's inappropriate or burdensome, but in Supervisor Yeager was always, I thought, very thoughtful about saying, I want to do something through the county, and then it got folded into the county budget and became an annual ongoing expenditure. I often worked through nonprofits, in part because I don't have the same degree of county presence in my district, but then people understandably said, well, we're not going to let this go forever, are we? Aren't we going to ask after 3 years, how they doing, which gets to the issue of metrics, but also then raises the question, well, what do you do if after 3 years they're doing just great? And I know I'm not the only one who's got at least one or two that fit that description. So I think they are two distinct issues. I think they clearly relate to one another, but I'm not sure we're going to figure all that out in the next few minutes. Dr. Smith?
Well, I think you've hit on staff's opinion, but just to make sure I hit it again, this report has to do with our suggestion about inventory items, which we're defining from our perspective as not being ongoing projects or policies or processes. So we're just talking here about inventory items which would be one-time grants. The referral process, as you state, would be the much better process for anticipated ongoing efforts or program changes or changes in contracts with CBOs or the like. And with regard to those, the reason we think it would be better to do that through a referral process from a staff perspective is that gives us the ability to ask the departments and the CBOs and to evaluate whether they come up with adequate measurements and measures of success, and also gives us an idea or the time and appropriate analysis to know how much it's going to cost and what the future would be like. So you're right. I think we're talking about two different things.
Well, and again, to refer to Supervisor Yeager, a couple of the board members were here, but a couple I think may not have been here when, in an effort to try and provide at least some minimal assurance of adequate time, I think it was Supervisor Yeager who said, could we please have a process, because he was board president that year, could we please have a process that requires that these get submitted by a certain date so they weren't literally showing up the date of the budget hearing, and could we make sure that they got sunshined at least minimally by going through one of our 5 standing committees. And all of that has been the custom and practice now for the last 4 or 5 years, but I think it was Supervisor Yeager who was the one who said, hey, I think I got a good idea, and I thought he was right. This would provide for an even more thorough look-see. It would also, on the one hand, give us some flexibility because then we could bring things during the year. One of the challenges with in-play, which I brought forward today as a referral, is that if you want it to be, and this is true for almost anything that involves certain times of the year, if you bring something that gets approved in late June,
right,
well, good luck trying to get it then ramped up as a program in September for the school year, because so that's why with something like in-play, my hope was that if we brought it as a mid-year item, that it would actually be up and ready to go for the coming summer and following school year. But that clearly would not have been possible if we had brought it in June when the summer had already started and the county is, shall we say, less active in July, and all of a sudden, it's taken 3 months. So thoughts about whether or not you want to try and take action today or whether you'd like to have this item come back? Dr. Smith?
Might I suggest that we can certainly come back separately with recommendations about the referral process, because over the years, the county's gotten in the habit of not really complying with our referral process as it's written into the board policy. The way the policy is written, after a referral's made, there's a 45-day expectation for turnaround, and oftentimes we are pushing to try to get it turned around in 2 weeks. So we need to address that policy and change it in order to be consistent with our approach. So that gives us one idea to come back at a separate time with the referral process.
Supervisor Chavez, technically you have a motion on the floor with no second. How would you like to proceed? I want to just know where the motion stands before I recognize the rest of the members.
you know what, I'm happy to hear from folks and then make a recommendation.
I can second it for discussion, just to clean up the
Thank you.
parliamentary procedure, and then she can decide if she wants to go forward with it or
We'll
not.
go to Supervisor Cortese, then to Supervisor Ellenberg, and then back to Supervisor Chavez.
So I'm not entirely clear on Supervisor Chavez's motion, which is why I didn't second it initially. I just wanted to ask that question to be clear. No, it isn't. I'm sure it has nothing to do with you.
Sure,
Everything to do with me.
sure, Dave, yeah.
And I do feel like the suggestion of bringing this back would be good, but my questions were slightly nuanced in terms of what, for example, is this intended to call all, to encompass all sponsorships and grants? For example, we have, legal policy now that says if you want to do a sponsorship or grant out of your office, you bring it to the board, but it doesn't say you only bring it during budget time. So I'm just throwing that out as an example. I don't want to, I'm not trying to ask questions to get answers to if we're going to bring it back at another time and talk about it some more. But Supervisor Chavez, maybe your motion is something
So let me just
second on for now if you want to.
You know what? Can I just make a recommendation? I think we should continue the item, but let me just say why. One is budget is super important to everybody, and really my request was intended to be very refined. What I really was looking for was making sure that at some point after we did an inventory item as part of the budget process, not our sponsorship process, but as part of the budget process, that there would be a conversation with the department that was negotiating that contract so that if in fact there was value to the investment, that it would become part of the county's internal process and not require us to keep doing inventory items. And I think that, like, one of the examples was the Headspace program that you did, where we did it for a year, then the staff said, oh, we love it. It was an inventory item of yours, and then it got absorbed, and, the staff did that because I think the program was working. What I'm concerned about is there's no mechanism for the departments to consider our inventory items as they consider their priorities. So that was really the problem I was trying to solve. I think what the staff really did explain to us, and the way I was trying to do that, frankly, was to add an evaluation component to it, because I really do think when we're spending public dollars, we need to evaluate those investments. That was what my attempt was. But what I think it's opened up is kind of a broader discussion about grants, sponsorships, and referrals, and it may make sense to have the staff, again, as part of mid-year, come back with just an outline. One, we have a new board member. We should all do a primer, make sure we understand the rules we're using now. And if we think there should be changes, we can then give input to what those changes should be prior to the budget. That would be my recommendation. That actually would be a better motion than the one I made initially.
President Simonian, I mean, I'm willing to keep my second on that motion, which is a sort of referral to bring it back. I would just throw out there, if it's coming back for further discussion, that I'm not clear, and I'm really not trying to be a pain here. I'm saying that to staff, but I'm not sure that it's always that clear what's an operation, straight operational versus a grant. We'd use the Dependency Advocacy Program as one example. We were talking earlier about the Office of Education. We have granted them money to help enlist people in schooling services. Is that a grant or is that operational? SLS is ours, the money goes to them. So it's just for clarity. We can all follow the rules, whatever they are, but I think what could be a problem is we get down into the budget process and people are trying to bring things forward thinking it's one thing, or arguing that it's one thing and it's really another, and that would be counterproductive.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Chavez. We have a second by Supervisor Cortese. Other lights have been turned off. Or Supervisor Ellenberg, would you still like to jump into this conversation?
I just think just clarification of what the current motion is.
So my motion is that we refer this discussion to staff that's for mid-year budget, that at mid-year budget, the staff does a primer on our current budget process, both because we have a new member, but it would be good for all of us to hear. And I think at that time, I think it would be appropriate for the board to give feedback and input as to the budget process in the future that helps us further refine the difference between a sponsorship, a grant, when it's appropriate to do something as a referral, so that we have some shared understanding of what that is, and that would be my motion.
And Supervisor Chavez, just to clarify for my purposes, I would take that to include both the board inventory item process that is before us today, sitting here, as well as your comments about the referral process and the evaluation that accompanies it.
Yes.
And the ability of things to then get taken up by the larger organization, all of the above.
Yes.
All right. Then we'll ask all 5 members to please vote on the screen. And all 5 votes having been cast, we'll ask the clerk to please display the results. Passes 5-0. And before everyone vacates the premises, I'm going to confirm that that was our last item with the clerk. But I also just want to say for the record, and I'll ask the clerk to please incorporate this on the consent calendar. It has been customary on occasion, at least for me and I think for 1 or 2 other board members, just to ask that the record reflect that voting to approve the legislative policies and priorities does not necessarily mean a support position by this individual board member for each and every item. I think we understand, and I just like to ask that that be reflected in the minutes, at least with respect to me. So there's probably 1 or 2 items there where I have a different take than a majority of the board, but we understand we're not going to go through each and every one of those on a line item basis. So without objection, and thank you for that, we are adjourned.
Testing. This is the ordinance list report for the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, January 29th, 2019. Item number 9B, introduction and preliminary adopt ordinance number NS-1200.19.01 to amend the official zoning maps maintained pursuant to Appendix I, zoning of the County of Santa Clara Ordinance Code to rezone 2 acres of a 10-lot tentative map from A1 general use to R1S low-density campus residential. Item number 10B, introduction and preliminary adopt ordinance number NS-1200.370, amending Appendix 1, zoning of the County of Santa Clara Ordinance Code to implement miscellaneous corrections, revisions, and clarifications. Item number 37, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.19.76, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.19, relating to compensation of employees, adding 1 pharmacist specialist or pharmacist position in the Public Health Department. Item number 41, introduction and preliminary adoption of executive leadership salary ordinance number NS-20.18.07, amending Santa Clara County executive leadership salary ordinance number NS-20.18, relating to the compensation of employees, adding various executive leadership positions in Santa Clara Valley Health and hospital system relating to the purchase of hospitals and related assets. Item number 42, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.19.71, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.19, relating to compensation of employees, deleting and adding various positions in Employee Services Agency, Technology Services and Solutions, and Santa Clara Valley Medical Center relating to the purchase of hospital and related assets. Item number 43, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.19.70, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.19, relating to the compensation of employees, making technical corrections for alternate staffing patterns and footnotes attached to various positions, and establishing footnote 388 related to limited duration unclassified codes for the Employment Connection Program in the Social Services Agency. Item number 66, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.19.74, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.19 relating to compensation of employees, adding 2 unclassified data administrator or systems software engineer 2 or systems engineer 1 positions, 2 unclassified information systems analyst 2 or information systems analyst 1 positions, 2 unclassified network engineer or network engineer associate positions, 1 unclassified senior business information technology consultant position, and 2 unclassified senior network engineer positions in Technology Services and Solutions. Positions shall expire at 11:59 p.m. on August 23, 2020. Item number 67, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.19.75, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.19 relating to compensation of employees, adding 1 information security risk analyst position in Technology Services and Solutions. Item number 68, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.19.73, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.19 relating to compensation of employees, adding 1 account clerk 2 or account clerk 1 position and 1 half-time janitor position in the county library district. This concludes the ordinance record list report for the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, January 29th, 2019.